One Piece, God of Space. Chapter 1 Genji Changnyo. Under the blue sky, a group of seagulls flew over, and the sound of cooing echoed directly over the sea. But right at the edge of the sea, on the beach, there is a different scene. The golden sandy beach is directly connected to the coastline, and the woods behind it are so lush that they seem to grow to the sky. On the beach, under a sun umbrella, a child who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old was lying here leisurely basking in the sun. He was completely naked and only wore a pair of short beach shorts underneath. However, there were 5 or 6 burly men standing behind him, and 2 or 3 girls were serving him. FEWNL. Here, the little boy looks particularly leisurely and comfortable, as if he is not disturbed by worldly things at all. Your Highness, is the sun too strong? Should we find another place to provide shade? While the little boy was concentrating with his eyes closed and still eating fruit in his mouth, a maid standing next to him asked in a low voice and cautiously. The little boy opened his eyes slightly, without any expression. He just glanced at the other person, then continued to close his eyes, and then said slowly, "Then you go and stand behind, go to the shade under the tree, and I will continue. Stay here and get some sunshine." The 3 maids looked at each other, and they all saw helplessness in each other's eyes. The sweat on the foreheads of the burly men behind them could not stop falling. But after hearing what the little boy said, several of them didn't dare to leave. They could only continue to stay here and serve him. However, for the little boy lying here, the thoughts in his mind have traveled an unknown number of miles, but his body is still lying here. Despite the enjoyment on his face, he is speechless now. It has been several years since he came to this world, and he still hasn't figured out what the specific situation is. Why does it suddenly feel like traveling through time? He still remembered that he was still eating in the restaurant, but suddenly, when he woke up again, he had turned into a child being held in someone else's arms? But it has been several years now, and I have already adapted to the current environment. But I have to say that the air environment here is really indescribably good. The little boy's name is Genji Nagano. He is a prince of the Toru kingdom in this world, and he is also the only prince of the Toru kingdom. The old king didn't have a son until he was 70 years old, so he doted on him very much. No matter where he went, he always had a few bodyguards with him. Just like now, he almost doesn't have to worry about anything, he just has to play happily every day. But Changnyo doesn't seem to be very satisfied with all this. Although he has been here for a few years, he may not have figured out which world this is. Why did you even come here? For him, he has long been tired of living this boring life every day, but for a former hard-working office worker, this kind of life is actually the kind of life he dreams of. The kingdom of True is not particularly big. It is surrounded by the sea, and the overall national economy can only be considered average. But Changnyo has never paid attention to these things. Putting aside the issue of age and these tiring tasks, the old king wouldn't leave it to him at all. Lying on the beach under the scorching sun can almost be regarded as synonymous with enjoyment. Everyday life is so boring, but due to his young age, he does not need to do many things. The only thing I can do now is to enjoy the delicious food and drinks every day, and there is no need to worry about the future anyway. Master Genji, there seems to be someone in the sea. While Changnyo was still immersed in thinking about life, the maid next to him shouted slightly loudly to the sea ahead. Changnyo, who was living a boring life under this shout, sat up in an instant, and then looked curiously towards the sea. As far as the eye can see, there is indeed a person floating there vaguely on the seashore. There is a floating board under him, slowly floating in this direction. After watching for a while, Changnyo turned his head and looked at the few burly men behind him. Those few people were still standing there with completely unmoved expressions. Changnyo was speechless, looking at them helplessly shouting, "Can't you move? Go and save people quickly." After hearing the order, several people quickly took off their clothes, and then rushed into the sea. After a while waiting for someone to rescue them, these sturdy men put on their clothes as quickly as possible. They continued to stand behind Changnyo, and they never said a word from beginning to end. Changnyo stepped forward and took a look at the man he rescued from the sea. Although he looked like he was dying, looking at the rising and falling chest, it was certain that the man was not dead yet. In this out-of-the-way place, there was such a guy floating on the sea. Changnyo was still very curious, and then he told the maid, "Bring some food over here." "Sir, this man seems to be a pirate. Should we not rescue him?" The maid noticed the other person's appearance, especially the clothes on her body, and quickly said to Changnyo, "Pirate." Changnyo was stunned for a moment. After staying in the country for such a long time, he heard the word pirate quite often. Although he felt it was very familiar, he didn't pay too much attention to it. But now a living pirate floated out in front of them, which really made them look forward to it. The little guy didn't care so much. He smiled and continued, "Hurry up and get your things. What are you doing with all the nonsense? There are so many people here, are we still afraid of him?" When the enchanting maid standing next to her heard this, she seemed to think it was really like this. Then she didn't pay too much attention and came over with 2 fruits. The guy lying on the ground was nothing more than a lot weaker. Although he had been staying in the sea, this person did not drown, he just fainted slightly. Changnyo squatted next to the pirate, raised the corners of his mouth, and then patted his face with his hand. Although it was not very hard, it still made the other person slowly open his eyes. When the pirate opened his eyes and saw a child squatting next to him, he slowly closed his eyes again, and then weakly said, is there anything to eat?" Hearing this, Changnyo immediately smiled, and then put the 2 fruits that the maid had brought over to his mouth. This guy suddenly looked like a wild beast. He looked like he was dying just now, but when he saw the food, he sat up instantly, grabbed the apple and started to wolf it down. Others were squatting next to it, or standing nearby and watching quietly. The impact brought by this pirate did not show any image at all. "I wonder how long he has been hungry?" After a while, the man finally seemed to have some strength, but he lay directly on the ground again with his eyes open, looking at the blue sky above, and said to Changnyo with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth, "Thank you so much, little guy. You saved me, otherwise I might have died in the sea, so lucky. But how can I thank you?" "Then how do you want to thank me?" Changnyo also smiled and asked. "What an interesting little guy. In that case, how about you let me eat you?" The pirate lying on the ground suddenly turned his face, revealing a twisted face, staring at the child Changnyo and said such words directly. The smile on his face could no longer be called a smile, it almost turned into a look of fear. When he suddenly saw it, Changnyo was really shocked, but what followed was a sigh. Changnyo stood up and looked at the pirate who had already stood up and sat on the ground. After sighing, he said to the burly men behind him, "This guy is hopeless. Ahaha, do you know who I am? I am a pirate." The pirate recovered a little strength and stood up slowly, but he was still a little weak. However, Changnyo was a little curious. Where did this guy get the confidence to face so many people and still have the mood to say such a thing? But at this time, the maid standing behind him hurriedly stepped forward to hold him in her arms, and took a few steps back. The sturdy men also hurriedly stood in front of him, shouting at Nova. He shouted, "Genji-sama, you better hurry up and get to the back. Pirates don't have any humanity at all. You have the time to chat, can you go up and deal with the person first?" Changnyo said with a speechless expression. At this moment, he didn't feel nervous at all. Not to mention that there were many people on his side. Of course, it was also because of this. The other party was only one person, and he looked so weak. Anyway, no one knew where he had the confidence to say it. In this case, after receiving the order, these sturdy men immediately began to rush forward, preparing to beat up the weak pirate, but the next scene surprised everyone. The pirate moved his hands, and his body began to emit blue light. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees seemed to have received the response and began to attack them directly. Genji-sama, be careful, he is a devil fruit user. One of the burly men shouted to Nova, his voice also showing tension. Devil fruit. Chongnyo now has 10,000 thoughts running through his heart. What is going on now? I have been here for a few years. Is it possible that this is a world in anime? Regarding devil fruit, the only thing he could think of was that this thing would only appear in the world among pirates, right? But the few burly men in front of them have obviously begun to fail each other now. Although that guy is very weak, he is a devil fruit user after all. It is really a bit impossible to kill the other person at this time. The maid hugged Chongnyo and ran towards the back quickly. However, although Chongnyo, who was in the woman's arms, enjoyed this feeling, she still said speechlessly, "Put me down, why are you running?" The maid thought she had heard wrong, and said with a questioning look on her face, and then said nervously, "Master Genji, there is a pirate behind you, and he is the kind of person who ate the legendary devil fruit. We need to go back quickly, otherwise." "It's okay. Put me down quickly. Although that guy is a devil fruit user, he is so weak at the core. It's hard to say whether he can stand up." Changyo finally said a little angry. "When I came to this world, everything was like a dream. Now I finally did something passionate, and the other party was still so weak, why did he run away?" The maid felt that Chongnyo was angry, so she stopped and put it down. In Nova's eyes, the opponent is so weak now. If he doesn't take advantage of this time to deal with it, after he recovers all his strength later, no one in this group will be able to get out alive. Moreover, he didn't want to know the side effects of the devil fruit very well. Looking at the unfamiliar look on the other person's face, it was obvious that he had just eaten it not long ago, and he couldn't even use it well. There were just a few ordinary burly men, but he had already exhausted the boss's efforts. He hadn't killed any of them yet, but had only trapped one, and there were 2 or 3 others who were dealing with him. Seeing this situation, Chongnyo shouted directly, "What are you all still doing? That guy is afraid of sea water. Get him into the sea quickly, otherwise you will all die in a while." After hearing this, the remaining 3 sturdy men rushed forward instantly. Although they knew that they could not defeat the opponent, it was true that, as Chongnyo said, the opponent was very weak now. If they rushed up together, there would be some opportunities to do it. Kill each other. Facing the enemies that rushed up at once, the pirate still had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he didn't take them seriously. However, when one of them hugged this guy, he was just about to continue using his demonic abilities. At the same time, the other 2 had already begun to push him towards the seaside. He had just landed on the beach, and the sea was right next to him, so anything that took a little effort could be done directly. 3 people surrounded a weak devil fruit user. For ordinary people to witness such a thing, it was simply a miracle. But what a coincidence, this kind of thing did succeed. Although the pirates immediately controlled the wood and tied up the 3 of them, the key was that at this time, he was too weak to stand still and stepped directly into the sea water. In an instant, he fell down as if exhausted. Going down, the wood that originally bound everyone disappeared in an instant. Chapter 2 Devil Fruit. Now the pirate was lying weakly on the edge of the sea, and all the things that restrained those people had disappeared. It was only at this moment that these people believed that what Chongnyo said was indeed true. The pirate lying in the sea could only roll his eyes angrily at this moment, even though he no longer had the strength to speak. Chongnyo walked over slowly. Worried that he would still be able to survive after the sea water receded, he directly ordered the few big men who had just fallen down, kick him into the sea water again. "This bastard, I will kill him. He saved me, but he didn't expect to want to eat me? I'm really not a thing." These bodyguards also lifted the guy's arms and legs without hesitation, and then threw them into the deep water. Now that there was nothing to worry about, Chang Nyo also started to walk into the water, with a sinister smile on his lips. He looked at the people standing behind him and said, "Go and get my fruit plate, and give me another one. Come here with the knife. Genji-sama, just let me do this kind of thing later. There is no need to dirty your hands." As soon as Chang Nyo finished speaking, the bodyguard behind him hurriedly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Just do it." Chang Nyo said. "Freb Novo." The others did not dare to say anything at this moment and could only do as they were told. After everything was done, Chang Nyo had a sinister smile on his face and slowly approached the pirate lying in the water. He kept mumbling, "I never expected to come to the pirate world. How come I haven't discovered this in the past few years since I came here? I don't know if it will be useful to give me such a good thing at this crucial moment." But after all, Chang Nyo showed no mercy. If he couldn't kill this guy on the shore, the key was to do it in the sea. Everyone else was watching quietly, fearing that something unexpected would happen, but Nova stepped forward and stabbed the knife directly into the opponent's chest without mercy. At this time, the pirate couldn't make any reaction anyway. It's just like a cooked duck in the sea, and you can't just let others do it. When the knife was stabbed, even the maid behind him screamed in surprise, as if she had never experienced such things. But at this moment, Chang Nyo was not in the mood to care about other things. After the knife penetrated the pirate's chest, he quietly observed the movement of the fruit plate. As the pirate began to vomit blood from the corner of his mouth, after a while, it had already begun to sink towards the water. Although he was very unsure in his heart, Chang Nyo directly picked up the fruit plate. There were several kinds of fruits on it, such as bananas, apples, etc., and he stared directly at it. Then, the results he wanted did begin to appear. Among the fruits in the fruit plate, one of the apples began to slowly change, as if it had been weathered. The red apple slowly turned into a withered state, and then formed a circle shape attached to it. Above. And the color and texture are the same as that of rotten wood. "Genji-sama, what's wrong with this apple?" A bodyguard behind him immediately shouted. They have never seen any devil fruits. Even in the Toru kingdom, few people have seen these things, but they didn't expect that they would appear in front of Chang Nyo like this. Chang Nyo did not reply to the other party, but stared at the apple that had transformed into a devil fruit in front of him in a daze, with a look of anticipation welling up in his heart. But before he could prepare to be surprised, a voice suddenly came out in his mind, "Ding, congratulations to the host for turning on the system, would you like to turn it on?" As soon as these words came out, Chang Nyo froze on the spot, and the little stars in his eyes could already be seen from the outside. The group of people behind him are still curious, what happened to him as an adult? It was just a matter of killing one person, and the key point was that he showed such a joyful expression. It was really puzzling for them. But how could this group of people understand Chang Nyo's excitement at this moment? After the words in his mind came out, Chang Nyo felt that the devil fruit in his hand seemed to have lost its fragrance. He quickly retreated to the coast. He had forgotten all about killing the pirates just now. The feeling of killing someone for the first time made him a little nervous, but in the end, the devil fruit that came out first had dispelled this worry, and now the sudden sound made him completely ignore what just happened. "Matter? Hurry back to the palace, we don't want to stay here anymore," Chang Nyo ordered loudly to the group of people. He can't wait to open the door to the new world in the future, but because he is worried that some kind of mutation will suddenly appear in his body, he has to choose to go back quickly. It's only a few miles away from the palace, so you can get there quickly by walking. The group of people following him all thought that Chang Nyo was excited because he was holding the mutated apple in his hand, so the others didn't say anything and hurriedly followed behind him and started running towards the palace. But before the halfway mark, Chang Nyo was already so tired that he could only let the bodyguards start carrying him and continue running back. But in the palace at this time, the people inside were also having headaches. There were many men wearing white robes with the word justice standing in the palace. They didn't know what they were talking to the old king. Chongnyo had just come back, and he already guessed who the other party was just by looking at them. After all, since he already knew where in the world he was coming to, he guessed who they were. Naturally, it is not difficult to guess, which force does the person who carries the word justice on his body belong to. But now he couldn't care about these things. As soon as he arrived at the palace, he couldn't wait to rush towards his room, but how could the figure that just appeared disappear so quickly? Chongnyo, why are you running so fast? When the old king saw his son coming, he didn't even care about the navy and ran towards his son with a smile. But at this time, Chongnyo still held the devil fruit in his hand. As the old king shouted, everyone in the navy began to turn their attention to the child. But with just one glance, these people already recognized what he was holding. Devil fruit! A voice in the navy shouted in surprise, and other people's eyes began to slowly turn from the child's face to what he was holding in his hand. Even when the old king just ran to Nova, somewhat surprised and some curious. The old king obviously knew this thing, but in just a moment, the joy of seeing his son disappeared instantly, and all that was left was a frown. He is not doing this to his son, but because there is a navy here. It is difficult for his country to get such a good thing, but he turned his face and the other party is now staring at him like a wolf, so he definitely cannot keep it. Tell me, little one, where did you get this? The speaker was a man who looked to be in his 20s. He looked quite strong physically, and the expression on his face could make people shudder. Chongnyo, this is Rear Admiral Sakazuki. The old king said calmly, but he was also a little regretful, but he still introduced it without any concern. It turns out to be Mr. Sakazuki. You were really rude just now. I picked this thing up at the beach. It looks a bit ugly, so I won't let Mr. Major General laugh at it. Chongnyo lowered his posture, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a respectful tone. But in his heart he was thinking, mad, I didn't expect to meet Akainu here. This thing is really a dog. The other party frowned directly, obviously not wanting this matter to end like this, but when he was about to continue asking, another person behind him directly interrupted him. This man was also wearing a robe of justice, but he looked a little dark. Looking at this man's aura, he was obviously much more powerful than that Sakazuki. He stepped forward, patted Sakazuki on the shoulder, and then said with a serious face, do business first. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Chongnyo, with a slight smile on his face, and said in a rough voice, I didn't expect you to have such good luck, so take good control of what you have in your hands and use it to protect you in the future. National. Well, don't worry. Chongnyo said with a smile. The other party said such a sentence, which at least proved that this newly obtained thing would not be snatched away by others. The old king also showed a happy smile at this moment. Father, if you continue to talk about business, I will go in first. Chongnyo looked at the old king and spoke directly in a childish voice. How dare the old king let his son stay here for a moment now? He hurriedly said, yes, yes, hurry in. Even Chongnyo, who had already walked out of the crowd, could still feel that at least 2 or 3 eyes were still staring at him from behind him. This feeling of being out of control is really uncomfortable. It wasn't until he was far away that Chongnyo felt that no one was paying attention to him anymore, and he felt a little relieved. However, none of the people in the hall were easy to deal with. Sakazuki even ran towards the general who blocked him just now and said, General Zifa, what the little guy was holding just now looks like it should be. It's a natural devil fruit, why? Can't you figure out what's going on now? Zifa said with a serious face. Hearing this, Sakazuki didn't say anything else. He naturally knew what was the most important thing here now, and as a major general, even though he had ideas about something, he couldn't say anything in the end. However, the old king heard the conversation between the two people very clearly. After all, in the age of the navy, even if they said such words in their own country, the old king would not dare to say anything. The whole person could only stand there helplessly. Zifa stepped forward and said, King Genji, regarding the navy's operation, we are just informing you in advance. I hope you can understand. Well, it's okay, as long as it doesn't affect our kingdom of True and other people living a normal life. I hope you won't hurt other people this time. The old king said with a smile on his face, this is a weak country, even as a king, there is nothing he can do. King Genji, our navy has always been fair and strict in doing things. We will never kill innocent people indiscriminately. You can rest assured about this. However, the incident caused this time is relatively big, so I hope you can keep it strictly confidential and not leak it. Any hint of anything? Sakisuke said. Don't worry, we are well aware of this kind of thing, and we will never leak anything about it. You can just take action. Even in the face of such accusations from these people, the old king still did not dare to say anything disobeying, and he had to nod and bow from time to time. Even if the country's strength were half as strong, he would not be able to do this. Zifa had always had a cold face. After receiving the old king's answer, he turned around and left. Others also glanced at the old king, then turned around and walked out of the hall. After everyone left, the old king sat on his throne, but there was no expression on his face and he could only sigh helplessly. Seeing the departing figures of the navy, he knew that things might not end so easily this time, but what could be done? However, Chang Nyo, who returned to the room, was now eager to learn about other things. Even the devil fruit he had brought back was placed beside the bed. Sitting on the bed, Chang Nyo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and recalled everything that had just happened in his mind, and it disappeared in an instant. System, system. Chang Nyo started shouting in his mind, as if he was afraid that the other party would run away. If you stood next to him at this moment, you could almost hear Chang Nyo's heartbeat. He sat nervously and uneasily, quietly waiting for the reply from the voice in his mind. After a while, a voice finally began to appear in his mind, saying, "Does the host want to open the system?" Although the mechanical sound does not sound very beautiful, to Chang Nyo, this sound is simply like the sound of nature. Without the slightest hesitation, Chang Nyo hurriedly said, "Open it." After Chang Nyo's voice fell, a mechanical voice appeared again, "The system is opening, please wait." What followed was that a blue vortex seemed to appear in front of Chang Nyo's eyes, and the overall look was deep and mysterious. The vortex was spinning constantly, as if something was about to come out. In less than a while, Chang Nyo seemed to appear in another world, but in this space, everything around him was suspended there, as if provide him with options directly. Chapter 3 System. Now Chang Nyo is almost dumbfounded. All the scenes in front of him are like science fiction, which is really too exciting. Everything seems to be illusory, but everything feels so real. After all, suddenly coming from the original world to this world, everything already feels too illusory, but what appears now makes him even more confused about where reality is. But despite this, Chang Nyo was still quite nervous and excited, and asked with a slightly trembling voice, "What does the Wanja system do?" Answer: the host can purchase Wanja products according to its own situation, or exchange them with equivalent items. The mall includes items, abilities, skills, as well as self-protection and self-attack. Listening to this mechanical sound, Chang Nyo was deeply immersed in it, completely unable to extricate himself. The most important thing is that this thing actually fell on me. I am very happy just thinking about it. The important thing is that as a prince of a kingdom, if I use money to buy things, this thing is probably very simple. After staying in the system space for a while, the excitement began to slowly dissipate. At the end, Chang Nyo asked curiously, "System, is there any initial reward, or a novice gift pack or something like that?" Answer: all items in the system mall need to be purchased with money. Do you want to use 1 Bailey to open the novice gift pack? 1 Bailey. Chongnyo was stunned for a moment because when he was 5 or 6 years old, he had almost never encountered anything that needed to be purchased. Now he didn't know how to calculate the expenses in this square world, but suddenly, he remembered that in the world of One Piece, all expenses were settled using Bailey. Thinking about it, I felt a little excited and immediately said, "Start." Although he doesn't have a Bailey, the key point is that there are too many valuable things in this room, and the mall does not have to use Bailey to exchange. Items of equal value can also be exchanged, which is equivalent to all items. As long as it is exchanged directly for in the mall, the expenses he incurred will be directly displayed. Before Chongnyo exited the space, he saw the balance displayed on the space, with the remaining Bailey being 353.4 million. Apart from being surprised, Chongnyo was also quite curious. What on earth was there around him that was worth so much? But as soon as he thought about it, he immediately realized one thing, that was the devil fruit next to him. But it's too late now. The system will identify the items closest to him that belong to him and exchange them for use. Until now, he still didn't know what happened to his devil fruit. Which series does it belong to? But one thing that can be confirmed is that the devil fruit must be related to the plant system, or plants. I was still thinking about such a good thing. Even if I don't use it, it would be nice to give it to others. But now everything is too late, but Chongnyo is not discouraged anymore. Now he looks expectant. He wants to see what is in the novice gift bag. As the sound of Bailey being consumed sounded, a golden door suddenly appeared in front of him. When the door slowly opened, the system voice sounded again, "Congratulations to the host for getting an initial gift package. Do you want to open it?" When he saw this thing, it was glowing with golden light. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like a valuable item. Chongnyo quickly said, "Open it." Congratulations to the host for receiving a One Piece World package, which includes the top 3 colors of Haki and the 6th Navy training method. The sound of the system sounded, but at this moment, Chongnyo was not very happy or surprised. The most important thing was that among the words prompted by the system, there was a huge bracket at the end, which contained another item, that is keep running 10 kilometers, do 500 push UPS, and 1000 frog jumps every day for 10 years. Although these things are not too complicated, the key point is that people now have requirements that they need to maintain it every day. The key point is that for him as a child, running 10 kilometers a day can kill him, let alone what will happen next. Push UPS and frog jumps. Is this a gift package for newbies, or torture for newbies? This thing is really a question for discussion. Chongnyo was dumbfounded after seeing these things. Thinking about his life in the next 10 years, he would be in dire straits. But at the same time, he also understands that the people in this world are all strong perverts. If he doesn't work hard, he may not know what he will be like in the future. He is pretty good now. At least the old king is still in good health. He doesn't have to worry about anything in recent years. But if in a few years, the old king becomes ill, then this country will be in his hands. How should I complete this handover task? After thinking of this, Nova smiled. Although the novice gift package given by the system was a bit abnormal, it was not unacceptable. After exiting the system space, Chongnyo smiled bitterly and looked at the empty bed next to him. The devil fruit had long since disappeared. Although he had been prepared for it, he suddenly felt a little disappointed. But at this moment, the old king suddenly pushed open the door and walked to Chongnyo. He asked with great concern, "Chongnyo, where did the devil fruit go? Because I still don't know what the function of that thing is, and what type it belongs to." The old king was afraid that his son would be in trouble if he ate another useless devil fruit. Chongnyo smiled, and then said, "Don't worry, Dad, your son didn't eat that thing. It's just that it was left here with us. My son felt that it should be a disaster, so we threw it away." Throw it away, throw it away. This thing is indeed a scourge. For a country like ours, we cannot afford the conflicts caused by this thing." The old king said with lingering fear, not feeling at all that his son was deceiving him. The Toru kingdom belongs to the South China Sea region in the world of One Piece. It can almost be said to be the weakest among the four seas. Chang Nyo is quite clear about this in his heart. "Ever since I knew that I was in the world of pirates, at least one thing is certain, that is, the weakest among the four seas is the South China Sea, but the strongest existence should be the East China Sea. But as the weakest South China Sea, it has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that when you stay in this South China Sea, you rarely encounter so-called pirates. But the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, every time a pirate comes, almost they can plunder a country." "Dad, what were those people from the navy doing here just now?" Chang Nyo asked curiously. The old king thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "It seems that it is unclear where exactly the pirate king's wife is in our country, and their navy wants to arrest her, so I came here to inform her." "One Piece's wife?" Chang Nyo couldn't help but start shouting. When he learned about pirates before, he almost always used the age of discovery as the time standard, but he had never learned about this time point, how many years, etc. He didn't expect that when he learned about the pirate world, it would already be at this time. But this is also good. At least it proves that the protagonist of the future pirate world has not been born yet, so in the future, there will be much more space for him to play and display. But he was so excited that Chang Nyo didn't want to meddle in these nosy things. What he wanted to do now was to seize the time to enrich his 10 years. Thinking about it made him go crazy. "Dad, starting from tomorrow, my son must start exercising. My son must become a strong man. At least from now on, we cannot be bullied by others, and we cannot let anyone come to our country to act unscrupulously," Chang Nyo said seriously. When the old king heard his son say this, he was really happy. The white hair on his head seemed to have turned black at this moment. He grinned and patted Chang Nyo on the shoulder. He said, "Good son, if you have an idea, as long as you want to do it, then do it well. Now that I am old and strong, I will not let you take over this mess in the short term. Looking at what you said, I can live for at least another 20 years. Chang Nyo said with the same smile. Let's not talk about what kind of situation this dad is in, but for Chang Nyo, after coming to this world, his dad is very considerate of his situation. He had never seen his mother since he was born, and Chang Nyo saw everything the old man did. In fact, there are not many people in the huge palace. The kingdom of True is not only very poor in terms of military strength, but also very poor in terms of economy. Almost all of them are in a state of not having enough to eat and starving to death. The country has always been like this, and has never had any good development. After all, no country in this world has it better. But being in the South China Sea, there is not only no good way out in terms of economy and trade, but also in other aspects. Before reaching this position, Chang Nyo didn't want to worry too much. All he could do now was wait, and he could only talk about the specific situation in detail in the future. Starting from the second day, Chang Nyo had gotten up early to start preparing. He was now fully prepared to face the next challenge. Fortunately, the True Kingdom is relatively safe and complete, and there is no need to worry about anything happening. But even so, when Nova was running outside, the old king sent a few people to follow him, for fear that something would happen to him in the middle. His routine every day was almost the same. He got up early in the morning and ran a 10 kilometers lap around the forest. For this child, it almost took a long time to run. Under such intense exercise, especially in the past few days, after finishing the exercise on the first day, he didn't want to get up at all the next day, and even felt like giving up, but in the end he persisted. After a month of this, the usual laziness that I felt every day seems to have eased a lot. I can at least run 10 kilometers a day and end it in one breath. Day after day, year after year, Chang Nyo repeats the same actions every day. Even the people in the palace don't understand why they choose to abuse them in this way, even though they can live a very leisurely life. But his performance was also appreciated by many ministers. At least he could see a perseverance in him that refused to admit defeat and was not so weak. In terms of perseverance, Chang Nyo has won everyone's praise. Recognized. But this situation did not last for several years. In the 7th year, the old king's health was getting worse day by day. After all, by his current age, the old king was already over 80 years old, and it was normal for his health to reach this level. After Chang Nyo finished exercising, he gradually began to get involved in these state affairs. At least in the true kingdom, there was nothing worthy of special attention. After all, this is how this country has always been. They are poor, have no trade, no economy, and almost nothing, but because of this, no one cares about them. But everyone understands that if this continues to develop, what will the country look like? Now it has begun that the people are in dire straits, even worse than before. 5 years ago, the structure of the entire world had changed. The pirate king was executed in Rog Town, but his words before his death shocked the entire world. Many pirates have also appeared one after another in the South China Sea. Even in the Kingdom of True, where pirates are not seen all year round, pirates appear one after another in the sea. This led to a serious decline in the economic strength of the entire kingdom. Fortunately, most pirates are composed of ordinary people. The strength of the kingdom's only army can inhibit most pirates. But sometimes we encounter relatively powerful beings, and heavy casualties are inevitable. The age of discovery has now arrived, and many people's dream is to become pirates. This has resulted in the entire Kingdom of True becoming destitute. Chang Nyo had already discovered all this when he first came into contact with state affairs, but the current situation was still a bit difficult for the entire True Kingdom to achieve the prosperity of the entire nation, at least in the short term. But for Chang Nyo, who has modern thinking, it may not be very difficult to deal with all these matters, let alone that he also has a system. In the 8th year, Chang Nyo is now 14 years old, and it is also the 7th year of the Age of Discovery. Chang Nyo is now about 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and strong physique. Even though he has not participated in any affairs in the kingdom, his lofty status has still attracted the attention of most people in the entire kingdom. Chapter 4: The Kingdom of True. Times are changing rapidly, and even the True Kingdom now has to admit that it is too weak. There are a total of about 60 countries in the South China Sea, and the Kingdom of True can only be regarded as a very inconspicuous country among them. On this day, after Chang Nyo finished his run, he just arrived at the palace hall. At this time, there were already many people below waiting for his arrival. As soon as he sat on the throne, one of the old men below began to say, "Your Highness, the coastal areas of our country have been affected by pirates almost every month recently. Should we come up with a better plan regarding this matter? The national funds are limited, and the distance between the Kingdom of True and the coastline is too long. With our current military strength, we simply cannot take care of any place." Chang Nyo also looked helpless, at least for now. The 14-year-old Chang Nyo gave them the impression that he was very mature and stable, and he considered all aspects of everything well. Even for old men like them, he was very convincing. Although listening to their reports, this kind of thing didn't happen once or twice, it happened almost every time they discussed it. Chang Nyo has been thinking about these issues in the past year or two, and they should indeed be focused on solving them now. At the same time, looking at the depressed looks of the group of people below, Chang Nyo sighed helplessly, and then said with a slight smile, "I already have some plans regarding these things in our kingdom, and I may need your help in the future. Make a good overall statistical budget. Your Highness, if you have anything to do, just ask. We will do our best to serve the country and the people. It's time for us old bones to make our final contribution." A thin old man standing at the front said. "You are all heroes of our Kingdom of True. Next, My opinion is to plant all kinds of flowers and herbs in the entire kingdom of True to create our own kingdom of True. Characteristic attributes. Chongnyo stood up, walked a few steps down, and said to them. There were more than a dozen people standing in the entire hall. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what Chongnyo meant at all. Chongnyo could also tell that he didn't explain too much. Instead, he took out a bottle of unknown liquid from his pocket, but the exquisite decoration on the bottle made everyone look very interested. Chongnyo just sprayed it, and in less than a while, the entire hall began to be filled with fragrance. Smelling this smell, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This is the scent of tulips. This thing is called perfume. It is actually available in other countries, but compared to this, it is far, far behind. I have the method to make these. At present, in this country if you grow food, it may be snatched away by pirates soon. Instead of that, it is better to grow something that they cannot take away at all. This is also an idea I have conceived before. After everyone has planted vanilla, the remaining labor will be responsible for making the entire perfume. At that time, we will sell all these things overseas so that all countries can feel it. It is a specialty of the True Kingdom in the South China Sea. Chongnyo continued to say with a smile. No one has raised objections now. They are all old and mature. Regarding what Chongnyo said, this group of people can naturally guess what the future benefits will be. Your Highness, if the people actually do this, wouldn't the source of food be lost? Said the old man standing in front. Don't worry, Mensi. I have already considered this matter before. From now on, everyone will be responsible for planting flowers and plants, and they must send people over to tell them how to plant them. After the harvest season, let them plant them. All the stamens are picked and sent here. We can pay a certain fee according to the specific situation, and they can be exchanged for food or other daily necessities. If you don't want these things, you can also pay a certain amount of money. This is what we can do. Let all perfumes be made directly in China, and provide those adult men with a job. Only in this way can this country slowly start to move towards prosperity. Chongnyo said with emotion. Others had already begun to nod, and they still agreed with the way Chongnyo said it. For this country's special situation, this is indeed what should be done. Even if we do worse in the future, it will not be worse than the current situation. Now Nova lacks nothing but money. Once all these things are in place, at least whatever she wants will be satisfied. Almost everyone else agreed with such remarks, and no one had any objections. This country is too poor and weak, not to mention that in such an era of great exploration, if you want to preserve a country's economy and people's lives, you naturally need a good leader to participate. Although Nova is only 14 years old, for these old men, he has become a very suitable candidate for king. Your Highness, I feel that I am getting old. From now on, I will leave it to you young people. It is time for us to follow the old king and retire. It is time to give up our position and leave it to these young people to fight. Just when the two parties had just reached an agreement on the future plan for the entire country, one of the ministers stood up and said tactfully. In fact, as they said, the ministers in the entire hall are almost all 60 or 70 years old, the same age as the old king. They have worked hard all their lives in this true country. At their age, it should have been time to enjoy peace and happiness, but because this country is too weak, it has led to the current state. Chongnyo is not unreasonable. They have no nostalgia for this position, but Chongnyo cannot do this. You have sacrificed everything for this country. It should have been a time for you to enjoy peace and happiness. However, this country is now like this. It may take at least a few years to fully develop. So in the next time, I still hope that if you can bear to wait for another 2 years, after a group of new people have been trained, I, Chongnyo, promise that I will definitely let you live a long life. Chongnyo walked in front of everyone, bowed respectfully again, and spoke in a sonorous, powerful, and serious tone. Your Highness is polite. We just feel that our ability and energy are insufficient, and we are afraid of worrying about His Highness's plans. However, if His Highness needs us, we will definitely stick to our posts even if we die. Chongnyo felt deeply after hearing this. After all, although these individuals did not make much difference in this country, they were still an indispensable group of people for this country. That's it for today. Everyone, go back first. As for the planning, I will arrange for other people to carry out it, and your help will be indispensable. Chongnyo said with a smile. In this palace under the dome, these old men don't know what to say. After all, they are already quite old. They naturally know how far their abilities can reach. The other party has already said this, so they must be sure. They have their own practices to arrange. After ending the communication with those ministers, Chongnyo immediately chose to return to the old king. After all, the old man was still his father no matter how much he said it, and some things that should be done still needed to be done. Now the old king's face was full of vicissitudes of life, and the wrinkles on his face were almost tight together. However, when he saw Nova coming over, he still held up his body, smiled, and shouted in a weak voice, "Come on Chongnyo. Already? Dad, how are you feeling today?" Chongnyo sat directly on the bedside and asked softly with a smile. "It's good. At least there are no problems recently." The old king smiled, and then said with frustration, "Just take over the position of king tomorrow. From now on, the kingdom of True will be handed over to you." "What are you talking about? After this period of time, the kingdom will still be waiting for you to preside over it. I am just helping. I know my father's situation very well. There is no need to say such comforting words. It is enough to live to this age. I just want to leave this huge country to you and it is still in such a dilapidated state. Dad, I feel guilty in my heart." The old king said with a smile with tears in his eyes. "Don't worry, my son will definitely make the true kingdom prosperous in the future, and it will never remain like this." Chongnyo said comfortingly. "You have been different since you were a child. Dad believes in you. But from now on when pirates are rampant, Dad will still." Before he could finish his words, Chongnyo picked up a crystal ball placed on the bedside of the old king and put it directly in his hand. Then with just a little effort, the entire crystal ball turned into powder in an instant. Seeing this scene, the old king was not surprised. Originally, what he was most worried about was that his son might not be able to guarantee his own safety. Now that's better. The old king smiled and continued happily, "I see. If you feel pressured in the future, just join the world government. Don't worry about the future. These sons will do it. Relax yourself. Since you don't want to worry, then take a good rest. In the future, your son will definitely let you see a stronger true kingdom." Chongnyo smiled at him. The old king said comfortingly, "That's good, but Dad can't see it anymore, but our Toru kingdom is not without its merits." As the old king spoke, his hands began to tremble, and he took out a piece of parchment from under the pillow, and he didn't know what was drawn on it. "This is a treasure map that has been kept in the palace. Now it is handed over to you. You can follow the things on it to pursue it in the future." The old king said. Now this is indeed of no use to him, so leaving it to Chongnyo is the best choice. The kingdom of Toru is different from other countries. There are no so-called nobles in this kingdom. Almost all of them are poor. In recent years, due to the pirate incident, the people have been in dire straits. Chongnyo took the treasure map and didn't pay too much attention to the things on it. Instead, he still comforted and said, "I will just accept the things. Don't worry about the rest. My son is still here for everything." Chongnyo understood that the current old king's body would definitely not be able to support it for long, but even so, it would not disappear at any time. The arrangements for the entire country had already started 2 years ago. His so-called perfume idea was indeed a very good choice. After all, even if food is grown in this country, it is very likely that it will not be able to survive in the end. But planting flowers and plants is different. For outsiders, this thing has almost no effect. There is almost no money in the palace now. How to maintain the operation of such a large country is the main consideration next. The two chatted for more than half an hour, and Chongnyo walked out with a sad look on his face. His father's body really couldn't last much longer. According to Chongnyo's estimation, it would only last 2 months at most. But as soon as he walked out of the door, a guard hurriedly ran over from outside. The moment they saw Chongnyo, the guard hurriedly bowed and saluted, and said respectfully and panicked, "Your Highness, a large number of pirates have appeared in Manhwa port. Master Junhee asked us to inform you as soon as possible. I hope you can get an idea." Faced with this sudden incident, Nova looked calm. Seeing the nervous look of the guard who came over, Chongnyo directly said, "How many troops are there now?" "Your Highness, there are currently about 500 people in Manhwa port, but there are a lot of pirates, about 1,000. Let's go, I'll go over and take a look too." Chongnyo continued to say calmly, "Manhwa port is not very far from the palace, and the country itself is not particularly big. According to Nova's current speed, it can be reached in about half an hour." At Manhwa port, the two parties were almost confronting each other. Standing at the front was a young man who looked about 20 years old, with fierce and stern eyes. This person is Junhee, the most loyal person in the kingdom, and he is also considered particularly powerful in terms of strength. When Chongnyo was 10 years old, he had already begun to train a number of people, using the training of the 6th form of the Navy at that time, and informed them about the practice of domineering, but the number of people in the end was not very large. But even if Junhee is one of them, he is also the most powerful one. Facing the 7 or 8 pirate ships in front of him, Junhee didn't feel nervous at all, but he also clenched his fists. Such a huge pirate group was really intimidating. The most important thing is that no one knows the purpose of coming to the true kingdom. What's going on now? Chapter 5000 Pirates. Hearing the sound, Junhee immediately turned his head. When he saw Chongnyo's face, he immediately said respectfully, "Your Highness, why are you here? Such a big thing has happened. What if I don't come?" Chongnyo said speechlessly. Junhee took a deep breath, laughed directly, and then said with a serious face, "The other party has 8 ships in total, and it seems that there should be about 1,000 people. It is also a challenge for those of us. It's good to keep them all this time because the country is short of construction personnel." Chongnyo said with an indifferent expression. Junhee and the others no longer knew what to say. What on earth was His Highness thinking? As the fleet got closer and closer, most of the 500 people in the army were a little panicked. After all, they were almost all a group of people who had never experienced combat. The one at the head of the fleet has a skull and crossbones logo hanging on it. As it gets closer, it looks more and more obvious. But before the army could react, the opponent's artillery shells had already hit. "How are you doing with the skills I taught you before?" Chongnyo looked at Junhee and asked. "I've almost learned it, but didn't you say that I can't use it in front of others?" Junhee asked with a puzzled look on his face. "It doesn't matter if they are at your own doorstep. If you capture them all, we will really need them for the next construction of the country," Chongnyo said with a smile on his face. The two people behaved extremely calmly without any panic, but the group of people behind them were completely different now. Among them, there are dozens of people who behave exactly like the two of them. The most important group of people are those trained by Chongnyo in the past few years. The cannons on the pirate ship kept roaring, but their accuracy was a little too bad. The artillery fire roared for a long time, but in the end no one on his side was injured. This made the soldiers who were a little scared at first began to feel braver. "I'm watching here. You go and capture them all. If there is resistance, it doesn't matter if you kill them." But try to keep these pirate ships intact. Our country is relatively poor, so these things are still worth a lot money. Don't kill people if you can. If you train these people well, they will be the mainstay of our country in the future. Chang Nyo said directly to Junhee next to him with a sinister smile on his face. Junhee also laughed, and then replied forcefully, yes. After he finished speaking, he looked directly at the group of soldiers standing behind him and shouted loudly, after training for so long, it's time to show off our own skills. Everyone, follow me. After Junhee finished speaking, he was the first to rush forward, followed by dozens of people, none of whom were timid. Under everyone's gaze, as soon as they reached the edge of the coast, they all jumped into the air and ran toward the pirate ship through the air. At this scene, not to mention the pirates on the opposite side, even the remaining hundreds of soldiers behind them were all stunned. These people were those who were specially selected from the army before Chongnyo and were relatively young and physically strong. For these soldiers, such a scene is simply a fantasy. They have never seen such a situation. The group of pirates is actually the same. When they see a group of people flying in the sky, these individuals, most of the guys were scared to death. Fire the guns, don't let them get close to the ship. The group of pirates could no longer hold back, but one of them still started to shout loudly and command. But the outcome of the matter has been determined, and this is not something that can be solved by just the number of people. There were a large number of pirates, and cannonballs were flying all over the sky, but in the end, almost none of them were encountered. Junhee and a group of people landed directly on these pirate ships. One by one, it was almost as if they were in an uninhabited land. They were all invincible and no one could stop them. Even their so-called pirate captain looked pretty much the same in the end. But just when everyone thought it was going to end, suddenly there was a person on the boat jumping directly to a height of 100 meters, and the speed was much faster than they could use the Navy 6 style shave. Devil fruit. Chongnyo stood on the periphery and watched. This was obviously not normal. You could even tell at a glance that it was the effect of the devil fruit. But he is just one person, and for so many people, it does not require much effort. The key is that this guy accidentally started charging towards Chongnyo. Do you know who I am? I am a jumping person with the jumping fruit. Uncle Defa Mo is also. This guy yelled while jumping. He was wearing a robe and looked like a second-rate guy. Moreover, this guy didn't seem to realize that he was in the same situation at all. When they landed on the sand, the pirate captain kept laughing and taunting them. But the moment he landed, a foot stretched out from nowhere and kicked him directly in the face. Before he could stand still, he had already flown hundreds of meters away. This time, the soldiers who stayed behind and watched were all stunned. They were even more shocked than when Jun and the others flew into the sky just now. Chongnyo moved hundreds of meters in an instant, and with just one kick, he had already knocked the opponent's captain unconscious, which was really surprising. I thought he was such a powerful person. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Chongnyo was speechless. There really was no one he could use to practice with him. Even after eating the devil fruit, he was still weak. However, such a rare devil fruit has actually been encountered twice in my own country in the South China Sea. This group of pirates has actually obtained such a rare thing. In less than 30 minutes, the opponent's pirate group of thousands of people have been beaten to pieces. If it weren't for Chongnyo's order to preserve the pirate ship, it would have been about 10 minutes. It has ended. Junhee used Moonstep to fly back from the sky. When he stood in front of Chongnyo, he said with a smile on his face, "Your Highness, the matter has been resolved." "Very good, let them check the supplies on the pirate ship. As for these people, take them back and take a good look at them. They will be used next." Chongnyo said calmly. There is no surprise at all for this result, and I even think it should be natural. After all, I have put so much effort into cultivating these individuals. If in the end I can't even deal with a group of pirates, it would be a bit unreasonable. Your Highness, there are a lot of good things on board. Would you like to take a look at them? Junhee said. There's nothing to see. Just sort out all the valuable things and send them to the palace. As for the remaining things, especially this ship, take off the pirate flag on it and use it for civilian use from now on. Chang Nyo said. Okay, Your Highness. By the way, control that guy well, devil fruit user, there will be some use for him next. Chang Nyo said with a smile. The main reason is that he already understands the nature of the devil fruit on the other party. It is almost a scum and has no effect at all. In less than an hour since I came here, everything has been finished, which is really beyond everyone's imagination. Chang Nyo himself couldn't help but sigh. He didn't feel like fighting at all. After Chang Nyo left, the whole crowd started to become lively, especially the soldiers who had done nothing. Everyone was discussing the changes just now. Junhee himself was also a little surprised. He had already guessed that Chang Nyo's strength should be quite high, but no one saw how the other party acted just now, and it ended up like this. A devil fruit user cannot even take a kick, he is too weak. Go and serve that guy well. Don't let him die. According to His Highness's instructions, these people will still be of great use in the future. Junhee shouted directly to the soldiers. Yes. Everyone's uniform voices were sonorous and powerful. After seeing the power of these people, their inner sense of honor also rose collectively. Let go, uncle. Do you know who I am? I am a devil fruit user. Jumping. Bang. Before the Tide Pirate Captain could finish his words, Shunye kicked him directly in the face. Still thinking carefully about the state of Chang Nyo's kick just now, he still shook his head helplessly. You bastard are like this now, how dare you talk about being a devil fruit user? Junhee whispered with a speechless expression. Sir Junhee, everyone and everything has been cleared. A total of 951 pirates, 8 pirate ships, a shipload of food, and a large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry were captured. While Junhee was still standing there thinking, a soldier ran over and started reporting. All the gold, silver, and jewelry will be sent to the palace. As for these pirate ships, they will be remodeled and the pirate flags on them will be taken off. They will be used as cargo ships for our country from now on. Junhee said calmly. He also began to imitate Chang Nyo's more arrogant look. There were 500 people guarding nearly 1,000 people at the scene, which looked quite funny. But at this time, no one among the pirates had any unusual thoughts. After all, his own captain was already captured in front of him, so what did he have to struggle for? The main reason was due to the other party's strength. The appearance of those dozens of people really made them a little scared. Not long after we went to sea, we had already met such a group of people. They were really a bit of a loser. The surrounding people all gathered around one by one, watching the scene in front of them with interest. After all, such things are rarely seen in the true kingdom. All the common people's fear of pirates seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Junhee specially led these pirates to walk very slowly, just to let the people of his country see that today's pirates are just like this, and that their country has the ability to protect the safety of its people. Chang Nyo intends to start cultivating a group of young people. After all, after the future of this country is handed over to itself, some things and thinking still need to start to change as soon as possible. Now for the surrounding countries, their kingdom of True can be considered to have some simple self-protection capabilities, but if you want more, it is probably still early. Just 1 month later, a relatively big thing happened in the kingdom of True, that is, the old king died. No one was more hurt by this incident, even Chang Nyo had this idea. The old king is now 85 years old, which is a normal death of old age, and he was extremely peaceful before leaving. As his only son, Chang Nyo naturally succeeded him as king. Lord Genji, you will need to take over the position of king tomorrow. It would be better for you to rest early tonight. In the middle of the night, Chang Nyo stood alone outside the main hall, looking up at the starry sky above his head. What was he thinking in his mind? But at this moment, a maid behind him began to remind him. Chang Nyo glanced at the other party, but did not say anything. Instead, he continued to look up at the stars. To outsiders, he might be missing his father, but only he himself could understand the real situation. The news of the old king's death could not reach all the people on the fifth day, but what made them clear was that a new king was about to appear in the kingdom of True. Every citizen is looking forward to Chang Nyo's next performance, whether he can lead his kingdom to become prosperous and powerful. Bearing all the pressure, Chang Nyo did not go to sleep in the middle of the night, but stood here looking up at the stars. After staying for a long time, he seemed to already know his mission. He did not choose to escape. He just smiled slightly and then started walking towards the place where he lived. From now on, no one from above will protect him, and all creation can only be carried out by himself. Early the next morning, the entire palace is almost at its busiest. Whether it is the group of old ministers or the fledgling talents, they are all waiting for someone. Chang Nyo appeared at the end, wearing a completely different king's attire from the past, with a golden crown on his head. At the age of 14 or 15, he was still a little immature, but overall he looked very imposing. When he walked into the main hall, everyone began to salute respectfully, which could be regarded as congratulations to him as the new king for ascending to the throne. Chang Nyo stood under the throne and looked at the chair above quietly. He had done this before. When he was acting as an agent for the country before, he almost sat on it without any rules, but this time he sat on it. But it's completely different. Chapter 6 Demon Sword Muramasa. Call. Chang Nyo exhaled suddenly, and then began to walk up with long strides. The moment he sat down, everyone below bowed to the end and shouted together, "See your Majesty." Chang Nyo was still a little uncomfortable with it, but at this moment, the system that had been silent made a sound at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending to the throne. To express congratulations, the system has specially sent a gift. Chang Nyo was still in a state of confusion just now, but now he has begun to be shocked. He did not expect that he would become the king, and the system could actually give him items. This thing is really surprising. Then he came back to his senses, looked at the ministers below, and said with a smile on his face, "You are all welcome, just as before. This kingdom is not my own, but belongs to everyone's joint efforts. You are just a leader, but you are the ones who really need the actual operation. Furthermore, this country will still need a lot of help from you in the future." Chang Nyo finished speaking respectfully, then stood up and saluted everyone. The ministers below were all a little surprised, but when Chang Nyo saluted, everyone bowed to the end again. It can be said that this time is completely different from before. The other party is already the king and the leader of the country. When people give gifts, they think highly of them. Everyone, the road ahead will be difficult, and it may not be as smooth sailing as we imagined. I hope you can all go hand in hand. I hope the future true kingdom will become what we imagined. Chang Nyo stood up and said again, "Your Majesty, the kingdom of True will definitely become what we want to see in the future, otherwise my subordinates will be the first to refuse to agree." Junhee said directly and carelessly. "You have the nerve to say this. From now on, you will be responsible for the security of the entire True Kingdom. The heavy responsibility on your shoulders will be very high. I hope you can live up to this position and the trust of the whole country." Chang Nyo said softly. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as my subordinates are here, I will never let any pirates land on the land that belongs to our kingdom of True." Junhee changed his playful smile just now and said with a serious face. Chang Nyo smiled, which was regarded as acknowledging the other party's attitude. There are indeed many things we will face in the future, so Chang Nyo plans to talk about the things directly today. Everyone, I believe you still remember the plan I said before. From now on, all the places along the coast of the Kingdom of True will be planted with flowers and grass. Our country needs to create its own brand and ensure that more than half of the people can have their own jobs and income. Now that the plan has begun to be implemented, everyone must have begun to understand that the construction of a perfume factory 10 kilometers away from the palace has begun half a month ago. This is only the first step. There is still a lot we have to do in the future, which may involve to textiles or other things. Therefore, in the future, everyone's burden will not be light. For the sake of the country and the people, I hope that you can take your work more seriously in the days to come. Chang Nyo said loudly. Anyway, the construction of perfume factories is not a secret in the country. Most people are already aware of it, and most people are already looking forward to having a job of their own in it. It's just that Chang Nyo's true thoughts are not just that. After he has money, he will at least be able to buy various things from other worlds, and he won't have to worry about anything else. What he has to do now is to quickly develop the country for the better. After all, this kind of thing is the top priority. As for his own affairs, Chang Nyok has never considered that far. Your Majesty the King, if your plan is true, the food of the people will become a big problem. The food supply of other surrounding countries is not very sufficient. How should we solve this problem? An old man below asked. Chang Nyo smiled, and then said directly, "Don't worry about this, Mr. Dongwei. I have also considered these things. After all, once the people change their flowers and plants, food issues will definitely be the first choice they face. So you don't have to worry about that at all. So where should the people's food come from?" Dongwei continued to ask. "Master Dongwei, Your Majesty the King, I have begun to purchase large quantities of food from other countries, so you can rest assured about this." Junhe walked out and said, "I think with the current situation of our country, it is better to join the world government directly. This will at least protect us from pirate attacks in the future." While everyone was discussing, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s stood up and spoke to everyone. He has a mustache and looks very smart. Chang Nyo smiled and said, "You are indeed right. Joining the world government can indeed deter pirates in some respects, but the key question is, have you ever thought that the group of people behind the world government will come to us? What do you want?" The man who was speaking just now was stunned for a moment. He didn't think about it that much. He just felt that the deterrence of the world government would at least make his country much safer. Everyone else also thought about it, and Dong Wa said with a serious face, "The world government will never engage in any loss-making business. Let's not talk about whether there is anyone who can help us in the South China Sea. To be fair, their annual sky gold is enough for us. The standard of living in our country has dropped yet another level. Dong Wa is right. Our country is already like this. If we add the offering of gold from the sky, then our national life will be almost unnecessary. By then, why do we still need pirates to come and plunder?" Chang Nyo also said. The middle-aged man who just spoke suddenly became silent. He could only look at everyone blankly. From his heart, he did not have any bad thoughts, but he thought that this method might be more correct. But he never thought about the issue of heavenly gold. It is true that the country has reached this level. If it continues to squeeze the people, then the country will almost exist in name only. Okay, everyone should follow the previous process first. Now the entire country's population has been collected. The first batch must meet at least 20% of the country's employment needs. We will find ways to improve the rest in the future. The current economic situation in the country. Chang Nyo stood up and said. Yes, His Majesty the King. No one has refused now. No matter what the situation is, they all want to see where Chang Nyo's performance will be next. Soon after, almost everyone in the True Kingdom knew about the decision made by the current king. But for ordinary people, few people raised objections, and they were even very happy with such things. At least they no longer have to worry about their own livelihood. They can grow flowers and plants. One person can at least operate several acres of land. The food obtained from these lands is almost enough for the whole family. After all, the ratio of exchanges has been clearly stipulated at the beginning, and the climate here is indeed very suitable for planting flowers and plants. At the same time, there is no definition of which varieties need to be planted. Suddenly, the entire True Kingdom was caught up in a new round of planting plans. Everyone is in full swing. Even people from other countries who come here are curious about what is going on with the people in this country. But for Chongnyo, the only advantage he has now is that as long as he has money, food can be directly supplied continuously. With the system, the so-called food can be almost as much as he wants. In the palace hall, after Chongnyo explained the details to everyone, including how to make it, he quickly left the hall. Now he has begun to be quite curious, what exactly did the system give to him after he became the king? After returning to the room, Chongnyo couldn't bear it anymore and closed the door directly. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and began to feel everything in the spiritual world. But when he opened the system space, he was quite surprised. "System, where are the things you gave me?" Chongnyo shouted directly in the spiritual world. Answer: the items given away by the mall system this time are for a lottery. The host can click to enter the lottery. The internal settings include all the items of the Wanja Mall. The details depend on the host's personal luck. The mechanical sound of the system sounded, but Chongnyo was a little speechless. Just give something away, why do you need to draw the lottery yourself in the end? So far, anything is better than nothing. Chongnyo was not discouraged and shouted directly, "Open the lottery." As soon as the voice fell, the style of the entire system space changed. The original sky blue space interface has now turned pink. And there is a button in front of him, as if he can get everything by pressing it. Without saying a word, Chongnyo directly pressed the red button. As the space screen above his head kept rotating, when it finally stopped, even Chongnyo couldn't help but marvel. What is frozen in front of him is actually a long sword, a tachi to be precise, and the name of the tachi is already marked on it. Almost everyone who has watched the anime knows that this thing is the demon sword Muramasa. Chongnyo naturally knew the function of this thing, and it was a pretty awesome existence, but he didn't expect that the so-called 10,000 Realms Mall system could really transmit things from other worlds to his side. After he came to his senses, Demon Sword Muramasa stood upright beside Chongnyo's bedside. The faint red scabbard and the hilt of a special material emit a faint red light, making it obvious that this thing is not simple. The most important thing is that it exudes an evil aura, which makes people shudder even if they get close. Chongnyo stood up and grabbed the demon sword Muramasa. Suddenly, a special aura spread directly throughout his body, as if he was establishing a connection with himself. Chongnyo was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the system could actually create such a good thing, and that it could directly allow him to establish the relationship between master and servant. "Now that you have appeared in this world, you and I will be together from now on. In this world, I will definitely live up to your reputation." Chongnyo carefully looked at the demonic sword in front of him and continued to mutter something. "But after all, the key is that I don't know any swordsmanship at all. Even if I have such a famous sword, there is nothing I can do if I don't know how to use it." After thinking of this, Chongnyo suddenly remembered that there were more than 300 million in expenses in his system space. When should he wait for more at this time? Chongnyo placed the demon sword beside the bed and entered the system space again. He calmly shouted directly to the system, "System, is there a more powerful way to use swordsmanship?" As soon as the voice fell, the words Fishin Yujian Liu suddenly appeared on the blue screen in front of him. But looking at the amount of money required below, Chongnyo, a poor guy, suddenly felt intimidated. But this time it was not impossible to buy it. The overall price of Fishin Yujian style was actually 500 million. This thing was really beyond his imagination. I originally thought that the 300 million in my account would allow me to squander it for a while, but I didn't expect that just a book of swordsmanship would turn me into a pauper in an instant. The key is that the cost is not enough. With a slight sigh, Changnyo exited the system space directly, and then stared at Muramasa, who was lying calmly on the bed. "Don't worry, I will definitely let you see you again soon," Changnyo said with a smile. Demon Sword Muramasa seemed to have felt Changnyo's thoughts. It originally emitted a faint red light, and the light on its body began to slowly disappear until it finally turned into an ordinary sword. The overall length of the demon sword Muramasa is about 1 meter, and the length of the blade is also about 70 centimeters. If he really gets the flying sword style, Changnyo can at least make a big improvement in his strength. But now he is a pauper and has no effect at all. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered what his father gave him before he died. That's a treasure left in one of these parts of the country. Although I don't know what is hidden in this treasure, at least what my father gave me before he died will definitely not be so empty. After thinking for a while, Changnyo felt that it would be better to take practical action. He opened his pillow and took out the roll of parchment. The specific location was clearly recorded on it, and even the specific mountain tops were clearly marked. This time the treasure is obviously not in the sea, but on a high mountain, and it is in his own country. After reading it, Changnyo was a little curious, why was his cheap dad unwilling to open it until the end? What is hidden inside is really unclear. But according to his understanding of the One Piece world, there are many places where he can get enough money, but at least he needs to reach his strength before he can start looking again. Chapter 7 Meeting Garp by Chance. At present, the entire country's palace treasury contains less than 200 million belly at most. For Changnyo, this amount of money can only supply the food needs of the domestic people. Therefore, even if the strength cannot be increased, Changnyo will not have any bad intentions with those things in the treasure house. After looking at the treasure map for a while, Changnyo was a little surprised, because the place names and places marked on it were obviously within his own country, but the key point is that Changnyo has not even left the capital of this kingdom since he was born. Have been out there, let alone know anything about other things outside. After thinking about it in this small room for a long time, Changnyo stood up, picked up the demon knife and walked out of the room. Ask Junhee to come over and see me, and tell me that I have something to ask him. Changnyo directly gave instructions to the maid who was standing guard at the door of the room. Yes, His Majesty the King. Now that all the details of the matter have begun to develop, it is natural to make a treasure map. It is not necessary at this time because it will not be used in the future anyway. After returning to the palace hall for almost half an hour, Junhee walked over quickly. When they first met, Junhee immediately shouted respectfully, "Your Majesty the King, I heard that you are looking for me here." "Yes, I would like to ask, do you know that there is a place called Taiwa Mountain in our country?" Changnyo asked directly. "Your Majesty the King, I have never heard of the place you mentioned. I don't know why you suddenly asked about this," Junhee said. Changnyo did not hide anything and directly took out the treasure map that the old king left for him and handed it to the other party. Junhee glanced at it, and then he was a little confused. He said to Changnyo, "Your Majesty the King, this should be Bat Lila, the place closest to the kingdom of Roha in our country. Is it far from here?" Changnyo asked. "It's not very far. After all, our country is only so big, but it will take at least a day to get there," Junhee said directly, and Changnyo seemed to have an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this place name, but after thinking about it for a while, he still didn't understand where it was. "Come here tomorrow morning, and we'll go together then," Changnyo ordered. "Yes, His Majesty the King." Despite this arrangement, Changnyo's tasks still have to continue every day. It's just that running, push ups, and frog jumps have been with him for so many years. For him now, it doesn't even take half an hour to complete them. It's only a 10-kilometer journey. If I had used my own abilities, I would have solved it in 2 minutes. But he won't end it so perfunctorily. This kind of training, at least many things must be done seriously. The next day, almost at dawn, they were already sailing on the boat. On this wide seaside, this was also the first time Changnyo left the palace. His expression looked very calm, but his heart had already begun to become restless. After all, in this world of one piece, what most people yearn for is freedom, but can this kind of freedom really exist? Along the way, they almost always followed the coastline, and at the same time they were able to understand the living conditions of the people in various places. At least wherever they looked, they almost saw people living in dire straits. It is precisely because of this that Changnyo wants to change the current situation of this country. The ship they are on now was still used by those pirates at that time. This ship looks quite big. It will definitely not be a problem to accommodate 300 to 500 people. The most important thing is to change the flag of this ship. After a while, he looked much more domineering and majestic. However, those who originally belonged to the owners of this ship are now almost all engaged in the most basic construction work within the royal city's territory. The feeling on the sea is so good. After things here come to an end, I also want to go out and have a good sightseeing. Changnyo said to himself while standing on the bow of the boat. His Majesty the King will definitely do it. At least we will all believe in you. The future of the country is in your hands. After Changnyo finished speaking, a maid behind him said with a smile. Changnyo enjoyed this feeling very much. He turned to look at the maid, and said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, "The future of the country is in the hands of all of us. If I just rely on myself, I may not be able to do much in the end." His Majesty the King said it is true, but Lena is still honored to be able to follow His Majesty the King. Said the little maid. I hope everything is as we imagined. In this case, at least we won't have to worry about the future for a lot of time. Changnyo said softly. This time, there were about 50 people who followed, and each of them had their own division of labor. Changnyo didn't want to make things too ostentatious this time, so it was good to move forward in secret like this. But everything is not as simple as I imagined. Even in this calm South China Sea, there will still be unexpected surprises. Just when they were not even halfway to their destination, a naval warship came towards them. The seagull flag was flying on the mast above. It could be seen clearly even from a long distance away. The most important thing was not the mast, but the shape of the naval warship, which made Changnyo start to feel surprised. Your Majesty the King, a naval warship is found ahead. What should we do? Junhee quickly ran up and asked directly. Don't do anything. Remember later, no matter what happens, you must not expose your abilities. Changnyo said with a serious face. In fact, Junhee has always wanted to ask why, even now, after training for several years, Changnyo still has not given an explanation to these people. Changnyo stared at the navy warship that was about a kilometer ahead. The shape of the dog's head made him feel at a glance who should be sitting on it. Do your best to avoid the navy warship, and try not to have any contact with the people on it. Changnyo ordered again. Yes, His Majesty the King. I didn't expect it to be Garp. It's really surprising that I can see Vice Admiral Iron Fist of the Navy here. Changnyo stood on the bow of the ship and continued to watch, then whispered to himself. He doesn't want to have any conflict with the other party now, or even meet him. After all, he still doesn't know what will happen, and why the other party wants to come to the South China Sea is still unknown. The Navy warship was almost head-on with the ship they were on, but under Changnyo's instructions, the huge ship began to slowly turn to the other side. When the two ships approached, they cleverly avoided each other. But things can't end so easily. Just when they were all about to breathe a sigh of relief, a middle-aged man in a suit stood on the ship where Changnyo was, or on the deck to be precise. The robe of justice was draped on his back, which looked particularly obvious. With his strong muscles and this square face, Changnyo had already confirmed that this was Vice Admiral Iron Fist Garp when he discovered it. Wow, haha! It turns out this is not a pirate ship. I almost beat him to pieces with one punch just now. It's a good thing I didn't do this. Garp stood on the deck, not paying attention to the eyes of others, and laughed directly. Changnyo was speechless, but he still stepped forward and said respectfully, Mr. Navy Vice Admiral Iron Fist, Mr. Garp, I really didn't expect that I can still see you in the South China Sea. It really makes me feel lucky. You little guy actually know me? Garp asked curiously, but there was no malice in his eyes. Of course I know you, but you may not know me here. I am Changnyo, King of True. When I was very young, I heard my father often mention you. I didn't expect to see you today. Changnyo said with a smile. When Garp first appeared, Junhee and others were on guard, but after listening to the chat between the two, they began to let down their guard. Garp became even more curious. He looked at Changnyo and asked curiously, I didn't expect you to become the king of this country at such a young age. It seems that the burden on you is not very small. Is your country not doing well now? Excuse me, Lieutenant General Garp, for your concern. I believe that things will get better in the Kingdom of True in the days to come. Haha, you little guy is really interesting. Do you want to come to the Navy and work under me? Garp looked directly at Changnyo and asked. Changnyo even rolled his eyes. The other party poached so blatantly, which really made people speechless. Lieutenant General Garp, if Changnyo were not King True, he would be very happy or willing to follow you, but as you can see, there are also many Chinese behind me who are waiting for me to lead them to live a good life. It seems that your request cannot be met this time. Changnyo said with a smile. Well, that's what you little guy said. After all, your country is really not that good. It's too poor. If you feel that being a king is not fun in the future, you can go to the Navy to find me. I will definitely reserve one for you. Good location, Garp said with a smile. Lieutenant General Lao really cares about me. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely be willing. Where are you going? Let's see if it goes smoothly. I can protect you for a while. As soon as Changnyo finished speaking, Garp asked directly. Excuse me, Lieutenant General, for your concern. Your Majesty just wants to take a look at the current situation in the country to help you understand how to respond and solve it next. Before Changnyo said anything, Junhee opened his mouth and spoke directly at this moment. Garp's eyes were fierce for a moment, staring directly at Junhee, who was talking, but only for a moment. Then he returned to his original appearance, still smiling and wearing a dog head hat. After Garp observed the people on the ship for a while, he then said to Changnyo with a smile on his face, in that case, I will leave first. I believe we will see you again in the future. No one else has figured it out yet. What does this old man mean? Could it be that he came to his own ship just to convey these few words? But something that surprised Junhee happened next. Garp directly stepped on the moon steps and instantly flew into the sky, and then galloped all the way through the air, heading towards the Navy warship where he was. It was only then that Junhee finally understood why Changnyo had not allowed people like him to show their abilities from the very beginning. If the guess is correct, these training methods and abilities must be inseparable from the Navy? Back on the warship, as soon as Garp sat on the chair, an impatient voice appeared behind him, shouting, Garp, if you want to leave in the future, can you tell me in advance? Crane, don't be too nervous, I just went over to take a look. Garp said with a serious face. Did you discover something? He asked directly. She could sense from Garp's expression that the other party's ship might not be as simple as she imagined, so she began to ask with a straight face. The people on that ship are not simple. I didn't expect that this small true kingdom could actually have such fighting power. Garp said. What do you mean by that? Could it be that they are all devil fruit users? Crane asked worriedly. No, it's just that I suddenly noticed that their physical training structure is very powerful, and it can even be compared with the best of our Navy. Garp said directly. So this is what you're talking about. For people in many places, as long as they strengthen their training, they can almost do it. What's so surprising about this kind of thing? He said indifferently. You don't understand even after I told you. It seems there is no need to talk to you about this anymore. Maybe we can meet that little guy again in the future. He is really an interesting person. Garp said with a slight smile, and then ignored the matter. After all, many times it is true as he said, if other people follow the training methods properly, they can also reach the status of those in the Navy. He is not sure whether what he saw is right or wrong, so he just went to the other party's ship to test it out, but the final result seems to be almost the same as what he thought. But Garp doesn't care too much about these things. As long as the other party is not a pirate, then even having such strength is normal for a country. Chapter 8 Treasure. On the Konoha, the ship where Changnyo and the others were, everyone was still looking confused, looking at the Navy warship that had begun to move away. Junhee walked up to Changnyo and asked, Your Majesty, do you know the old man just now? Of course I know him. He can be said to be the ceiling of strength in this world. More importantly, he is currently the most powerful person in the Navy. Changnyo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and praised without hesitation. Really or not? But from the looks of his subordinates, he doesn't look very powerful. Junhee said with a surprised look on his face. You know Hammer, this old man is quite ferocious, and his opponent's perception is very strong. After hearing what Changnyo said, Junhee's eyes darkened. He wanted to ask something but didn't know how to say it. Seeing that Changnyo didn't seem to care about it now, Junhee hesitated for a while and asked, Your Majesty, is the method you used to train us related to the Navy? Changnyo smiled, then patted the opponent's shoulder directly, and this time, he said without any taboo, You are right, the training method for you is the training system that the Navy has never spread to others, and it is also the Navy's training method. The most powerful among them are the 6 style skills. I see. Only then did Junhee understand why Changnyo had not allowed them to show their strength to outsiders. Even the training results of their number 100 people had reached such a level, let alone those who stayed in the Navy. Training achievements. There was no surprise at all. Junhee just had some questions. Where did he, His Majesty the King, get these things from when he was 10 years old? But the key now is not the time to ask these questions. However, he only needs to know that he is loyal to the country and loyal to His Majesty. Stop thinking about it and set off quickly. We haven't even walked half the way yet, and we don't know if we can get there before dark. Changnyo said directly to Junhee. Yes, His Majesty the King. Changnyo, who had regained his composure, looked at the slowly moving ship, but was thinking about why Garp came to the South China Sea. This place was far away from their naval headquarters. It could be said that it was quite a distance. As far as the old man is concerned, there is definitely something going on when he comes to this place. The South China Sea is weak as a whole, and there are not a large number of pirates. It would not be possible for the strongest navy to come to this place. More importantly, the South China Sea has few countries that have joined the world government, so there is no need to come here. Stroll. It seems that the old man's purpose of coming here must be related to Bat Lila. After all, this is the birthplace of the Pirate King's son, and the burial place of the Pirate King's wife. Others don't know the relationship between Garp and Pirate King Roger, but Changnyo, who has the eye of God and already knows the overall situation, is quite clear about the relationship between the two. The treasure indicated by the treasure map is also in Batilla, but the Pirate King's wife also stayed there. If there really is no certain connection, is it possible? At least that's what Changnyo has been thinking all along. As the king of this country, Changnyo still knows more or less what Bat Lila's situation is. The year-round population of this place is only about 20,000, and most places are surrounded by mountains. Although it is also connected to the sea, this island does not have many places for human survival. During the continuous sailing process, Chongnyo was not in any mood to enjoy the surrounding scenery, but this time, he took a stroll along the coastline of his country. The whole country is not particularly big, and it only takes a day by boat, not to mention that the current sailing speed is extremely slow. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a land of palm. When it got dark, the maid who had been staying beside Chongnyo reminded her, "Your Majesty the King, Batlila Island is expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. Master Junhee asked me to inform you here." "Are you here?" Chongnyo asked with a sigh. "Yes, Your Majesty the King, but it is already dark now. Shall we spend the night on the island first?" "Let's spend the night first. Let's inform them and stop 5 miles away from Batilla Island. Don't disturb the residents of the island," Chongnyo ordered. "Yes, His Majesty the King." Chongnyo finally came out. He didn't want to disturb the residents of the island again when it got dark. After all, a ship suddenly passed by. At such a specific time, it was likely to be mistaken by the residents of the island. "I think pirates, if this is really the case, will definitely cause them to panic." It was already dark anyway, there was enough space on the ship for everyone to rest, and there was no need to do other things. The next day, early in the morning, Chongnyo had already led everyone and began to move towards the location marked on the treasure map. The entire Batlila Island area is not very small, or in other words, it still has a large area. But most of the places are high mountains and forests. The place where everyone chose to go ashore this time has been specially designed to avoid the people living here. Walking in this dense forest, Chongnyo asked curiously, "Junhee, are you sure you can find the place so early?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty the King. If there is nothing wrong with the treasure map, the specific location should be not far ahead," Junhee said. "Some people have been walking for several hours now. Except for those who stayed on the boat, there were almost 20 people who came with them. In this huge island, it is still very difficult to determine the location just by relying on a treasure map that doesn't look like much. Especially since this group of people are now walking in a dense forest, it is almost impossible to confirm their direction." After nearly an hour, the sweltering heat of staying in the forest was almost unbearable. "Junhee, didn't you say we were almost there? What is the situation now?" Chongnyo couldn't help but shout directly. "Your Majesty, this forest seems very strange. So far, I find that we have been circling in circles. I don't know what is going on," Junhee said with a helpless look. The sweat on everyone's foreheads has begun to slowly decrease at this moment, and the sultry environment makes everyone a little manic. There is no need for Junhee to say the words anymore. Chongnyo has already discovered it himself. After all, it feels a bit weird here. Chongnyo took a serious look at the situation around him. He had already said this. Only then did he realize that there were no sounds of birds in the surrounding area, and it was even as if there were no living creatures living at all. "Your Majesty, please take a rest first. I will take the people to the tree to take a look." "What is the situation?" Junhee said respectfully. "No, don't separate. It seems a bit complicated here," Chongnyo said directly. After the voice fell, Chongnyo walked straight to a big tree whose top was almost invisible. It was at least 10 meters in diameter, but Chongnyo had seen this guy more than once. It seemed that all their actions revolved around do the same with this tree. "System, can you find out what's going on?" Answer: "I'm very sorry to the host. This system is the Wanjamal system and is not responsible for other situations." Chongnyo was speechless. Facing this situation, it really put them in a dilemma. But he could feel that there was definitely an area in this place that he hadn't noticed yet. No matter what, it is impossible for it to appear without reason, so the same is true for this place. Since the system is no longer useful, then at least you should be more careful. "Your Majesty, have you discovered anything here?" Junhee looked at Chongnyo and walked up to ask. "We don't have any clue yet. Chongnyo said directly, and then asked, there is such a place in our kingdom of True. Is it possible that no one knew about it before? Sorry, my subordinates have not paid attention to this matter. Junhee said with his head lowered. Forget it, let's find a way out quickly. Chongnyo said helplessly. Your Majesty, how about we just cut down these trees? A soldier stepped forward, swallowed and said. No, these trees are too big. It can't be done at all. Even if it is done, I don't know how long it will take. Junhee said. What he said may have some truth. There is currently no good solution, so let's try this first. Chongnyo said. But Your Majesty, we didn't bring any tools before we came here. We relied on manpower, so there probably isn't a good way. Junhee persuaded. It doesn't matter. After Chongnyo finished speaking, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and his whole body suddenly became fierce. Muramasa, it's up to you whether you can go out next. Chongnyo said to the long sword in his hand. After the words fell, Chongnyo slowly pulled out the demon sword, and his eyes began to turn red. Although he didn't learn any swordsmanship, just relying on his own strength, for Chongnyo, using the demon sword Muramasa was enough to chop down the giant trees in front of him. Junhee and others were a little surprised and at a loss when they saw their king's current state. The aura brought by demon sword Muramasa made even these specially trained people look fearful. What on earth is this? Some soldiers couldn't help but ask. I think it's better if we stay away. Your Majesty is indeed Your Majesty, but it's different. Everyone has their own words, some are fearful, and of course some are admired. But Chongnyo didn't hear a word. He concentrated on feeling the demon knife in his hand. This bloodthirsty desire that made it difficult for him to control was really too strong. Being the first time he felt this knife, Chongnyo could only say with a cold smile, since you have recognized me as your master, you should obey my orders. The blade of the sword kept trembling as he spoke. If Chongnyo hadn't held it tightly, it would have flown out by itself. The entire forest was almost filled with the evil aura of demon sword Muramasa. Chongnyo held the handle of the knife tightly, trying hard not to let it escape from his control. But even so, the stalemate between one man and one sword continued, and each of the soldiers who followed them stayed far away, for fear of hurting themselves. Even Junhee, the strongest among these people, hastily retreated to other places, far away, quietly watching the situation ahead. The whole process lasted for almost half an hour. In the already sultry forest, the sweat on everyone's foreheads had already flowed to an unknown amount. During the stalemate, Chongnyo struggled to maintain the status quo, and his physical exertion was far greater than that of the others. But this is not without any manifestation. At least after the stalemate for about half an hour, Yayadao Muramasa has begun to slowly relax. Until the end, the evil aura that originally exuded from Muramasa seemed to have disappeared at this moment. He quietly let Chongnyo hold it in his hand, acting extremely normal. The bright light on the blade was enough to reflect the dignity and extraordinariness of the other party. Muramasa, since you and I are partners, I promise to let you embark on your journey from now on and make you famous in this world. Seeing that demon sword Muramasa had completely stopped now, Chongnyo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and praised him. As soon as he finished speaking, Muramasa seemed to have felt Chongnyo's words, and the blade shook slightly again twice. A spiritual weapon will play a vital role in increasing one's own strength. Feeling the environment here, Chongnyo was already out of breath, but those people behind him were still waiting for him. Facing the current situation, Chongnyo had almost no strength at all. After all, in order to suppress this demon sword just now, his entire body had been exhausted to a great extent. Seeing that it is already afternoon time, if they don't go out quickly, they don't know how long they will stay in this sweltering forest, especially after nightfall. If the risks are revealed, then this group of people is very likely to. No one made it out alive. Even though Yayadao Muramasa has become peaceful now, none of the soldiers dare to come close. Chongnyo didn't pay attention to the performance of these people. He directly put the knife across his middle and looked forward with bright eyes, especially at the 10-meter thick tree in front of him. As he raised the knife and lowered it, it was just a normal slash, but the 10-meter thick tree in front of him was directly penetrated by the light of the knife. Chapter 9: The Face of the Treasure. Immediately afterwards, what appeared in front of everyone seemed to be no longer the original forest. "Your Majesty the King, there is a road ahead!" Junhee shouted loudly, and he could hear the excitement in his voice. After all, they have searched here many times, but they have never found a road in front of them. However, when the big tree began to slowly fall down, all the surrounding scenes seemed to have changed to another. Fan. Chongnyo had naturally noticed this change. He glanced at the road ahead, then turned to look at the big tree that was still falling. During the fall of the huge tree, it was unknown how many other trees had been broken, but the moment this tree fell to the ground, there was a huge movement, and even the ground began to shake. Junhee hurriedly ran to Chongnyo. Looking at the fallen tree, he couldn't understand why all the problems that troubled these people were solved when the tree fell. "Your Majesty the King, what is going on?" Junhee was curious and asked respectfully. Chongnyo was actually a blind cat trying to fool a mouse. He didn't even understand what the situation was. But he had indeed noticed this huge tree several times before, but he did not expect that after the tree fell, the barrier that originally troubled everyone would disappear. "I'm not very clear. It seems that this treasure definitely has an unknown side. If there is more money, then our entire kingdom of True will have a much easier life," Chongnyo said with a smile. "What His Majesty the King said is that now that the barrier has been opened, we should be able to arrive before dark," Junhee said. "Then it's better to set off quickly. We'll study the specific reasons later." Chongnyo smiled and patted Junhee on the shoulder. No one can explain the changes in this area in a short period of time, and they don't understand it very well. After all, this situation does not feel like man-made, but the place here is definitely not as simple as it seems. A path almost 2 meters wide has now appeared in front of everyone, and no one knows where it connects, but according to the treasure map, open the barrier and the treasure will come. Based on this sentence alone, it is already certain that this road should lead directly to the location of the treasure. But no one knows yet whether there will be other dangers on the road ahead. Chongnyo put the demon sword Muramasa into the scabbard, stroked it all over, then hung it on his waist and walked forward. "Your Majesty, please let me walk in front. I don't know if there are any other dangers on this road." Junhee looked at Chongnyo who was walking in front and said hurriedly. "Don't worry, your life is life, and so is mine. There is no need to be too polite between us. At least my strength should be slightly higher, so just let me go in front," Chongnyo said with a smile. "Your Majesty the King, you really think about us. From now on, whatever His Majesty the King asks me to do, I must do it without saying a word. Only such a king is worthy of our following." After hearing what Chongnyo said, every one of the soldiers behind him was so excited that they burst into tears and spoke words of praise without hesitation. But as they moved forward, the big tree behind them that had been cut down began to slowly disappear. But for the group of people who had gone farther away, no one could notice this silent disappearance. "Your Majesty, you have worked hard for so long, do you want to take a rest?" After the group of people walked for nearly an hour, Junhee rushed to Chongnyo and asked. "No need, let's end this trip quickly. Besides, this consumption is nothing to us," Chongnyo said calmly. Junhee smiled, and then continued to follow Chongnyo. The trail they were walking on was so long that they had been walking for an hour and still hadn't seen the end of the road. Moreover, the trees on both sides are extremely tall, but from a feeling point of view, something weird has been discovered. Although this Batlila island looks very big on the surface, it is already weird that these people can walk for an hour at their speed. And from the beginning to the end, these people feel that they have been walking up the mountain, but it is an hour's journey, no matter what, they should have reached the sky, but now something is wrong, and it feels like they are going in circles. Finally, after walking for 10 minutes, Chang-nyo completely realized that something was wrong. It seemed that he had encountered the same situation he encountered at the beginning. The atmosphere here felt very strange, and it was completely difficult to distinguish between east, west, north, and south. Junhee, use the moon step to go to the sky and take a look. What is going on? Chang-nyo said directly and seriously. It was just a treasure. In the end, it actually cost so many people so much effort. But now, to everyone, it seems like they have fallen into a bottomless pit and cycle. After hearing the order, Junhee stepped on the moon steps and ran to the sky step by step. When he looked down, everything seemed so normal. But on the other hand, they walked an hour's journey, but it seemed like they had only walked a few miles. After jumping down, Junhee said to Chang-nyo, "Your Majesty, the location shown on the treasure map is not far above us, but we walked for nearly an hour and only walked 5 miles. On either side of the road. We can't wait anymore. Let them wait here first. You and I will go directly from the air. I want to see what kind of situation is going to be able to trap us for nearly a day." Chang-nyo was already a little angry at this moment. And his tone was not as calm as it was at the beginning. The key point is that this place is still in our own country, and no one knows at all. What is the situation here? As a so-called treasure passed down from an unknown generation of kings, he couldn't believe that no one had come to explore it until now. In addition, and the most important point is, why did the pirate king put his wife in this place, so he must know a lot about it. Almost all of the 10 or 20 people stayed in place and waited. Chang-nyo took Junhee and also flew towards the top of the mountain on moon steps. After reaching the sky, Chang-nyo also glanced down, and what he found was almost the same as what Junhee found. This area was almost full of weirdness, and everyone had no idea what was going on. So much time was wasted just by walking in circles. Ignoring those people behind, Chang-nyo took Jun and the two of them and started directly from the air towards the top of the mountain. The distance was not particularly far in the first place. The two of them could reach and even stand on the top of the mountain almost quickly by walking in the air. From the edge, they could still see the people staying on the path at the foot of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, Chang-nyo couldn't help but frown. This place was very different from what he imagined. It was completely unimaginable. There are no trees or weeds here, it is completely composed of stones, and you can even overlook the entire mountain at a glance. The most important thing is because the so-called treasure trove has a panoramic view and nothing suspicious is found. Is it possible that everyone has spent so much effort and ended up with nothing in the end? Your Majesty, I searched around and it seems that there is no place to hide here at all, let alone any treasures. After Junhee walked around for a while, he returned to where he was and looked at Chang-nyo and said directly. The things protected by kings in the past are definitely not that simple. If the location is correct, then it must still be here. Chang-nyo said. But he was also beating the drum in his heart. After all, the top of the mountain is so big, but the location shown on the treasure map is exactly here. But at a glance, there is really no place that can be called a space where something can be hidden. But even so, the two of them were still not discouraged and started to separate directly and continued to search. The space on the top of the mountain is not particularly large. Within a moment, they had completely checked it carefully, but they still didn't find any clues. Mater, could it be that the things guarded by kings in the past are just a trap? There are no ghosts here, and I don't know what they are guarding. No one has come to take them for so many years, so there must be nothing. Chang-nyo scolded angrily in his heart. The most important thing is that this ghost place is really far from what I imagined. I came here to check it out with full of joy, but the final ending is actually like this? Your Majesty, the inspection has been completed, but there is indeed no possible entrance or the like. Is there something wrong with the treasure map itself? Junhee asked doubtfully. Oh, I don't know the key. When Dad gave me this thing, we didn't even ask about it. Changnyo said helplessly. So what should we do now? What else can we do? Just go back. Changnyo calmed down and said directly. Anyway, there is really nothing to be found here. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to go back and think about how to make money. After Changnyo finished speaking, he sat down directly on the top rock. After all, he had worked hard for so long and started to prepare to return after taking a rest. But sometimes people's luck is like this, it always happens inadvertently. Up here. Just as he sat like this, Changnyo suddenly felt that the stone under his butt suddenly fell down, and the whole stone seemed to be suspended. Junhee also discovered this. After the two of them looked at each other, they both started to say nothing, and the joy on their faces expressed everything. It seems like this thing is under your feet. Move this stone away and take a look. Changnyo said with a smile on his lips. Junhee directly lifted a stone without feeling tired at all. However, when the stone was moved away, the two of them discovered that the entire mountain was almost empty, and all the stones were almost suspended in the surroundings. Because of the problem of too much time, it looks no different from a normal mountain from the outside. Your Majesty the King, let me go down and investigate first. No need, there shouldn't be any danger here, just go down. Changnyo said, and he took the lead and started jumping down. They just opened a hole. Looking down, it was almost bottomless, and it was quite dark inside. No one knew what was inside. But there is no need to think too much now. The only thing that is certain is that there is definitely good stuff down there. However, even if the two of them jumped into the mountain, some unknown object inside caused the suspension, causing the two of them to be suspended at the same time. Junhee, lean on the edge of the mountain and start to go down slowly. Be sure to pay attention to your own safety. Changnyo shouted directly and seriously. Yes, Your Majesty. Now the two of them have no idea what is going on inside. We can only rely on this method and slowly start to explore downwards. What exactly exists under the mountain? So far no one really knows. But just looking at the current situation, the only thing that is certain is that there are definitely unusual items down there. From Changnyo's perspective, it is not surprising that any situation exists in the One Piece world. After all, various situations can happen at any time while staying here. As the two of them continued to explore down the rocks on the edge of the mountain, although it was still pitch black, at least they could still feel the unusual movement vaguely. After reaching the bottom, the scene in front of him directly overturned Changnyo's cognition. Other than that, Junhee was completely stunned on the spot. The key to the so-called treasure is that the thing in front of you is almost completely incomparable to the one next to it. Your Majesty, what is this? Junhee couldn't help the doubts in his heart and looked directly at Changnyo and asked. However, at this moment, Changnyo was stroking this dark guy with his whole body, and the shock in his eyes was almost self-evident. Now there is no need to say anything more, he already knows exactly what this huge thing under his feet is. A huge capacity that can occupy the entire mountain, but it is not the so-called money, but the weapon that most people in the entire One Piece world are pursuing. Junhee, it seems that we have become prosperous this time, but in the end we don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. After we go out, we must not let anyone know about the things inside. If the news leaks out, our entire kingdom of Toru, I'm afraid they will all be in the flames of war. Changnyo said with a stern expression, his voice did not contain any emotion at the moment. He had already sensed the importance of the matter. How could the king who had been guarding him for generations hide such a big guy in the mountain? Chapter 10 Ancient Weapon Pluto. In this dark environment, the two of them couldn't see the whole thing clearly. It was normal for Junhee to have such doubts. Friho bien. Changnyo didn't say it out loud, but he already felt like he was dreaming. It is really unimaginable that the Pluto weapon that everyone is pursuing actually exists in the kingdom of Toru. No matter what you think, you shouldn't. How could such an inhospitable place like the South China Sea store such a vital thing? There is almost no rust on this thing. A giant ship almost made of steel is displayed at his feet. For the technological products of this era, the appearance of this thing is really puzzling. You don't need to know the origin of this thing. At least for the time being, for you, me, and the entire country, all it can bring is disaster. Chang Nyo said with a frown. Then what should we do now? Junhee asked in disbelief. Go out and bury this matter here first. When our country has enough strength, take him out. At least it will make our entire country completely different. Chang Nyo said. Okay, Your Majesty. It seems that Pirate King Roger also knows about this matter. I really didn't expect that this thing is actually here. Chang Nyo said to himself in his heart. That is to say, after just one glance, Chang Nyo immediately took Junhee and started flying upward. Needless to say, the magnetic influence produced here is emanating from this ship. Such a huge steel ship, let alone one that could have been built hundreds of years ago, even now, Chang Nyo has reason to believe that it is definitely a product that transcends the times. Finally, the two of them climbed up. They looked at each other and saw serious expressions in each other's eyes. Junhee hurriedly blocked all the rocks where he should be. From the outside, it looked like, still the same as before, without any change. Standing on the top of the mountain again, Chang Nyo sighed slowly and looked into the distance. The restlessness and uneasiness in his heart were directly reflected on his face. Your Majesty, do you need to send someone to guard us in the future? Junhee asked. No, just leave it like that. This thing has been left here for hundreds of years without being discovered. If we guard it too deliberately, we won't have the ability to deal with it if someone else discovers it. Chang Nuashan he took a breath and said calmly. Understood, Your Majesty. Let's go, start going back now, and don't disturb the people on the island during the whole process. Chang Nyo said. Originally, I came here with great joy and wanted to see if there were any treasures. It was originally expected that it might be a pile of gold filling the warehouse, but now it seems that it is such a useless item. At least for the current situation of their country, it has no effect at all at present. On the contrary, it will cause great disasters. Royal Palace. After experiencing this incident, Chang Nyo and others never mentioned a word about their treasure hunting experience when they came back. Slowly, 2 years have passed since this incident. During these 2 years, Chang Nyo continued to exercise as usual every day to complete the tasks provided by the system. At least during this time, I must quickly get what the system has given me. 3-color domineering, this is the most important thing in this kind of world. Chang Nyo in the room looked at the now dark hand. This thing is now almost hundreds of times harder than steel, and whether it is in terms of strength or speed, the current Chang Nyo is comparable to his former self. I don't know how many times stronger than it was already. At this age, Chang Nyo has officially grown to 16 years old, and his height has reached about 1.9 meters. He is a handsome young man. Now he wears aristocratic clothes every day, but without the crown and short hair, Chang Nyo looks particularly handsome. However, in the past 2 years, the entire True Kingdom has almost begun to undergo earth-shaking changes. Perfume trading has swept the entire pirate world from the beginning. Although the price of a bottle of 50,000 belly is daunting to many people, the goods are still not available in many places. Just a product of perfume has already made the Kingdom of True a lot of money, and it has also changed the living conditions of the residents of the entire kingdom. Nowhere in the kingdom can one see the same lack of food and clothing as 2 years ago. At least each of their faces began to be filled with smiles. The low cost allowed them to create such expensive goods. As for the cost price of a bottle of perfume, I am afraid it does not exceed 100 belly at most, and this thing is the most expensive in the entire kingdom of True. The daily production amount is enough for the entire pirate world. However, relying solely on one perfume processing factory is not enough to support the improvement of the living standards of the entire nation. Therefore, after the first year, perfume processing has begun to become a side business, and the real main business is the Changnyou system. Among the textile machines purchased nowadays, the cloth made from the entire Toru kingdom cannot be found anywhere in the entire pirate world. Is that just because of the cloth, or is it more because all the silk threads used for textiles are purchased from the system space? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. In the room, Changnyou was feeling his armed domination, but at this moment there was an urgent knock on the door of the room. After looking at his iron-black hands, Changnyou immediately put away his domineering energy. After the black domineering energy on it was slowly withdrawn, the whole hand immediately returned to its original appearance. What happened? Are you so anxious? Changnyou opened the door and looked at the maid outside and asked. Excuse me, Your Majesty the King. The news just came back from the National Guard said that a ship of goods shipped 7 days ago was snatched away by a group of pirates. Lord Gagoya and Lord Junhee, please let me come over and ask you about this. My opinion. The maid said anxiously. Have you found out that any pirates stole it? Changnyou still asked calmly, without any expression on his face, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Your Majesty, I didn't tell you the specific situation, but Lord Junhee is waiting for you in the palace hall right now. I understand, I'll go there now. Changnyou said with a slight smile. Seeing Changnyou's smile, the maid felt as if she was a nymphomaniac. Her nervousness immediately disappeared, and instead she stared at the king in front of her with admiration. Changnyou didn't say anything nonsense. After looking at the other party, he started walking towards the palace hall. A ship's worth of goods can be considered relatively nearly a week's income for the people of the entire kingdom of True, so there really is no room for loss. Even though his face remained calm, Changnyou was still very curious in his heart. But in this era, it is not a surprising thing to think about the goods being robbed on the sea. After all, in the era when pirates were rampant, apart from the navy, almost all pirates were left on the sea. Where did the cargo ships come from? As soon as he reached the main hall, Changnyou saw Junhee walking back and forth in the room, and the uneasiness in his heart was already reflected on his face. Your Majesty, you are here. Although Junhee's face was very anxious, when he saw Changnyou's arrival, he calmed down his emotions and said hello respectfully. Where is Gagoya? Isn't she in charge of the merchant ship? But such a big thing happened on the merchant ship, why can't she be seen? Changnyou asked calmly. Junhee lowered his head in obvious embarrassment, but clenched his fists, clearly looking angry. Your Majesty, Gagoya was worried about His Majesty's blame. When she got the news, she had already ordered an investigation. Which group of pirates did it? I can't come here for the time being, so I came to consult, Your Majesty. Your opinion? Junhee said. There is nothing going on in the kingdom now, and it seems that someone is specifically targeting our country to prepare a ship. Let Gagoya accompany me and go to the sea to have a look. Changnyou said. Your Majesty, let me handle this matter. The current True Kingdom cannot do without you. Needless to say, you stay here. Protect the citizens of the entire kingdom. Your strength is not weak, so don't let me down. Changnyou said with a smile on his face. He is indeed not angry about the cargo ship being robbed. This is completely unnecessary for him. However, the total value of the goods on an entire cargo ship is at least several billion baileys, which is also a large monetary value. Naturally, it is impossible to give up like this for no reason. Your Majesty, if you don't want me to accompany you here, as for the matter of guarding the kingdom, the group of people below are already very strong and can take on such a task. Junhee said again uneasily. I don't worry about them, so it's better for you to stay in the kingdom. I won't be out for long this time, so just stay well. Chongnyo said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Junhee reluctantly agreed. For Chongnyo, if it weren't for the incident in the True Kingdom, he would no longer know where he is now. For him who has always longed for life at sea, staying in the country is indeed boring enough. By the way, where is Gagoya now? Let her find a ship and set off quickly. Don't wait until we find the place. Our goods will be gone long ago. Chongnyo said again. Your Majesty, don't worry, your subordinates will go and prepare now. Junhee said and hurriedly left the palace. The world of One Piece belongs to my era, Changno, and it is beginning to come. Chongnyo was now in the main hall, smiling and talking to himself. For Chongnyo, this country now carries too many things for him. Since he has become the king of this country, he naturally has to pay attention to everything related to him. Now that the entire country has almost stabilized, it's time to go out and take a good look at what this world looks like. The world of One Piece is full of unknowns, but for now, the time is only 1908 in the pirates' calendar, and many wonderful people and things have not yet appeared, let alone other things. Sitting on the ground, Chongnyo began to think about the protagonists of the pirate world in the future. He was 7 years older than the protagonist Luffy, and Ace was 5 years older. Therefore, at this time, the entire pirate world didn't feel as exciting as it did at the beginning of the plot. But it is precisely because of this that the so-called excitement is nothing more than what you create. As he thought more and more, Chongnyo instantly felt how boring the world of One Piece was at this moment. Chongnyo was traveling. In the Lakaka city where the royal palace belongs, almost half of the people came out to see him off. They learned that His Majesty the King was going to travel far, and everyone was very excited in their hearts. The most important thing is that this time their king is preparing to go to sea because of the loss of his country's goods. Both sides of the street are now crowded with people, and everyone's eyes are so innocent. For those children, looking at Chongnyo, this is simply their biggest idol. The carriage slowly passed by both sides of the street. Along the way, Chongnyo kept saying hello to the people. The king's guards followed behind. These people are now the strongest in the entire kingdom. As the entire country becomes stronger and stronger, the strength of the National Guard of the Kingdom of True has become much stronger than the same type of naval forces. This time the departure was from Manhwa port, and Gagoya had already prepared the ships needed to go to sea. After several years of development, the Kingdom of True has become much richer than before. At least now, the king's exclusive ship can still be built very luxuriously. It's just that Chongnyo has never seen this thing before since it was created. Looking at the huge ships docked in the port, at least 100 meters long in front and back, and the flag of the Kingdom of True hanging on it, it looked so solemn when it swayed in the wind. Your Majesty the King, this is your exclusive ship. So far, it has not been named yet. Please give it a name first. Junhee said with a smile on his face. There were 2 people standing behind him, ready to record, so that this scene could be left to posterity. Chongnyo stared at the big ship in front of him, thought for a moment and then said, let's call it the national ship, the true national ship. Very consistent. Junhee was stunned for a moment, and then said excitedly. Stop talking about this, where are the Gagoya people? Chongnyo looked directly at Junhee and asked. Your Majesty, Gagoya is a little afraid to face Your Majesty and is standing behind the crowd. Junhee said. But after hearing this, Chongnyo's face suddenly turned cold, and he said with an angry voice, if everyone is like this, how can we maintain the country? It's not terrible to make mistakes, the key is not to dare to face it, this is ridiculous. Sorry, Your Majesty, I will ask Gagoya to come over now. Chapter 11 Leaving the Kingdom. Chongnyo watched Junhee leave, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He didn't show much concern about the goods being robbed, but he was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the person involved. After a while, Junhee directly pulled a girl who looked about 20 years old out. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything. After what happened, is this your attitude? Changnyo said angrily. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. It's all my fault. The goods were robbed this time. Gagoya is willing to bear any punishment. Gagoya knelt directly on the ground, never daring to raise his head. I put you in charge of shipping matters because I trust you. Even if anything happens, this is something I should consider. Now that the goods have been robbed, the first thing to consider is to trace them quickly, instead of hiding behind them like you. If you are like this in the future, how will the country do it? Changnyo roared directly, and Gagoya, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but shed tears. Jun and a group of people stood nearby, and no one dared to talk to him. This was also the first time they had seen their king look so angry. Gagoya put his hands on his knees and bowed his whole body to the ground. Tears kept falling on the ground. Seeing this scene, Changnyo could only sigh helplessly and did not say anything excessive. Get up, are everyone ready? Changnyo said to Gagoya. Everything is ready and waiting for His Majesty the King to board the ship and set off at any time. Gagoya stood up and said quickly. Let's go. After we get on the boat, tell us everything in detail. I want to know the whole process. Changnyo said, then turned around and started heading towards the boat. Hearing this, Gagoya could only follow behind him quietly. As for the things that should be prepared on the ship, they have already been prepared. There were not particularly many people on board this time, but the king's guard still went with about 50 people. As the sails rose, the originally stationary national began to slowly start. The people standing at Manhwa port all stood there and waved to them. After getting on the ship, Changnyo stood on the deck. At this time, he felt particularly relaxed. At least at this moment, he did not have to bear the heavy responsibility of the entire country. His Majesty. Gagoya walked to Changnyo and shouted softly. Tell me, what happened when the goods were robbed? According to the message from the people who came back, the robbery of the goods this time was entirely due to pirates. There was a problem from the upside-down mountain. At that time, we happened to meet a group of pirates who were preparing to go to the Grand Line, so this happened. The problem? Gagoya said. Have you confirmed which group of pirates committed the crime? Changnyo asked calmly. It's the red-haired pirates. Them. Changnyo was a little surprised. He didn't expect to come into contact with a group of guys like Shanks so soon. But think about it, he is a pirate, no matter what, he still mainly commits robbery, so how can he expect other people to behave better? Okay, don't worry anymore. In that case, it doesn't matter if we take a trip to the Grand Line. Changnyo looked at Gagoya and said with a smile. Your Majesty, you don't blame me? Gagoya asked in surprise. There's nothing to blame for this. Encountering pirates is unavoidable. Besides, the other party's power is beyond your control, Changnyo said. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty, but how should we recover that batch of goods now? Changnyo thought for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with an indifferent expression, why should we chase them back? We don't know where they are. In this vast sea, it is simply impossible to find a group of pirates. First, let's go. Let's take a look along the way. Yes, Your Majesty. Upside Down Mountain is a key place connecting the four seas. It is also the only way to go to the Grand Line from the four seas, and there is no room for negotiation. If the country is relatively developed, its strength reaches a certain level, or its technology reaches a certain level, it can also be crossed directly through the windless zone. In that case, at least half of the distance can be saved compared to reaching the Upside Down Mountain. It's just that the risks on the sea are much stricter than in other places. Changnyo stood on the deck and looked at the undulating sea. Perhaps it was this feeling of anticipation that made him feel that the sea was particularly beautiful now. At least in the South China Sea, it is a relatively safe area. The entire national was also built with a wooden structure, and the front and rear spans were very large. The giant ship, which was 100 meters long, was relatively large among the ships sailing in this era. It is driven by 3 sails, and at least 50 people are needed to operate the ship. In addition to some places to rest and eat, there are many entertainment venues throughout the country, including swimming pools. Even from a long distance, you can clearly see the whole picture of the national number. The flag of the Kingdom of True is shaped like a moon and is hung from the top of the mast. No matter which direction you look at it, the national is definitely a more luxurious and majestic ship. But traveling in this vast ocean, the space for all of them to move is almost exclusively on this ship. Your Majesty, which direction should we proceed from next? Should we go to Upside Down Mountain first or go to other places? Gagoya asked. Did you bring the record pointer? Record pointer? Gagoya obviously didn't understand what Chongnyo said. Hearing this, Chongnyo already felt the ignorance of this woman Gagoya. As the leader of the entire country's shipping team, in the end he didn't even know the record pointer? Forget it, go back and find another place to buy another one. In the land of the 4 seas, you only need a compass, but on the grand route, the compass is completely useless. You can only rely on the record pointer to reach the next place. These are all for you. You need to know more about things in the world that you need to know in the future, and don't act like you don't know anything like today. Chongnyo lay on the recliner and said directly without caring. Yes, Your Majesty. Gagoya was immediately speechless when he was told that. He didn't know how to answer. After all, he really didn't know these situations. But this time they went to sea, they felt that they could indeed learn a lot. The ship is drifting in the wind, and the speed of this movement is simply ridiculously slow. It would be better if the wind is strong, but in such a quiet and windless situation, it can almost only stay here without moving. Fortunately, the purpose of this trip to sea is not very strong. Is it possible that we really want to recover that batch of goods? This situation is almost a no-brainer. Pirates are not like countries that can maintain their habitat in one place for a long time. They can wander wherever they go, and there is no fixed location. It is still quite laborious to find them. But luck is always hard to say. If it really happens, it can only be regarded as good luck. Let them exercise well when they need to exercise, and rest well when they need to. There is almost nothing on this ship. Wait until it docks, and then think of other ways. Then replenish energy supplies. Come out and let them learn more. Chongnyo said to Gagoya leisurely. Now Chongnyo's perception of sight, sound, and color can directly reach 10 kilometers away. He can detect whether it is safe on the sea with just a little seriousness. Okay, Your Majesty. In fact, the whole ship felt quite boring. After all, in the first day or two, it was probably out of curiosity and expectation that I felt a lot of fun. But after a long time, that feeling almost disappeared. After sailing for 3 to 5 days, what I saw on the sea was still the same as before. There were no special circumstances, and not even an island was seen. Chongnyo was lying on the deck chair on the deck, with a look of despair on his face. He had no pursuit at all, because the scenery he could see now was almost the sea and the sky, without any refinement or harmony. In terms of aesthetics, Gagoya was also lying on the deck. She had not been out to sea very often, or at all. She just asked him to be responsible for shipping matters. But this trip for so long made this big girl feel the same. Very tired. Gagoya, why do those pirates like the life at sea so much? Do you find it boring? Chongnyo asked lazily. Yes, Your Majesty, life at sea is indeed boring, and you can't eat well or sleep well. Gagoya said with the same laziness. What do you think the situation is today? The weather has suddenly become so hot and muggy? Are there any instructions from the navigator? Chang Nyo asked. Your Majesty, the navigator already said last night that we may need to sail for 2 or 3 days to get to the upside-down mountain. There will be no special weather conditions in the 4 seas, but... Before Gagoya finished speaking, the sky began to change color, and dark clouds swept directly in their direction. And it wasn't just dark clouds that swept over, there were also huge waves dozens of meters high. Your Majesty, please enter the cabin quickly. It is too dangerous outside. After discovering this scene, all the soldiers who were originally very lazy suddenly became energetic. The scene in front of them made them feel that this life's journey had been completed. At this moment, the huge ship also began to turn around, and then prepared to start moving away from the waves, but at this moment Chang Nyo stood up and shouted angrily, "What is the navigator doing? How can you turn now? Tell him to face the waves head-on. Otherwise we will all die next." Chang Nyo was speechless. This navigator was probably not even a third-rate navigator, and he didn't even understand the most basic and simple principles. I don't know how these people got here on this journey. After receiving the order, the bow of the ship began to slowly straighten, and then faced the oncoming huge waves directly. The width of this huge wave can no longer be seen, but for them, it has been boring for several days. Now, whether they are alive or dead, at least it has aroused the competitive mentality in their hearts. Even Chang Nyo was like this. He stood on the deck and looked at the waves in front of him with his eyes attentively. It was no longer necessary to study why the waves came, and the dark clouds overhead made it clear that there would be strong winds and heavy rain. Go tell the navigator that no matter what happens next, the bow of the ship must keep moving forward. Chang Nyo said slightly seriously. For the people of the True Kingdom, they had always been poor and could not even afford a boat, let alone sail on the sea. It's already amazing to be able to sail the boat to this position, let alone face such huge waves. Everyone, get ready, quickly put down the sail, and then hold on to what you can hold. Don't be washed away by the waves. Chang Nyo shouted again. The group of soldiers behind them were all ready to welcome the coming waves, and everyone's expressions showed meticulousness. This huge wave is at least 30 meters high. Although their ship is relatively large, in the face of such a huge wave, just one blow is likely to cause their entire ship to shatter. Everyone at the back began to climb up the mast in a panic, and then cut the ropes holding the sails. Seeing that the huge waves were getting closer and closer, the anxious look on everyone's face was perfectly reflected. However, the navigator who was at the bow of the ship controlling the rudder was completely confused at this moment. It was the first time for him to encounter such a big wave, and he had no idea why his king wanted to directly ride on the wave. Chang Nyo stood at the forefront of the deck alone, and then summoned the demon sword Muramasa from the system space, staring at the coming waves ahead. He didn't pay attention to the expressions of those behind him, and he didn't even notice Gagoya's shout. When the waves and the national were about to collide, Chang Nyo yelled, "Draw your sword and strike!" Almost in the blink of an eye, completely beyond the range of human vision, the demon sword Muramasa, who was still in the scabbard, was instantly pulled out of the scabbard, and a huge sword light instantly penetrated the entire wave. In the eyes of everyone, whose jaws almost dropped to the ground in surprise, the wave was directly split into two. Due to the failure to control the force, a gap was cut directly in the seawater within a few miles in front. The national was able to pass through this wave without any danger, but because the water that had been cut open by the sword light was now gathering rapidly, the entire hull of the national began to shake violently under such circumstances. Got up. Chapter 12 The Invited Navigator. Watching the huge wave begin to slowly recede, the entire crew on the national ship suddenly began to relax and fell to the ground one by one, with no intention of getting up. Even the navigator on the bow of the ship felt as if he had lost half his life at this moment. However, those soldiers who followed, after seeing Chang Nyo's powerful slash, the little stars in their eyes were almost ready to come out. This was also Changnyo's first time using a move from the Fanfiction sword style. Even he himself did not expect that he would be able to display such a huge power. The moment the sword slashed through the waves, even he was startled. "Your Majesty, you are really amazing. I was scared to death just now." Gagoya was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground. The fear in his eyes was very obvious. "Okay, it's okay, but after today, you need to hurry up and find me a navigator. It's best not to let such a third-rate navigator go to sea. There's no telling how big things will happen in the future." Changnyo was speechless. The navigator on his ship was simply too inferior. "Your Majesty, you are really amazing." "That's right, Your Majesty is indeed extraordinary." Listening to the praises of the soldiers behind him, Changnyo shouted helplessly, "Hurry up and check if anyone else is in trouble. Check to see if everyone on the ship is here." "Yes." The voices of dozens of people speaking in unison suddenly lit up the sea area. "Gagoya, where are we now?" Changnyo asked. "Your Majesty, the compass was broken in the impact just now, and now I don't know exactly where it is." Gagoya said in a low voice with some embarrassment. Changnyo was even more speechless. He really couldn't say anything more to this group of people. It was simply too speechless. "Tell me about it, is there just a compass on this ship?" Changnyo asked again in disbelief. After hearing this, Gagoya stared at Changnyo carefully and nodded in fear. Changnyo suddenly slapped his head. This was the first time he went to sea in his life and he encountered this kind of thing. Without a compass, it was really a dream to find a place to dock in such a big sea. But their luck won't run out so quickly, and it can be said that they are so sleepy that they come to the pillow. While the two were still entangled, a pirate ship suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance. And they are still moving quickly in the direction where they are, and my group doesn't even need to look for them. Cheer up, it looks like the compass is here. Changnyo said with a sinister smile on his lips. Gagoya got up from a cold and lay on the railing, then looked in the direction Changnyo said. At this time, the pirate ships in the distance still seemed quite small to them. If they didn't look carefully, they would have been almost suppressed by the horizon. Your Majesty, they are pirates. Gagoya said worriedly. It's hard to tell if they are not pirates. Now that we have finally met a group of them, we are really looking forward to it. Changnyo said with an expectant look on his face. He became extremely excited, and even the soldiers behind him were gearing up. How could these people be afraid of pirates now? They are all eager to start meeting each other. As the distance between the two ships got closer and closer, the flag on the pirate ship could be clearly seen. There was a huge skull painted on the sail. Before they even got closer, they had already started to prepare. Fire! But now it would not be as they wished. When the distance was close enough, Changnyo disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already on the pirate ship. There were about 40 or 50 pirates on the ship. Among them, the pirate captain standing on the front deck was still shouting directly to the others, "Young men, it seems that a big business has come in today. Hurry up and shoot me." "Ship, Captain!" the younger brothers shouted with some trembling. After all, just as they approached the other people's ship, an unknown person came to their ship. The key was to sit in the original position of their own captain. The stupid-looking pirate captain turned his head impatiently and was about to curse when he heard his little brother calling him, but when he saw someone sitting in his place, his whole body changed. He suddenly froze in place. "Who are you?" The pirate captain looked at Changnyo and asked curiously. "I am the captain of the ship opposite. You just wanted to attack us with cannons. Shouldn't we settle the score now?" Changnyo sat there and said with a smile on his face. "How did he get here just now?" The pirate captain directly pulled the boy next to him and asked in a low voice and curiously. "Captain, the other party just appeared here suddenly without even seeing where he came from. It seems that the other party is probably a devil fruit user." the crew member said to the pirate captain. Many other pirates also ran to the deck with knives, and a group of people surrounded Chang Nyo. The pirate captain seemed to gain some confidence after seeing this situation. He shouted directly and arrogantly to Chang Nyo, "You are only one person. There are so many people here, how can I be afraid of you? Then look behind you again." Chang Nyo continued to smile. When the pirate captain turned around and looked in the direction of the country, more than a dozen people were already in the air, running towards this side. This scene didn't scare them to the point of peeing. The more arrogant look they had just now made their eyes pop out at this moment. "Captain, it seems we can't defeat these people. You don't need to tell me. I saw it myself." The pirate captain immediately started yelling at the crew, then looked at Chang Nyo sitting in his seat with a smile on his face, and said somewhat flatteringly, "Are you a pirate too?" "What did you say?" Chang Nyo looked calm, and the dozen guards who were originally on the National had now jumped onto the deck. Everyone on the pirate ship immediately gave up resistance and threw the knives on the ground with a crackling sound. "What kind of pirate group are you?" "Ah, our pirate group is called the Barlow Pirates. My name is Barlow. I am from the West Sea country. I am going to the New World. There are 51 people on the ship and almost 30 million baileys worth of gold and silver jewelry. Are you here? You can take it all if you like, but please leave some food for us." Chang Nyo asked what the other party's pirate group was called. The captain named Barlow explained the situation on the entire ship very clearly, without omitting anything, for fear that the other party would be dissatisfied. Chang Nyo stood up and smiled. He was very satisfied with the other party's attitude, and he didn't have a bad opinion of pirates. Hearing that people had said this now, it made his group of people look like pirates, but even so, Chang Nyo still smiled and said to his guards, "Captain Barlow has already explained it so clearly, why not? What are you doing in a daze? Let's go and take back the 30 million belly money first." "Yes." The guards were also very happy and they started to search the whole ship excitedly. It was estimated that as long as it was valuable, even a pair of underwear would not be spared. Chang Nyo stood on it. After a while, the guards who went to search came back with a large box full of jewelry in their hands. "Your Majesty, it is indeed 30 million belly. This is the only valuable thing on the entire ship," said the guard. "It's good. At least we didn't waste time on this trip. It's really fast to make money this way." Chang Nyo stood there and started to think about it. Now the pirate captain named Barlow, looking at the other party holding his treasure, felt as if his lifeblood had been taken away. Even though his expression and facial features were twisted together, he did not dare to say anything. "Where is the navigator on your ship?" Chang Nyo asked, looking at Captain Barlow. "Navigator?" Barlow was stunned once again. With his height of 6 meters, he looked very funny and funny. Before Chang Nyo could ask again, Barlow said blankly, "I am a navigator." "You?" Now it was Chang Nyo's turn to be surprised, but he still asked, "How did you escape that huge wave not long ago?" For this small boat, which is only a dozen meters long, the huge wave of more than 30 meters just now might be able to knock it directly into the bottom of the sea with just a little residual power. But judging from the appearance of the other party, it seemed that no one was injured, and there was nothing special about the ship. "You said it was the wave just now? It really shocked me. I didn't expect there to be such big waves in the four seas. It seems that the closer you get to the upside-down mountain, the greater the climate change will be." Barlow laughed. Said, "Am I asking you this?" Chang Nyo said with a speechless expression. "The wave just passed by like that. Anyway, it wasn't anything big. It was just rushing up along the waves. Originally, we were still dozens of kilometers away, and we just followed the waves to get here." Luo said. "It seems that your Barrow pirates have nothing to do. From now on, you might as well become my navigator." Chang Nyo said with gleaming eyes. The other party's navigation skills must be better than his own navigator. I don't know much. The main reason is where he is going next. Changniu really doesn't believe in the other party's ability. Haha, don't be ridiculous, I'm a pirate. Barlow said with a smile. This is His Majesty the King of the True Kingdom, and the underground strength is very strong. With His Majesty, you can at least go anywhere in the world, unlike you who lick blood every day. A guard standing next to Changniu said. His Majesty. Barlow looked at Changniu in disbelief. In his impression, almost every king he had ever seen had a fat head and big ears. Not to mention that the king was so young, and his strength alone made him look very handsome. He was in disbelief. Barlow turned his head and glanced at Changniu's national, with a very reluctant expression on his face, but now was it his turn to make a choice? What is your aspiration? Changniu suddenly thought that the entire pirate world likes to chase dreams, so he subconsciously asked directly. This sentence obviously made Barlow a little at a loss. Dream? It seems like he really doesn't have this thing. If it's a dream, it might just be to find my brother who has become a pirate. Barlow thought for a while and then said. It is indeed a very good ideal, but based on the strength of you people, let alone going to the Grand Line, you will probably be killed by others halfway. Changniu said with a smile. Hey? What you said makes sense, but I still want to stick to my own opinion. Barlow continued. What's so good about your little broken ship? Isn't it just to find your brother? Come and be my navigator. At least this ship can go anywhere in the sea in the entire pirate world. Changniu said, but looking at Barlow's eyes now, he was obviously looking at his crew members. So Changniu continued to smile and said, as for them, if they are worried, they can directly arrange work above. The main reason is that the people in the entire True Kingdom have almost no sailing experience, and they have no control over many things on the ship. Just like how much effort it took to remove the 2 sails in the first place, everyone was in a hurry. So now he has a preliminary understanding of the sailing skills of the people on his ship, and he really feels that it is difficult to take on such a big responsibility. Not to mention that more ships will appear in the future. The Kingdom of True will definitely not remain in its current state. Therefore, navigation skills need to be improved to at least many levels to meet the country's future needs. It's rare to meet one today. As long as the other party doesn't have much influence, it doesn't matter if they get it on your ship. The pirates are not without their merits. Sometimes, at least their survival and emergency skills are much better than those of their own. Captain, since His Majesty the King has said so, shouldn't we really consider it? That's right, Captain. The crew below also began to persuade Barlow that at least if they stayed on the National, they would no longer be pirates and would not have to worry about survival every day. In fact, for Barlow, he has begun to feel a little loose now. Changniu just wants a better navigator. After all, the next journey is still unknown. He relies on his current navigator to let him. The whole person felt very insecure. After experiencing the big storm before, such a small boat could actually survive, which is enough to illustrate the overall skills of Barlow, a relatively short man. Chapter 13: Upside Down Mountain and Countercurrent. We are still in the 4 seas now. If we were to go to the Great Sea route, in my impression, it would probably be cold by now. Seeing that Barlow was still hesitating, Changniu continued to smile and asked, do you have any reward money now? Upon hearing this, Barlow instantly became energetic, and then said arrogantly, the amount of the reward I am offering is 300,000 baileys. Doesn't that mean you are just a small mobile money bag? But with your strength, you probably won't have to wait until you arrive at Upside Down Mountain, and you will have already been captured by others to exchange money. Changniu said with a smile on his face. Yes, Captain, you forgot about the 2 bounty hunters we met a few days ago. We almost died. The 2 crew members looked at Barlow with prayerful faces. It was rare that they had such a good place to stay this time. Although a group of people also wanted to take risks, it just seemed that it might be much safer this way. How could Barlow not understand this thing? However, he also needs to give himself a higher level for many things and be responsible for these brothers. They are not extremely evil people in the first place, they just have a hard life, and they finally choose to become pirates. Barlow thought for a while, then stood respectfully in front of Chongnyo, bowed directly and said, "Barlow, the captain of the Barlow Pirates, from today on, I am willing to be your navigator, my majesty." It is normal to see Barlow compromise. After all, due to the powerful group of people, there is almost no choice for these pirates. Chongnyo just wants to find a navigator as soon as possible and leave this ghost place. As for the future, we will talk about it later. Anyway, there is no need to worry about anything happening to them. But among this group of people, Chongnyo was quite unexpected. Although their entire pirate group is very weak, they still do quite well in other aspects. Whether it is in terms of catering or sailing skills, he has almost crushed those on his own ship. When they set off again, the ship that originally belonged to the Barlow pirates, just after Chongnyo casually drew his knife, the entire ship became torn into pieces and then sank to the bottom of the sea. When the pirates saw this scene, they who were still a little cautious suddenly began to become more honest. On board the National, Chongnyo continued to lie on the deck chair and be a leisurely salty fish. With Barlow and the others joining them, at least they no longer had to worry about which way to go. The voyage was quite smooth along the way, at least for now. From the South China Sea to the Upside-Down Mountain, we did not experience any special conditions. However, when we saw the Upside-Down Mountain, everyone on the boat began to be surprised. The backward flow of seawater is completely intertwined on the top of a mountain. The entire Upside-Down Mountain seems to be at least 1,000 meters high, but for everyone, this situation is the first time for everyone to meet. Chongnyo, as a man who had received decades of popular science in his previous life, looked at the scene in front of him and his views had been completely overturned. Although we had already known the reverse direction of Upside-Down Mountain before, this situation was really surprising. "Your Majesty, this mountain is really a wonder, but why is it flowing like this?" Gagoya lay on the side of the ship and watched all this, asking with a look of shock and curiosity. "You ask me, how did I know? I didn't expect that the place connecting the four seas is indeed quite spectacular." Chongnyo couldn't help but sigh and said, "Your Majesty the King, we are going to start crossing the Upside-Down Mountain next. Are we going to enter the Great Channel directly, or are we going somewhere else?" Barlow quickly ran over and asked Chongnyo. "Are you sure about crossing Upside-Down Mountain?" Chongnyo looked at Barlow and said, "After all, this thing is the top priority." "Your Majesty, I am still somewhat sure about this. There should be no problem. Although the water is flowing backwards, except for the current being a little more turbulent, everything else is no different from a normal place." After hearing what Barlow said, Chongnyo finally let go of his worries. Although he was not worried about being in danger, the key point was that the ship was very valuable and his country was really too poor. "Barlow, we don't need to enter the Great Channel for the time being. Let's go to the East China Sea first. I heard that the Pirate King was executed in a town in the East China Sea. It's so close anyway, so it doesn't hurt to go and take a look." Chongnyo said. "Really? You really should go take a look." Barlow also said with anticipation. After all, after becoming a pirate, the biggest obsession in the hearts of all pirates is whether they can become the Pirate King. This is the supreme position in the world of pirates, and it can also lead an era. Even though they are no longer pirates now, the thoughts in their hearts still remain. What should be done specifically next? Just tell everyone that even if the ship is destroyed, no one can be injured or fall into the sea. Chongnyo suddenly faced Barlow with a serious look on his face. Said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty." Barlow responded with the same earnest and solemn expression. Chang Nyo's mentality of thinking about people like himself instantly captured Barlow's loyalty. But facing an upside-down mountain with such a shape, even Barlow found it a bit difficult. But for him, with so many years of sailing experience, he could only return to the bow of the ship, work hard to control the rudder, and stare meticulously ahead, for fear of making any mistakes. Because if something goes wrong here, it is very likely that everyone will fall into the sea. Even for the trust of everyone, Barlow always kept his hands on the rudder. The huge rudder looked almost uncoordinated in his small body. FAWBOLOM. Each of the other members of the original Barrow pirates was doing what they should do, and each of the dozens of guards was standing ready. Even Chang Nyo himself was filled with excitement. Not to mention that many people like to become pirates. This sense of adventure is simply amazing. As the National began to slowly approach the current range of upside-down mountain, everyone could clearly feel that the ship was accelerating. Quickly furl the sails, everyone grab everything you can and don't let yourself fall into the sea. Barlow stood on the bow of the ship and shouted directly. Those who had already stood on the mast and were preparing to furl the sails jumped directly from above. Every 4 people controlled one sail. After jumping down, the sails were naturally raised to the top. Next, they no longer need to use the sails to move forward. The reverse current of the upside-down mountain is enough to support them to continue to move forward quickly. As they got closer, many people hurriedly grabbed something on the boat that could hold them in place, for fear of falling into the sea. On such a huge sailing ship, the rudder, which controls the direction of the entire ship, becomes extremely flexible in Barlow's hands. And at such a fast speed, it can also get stuck directly into the reverse flow of the upside-down mountain, which is not wide. After entering the waters of upside-down mountain, Barlow let out a sigh of relief. Even for such an experienced man, this moment felt like he was competing with himself. The boat is going up the mountain. Gagoya clung to the railing tightly, but he still screamed with excitement on his face. Chang Nyo was also very excited. This kind of thing that has completely subverted scientific theory is indeed very unique and surprising to others. But while everyone was enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of them, Barlow ran to Chang Nyo anxiously. Before Chang Nyo could ask when, Barlow directly said, "Your Majesty, our ship is the king's. The ship is too huge. When we reach the top of the mountain, the currents from all 4 directions will converge at that place. I am worried that the ship may not be able to withstand the huge water pressure, and the keel may break at that moment." Chang Nyo hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Now that we have reached this point, there is no way out. Why don't you just say, keep moving forward, I will solve it when the time comes." Chang Nyo said seriously. "But now we are about to reach the top of the mountain. The water collected from all over the world has formed a water column soaring to the top. For this ship built entirely with a wooden structure, it is really possible that it will not be able to pass this level. From a distance, upside-down mountain does give people a beautiful feeling, but when you get really close to it, it is full of dangers. As long as you are not careful, even a strong person who falls into the water will probably be in danger. It will most likely be cool." Chang Nyo stood at the front, touching the shaped faucet extending from the main keel, and then gently placed his hand on it. Immediately afterwards, Chang Nyo's hand touching the main keel began to turn black instantly. The armed domineering force instantly spreads along the arm to the main dragon skeleton, and there are more specific places to maintain the structural stability of the main dragon skeleton. As the ship continued to move forward, Chang Nyo looked at Barlow, who was controlling the rudder, and shouted, "Just move forward, don't worry about the rest." Barlow didn't reply, but the firm look in his eyes said everything. He was holding on to the rudder of the ship with both hands, and his eyes were fixed on the place where the 4 seas gathered above him. He was now almost in a state of direct struggle. As it suddenly rushed to the top of the mountain, the huge national was instantly crushed by the water and made a creaking sound. If it weren't for the armor protecting the keel, the ship would probably have begun to fall apart at this moment. But in the end, they managed to survive without any danger and began to slowly enter the East China Sea. Chongnyo, who felt this scene, subconsciously felt in his heart that when he had money later, he would definitely buy a cruise ship from the system space. Not only was this wooden ship too slow, but it was also not useful. Just now they were running upwards rapidly, but now they were running downwards rapidly. Everyone on the ship didn't know what to say. Changniu looked helpless, and Gagoya also realized that his ship seemed a bit big, and the keel on the hull was not made of particularly good materials. But for a relatively poor country like the True Kingdom, this ship can be considered to be built with all the efforts of the country. When the boat dived rapidly downward along the current, the huge splash directly caused an impact. Fortunately, everyone managed to get through the upside-down mountain safely in the end. Chongnyo couldn't help but take back his hand and sighed slowly. As the aura of armament dissipated, the keel on the ship returned to its original state. "Your Majesty, you really scared me to death just now," Gagoya said excitedly with tears in his eyes. "It's not just her who looks like this now. Except for the guards, most of the people behind her have almost the same look and expression. Young boys, there's a big boat coming ahead. Get on board." Just as the national ship sailed into the East China Sea, there were already more than a dozen ships around, and the key point was that the flags hanging on each of them were exactly the same. It seems that this group of people's luck is not very good. They just passed the upside-down mountain and encountered a large group of pirates. "Your Majesty, he is a pirate," Gagoya said while looking at the dozen ships ahead. Moreover, the opponent's rhythm and shouts of coming to grab things can be heard even from such a distance. Everyone is ready to fight. The guards behind him had begun to shout, and the guns on the ship had begun to point at the pirate ships. "Don't fire, what if the ship is damaged?" Chongnyo said leisurely. Everyone else was already speechless, especially Barlow and the others who had just joined 2 days ago. It was a bit difficult for them to understand what their Majesty, the King, was thinking. Faced with so many pirate ships and so many pirates, he could still have such thoughts? "Your Majesty, I understand that I will go and pull the pirate ship back right away," one of the guards said respectfully. From before, they had understood that as His Majesty the King, he was never willing to let go of the opportunity to make money. The dozen or so pirate ships in front of them could be worth hundreds of millions of belly, no matter how hard they said it. Different as for the previous Barrow pirate's ship, it was too far from the shore and there was no need to consider it again. The key is that the group in front of them is different. They are originally on the East China Sea, and they are not particularly far from Rog Town where the Pirate King was killed. The guards understood and each one showed a smile. Let's not talk about the problem of their own goods being robbed by others before. At least they can rob the pirates' money every time they come out, but how is this possible? Of course, you have to grab the boat together to enjoy it. Before they have experienced powerful people, at least everything they do now, everyone is full of confidence in their hearts. Be gentle when you go there, don't damage the ship, and leave all their navigators to me. Our country is lacking in this area now. Chapter 14 Demon Pirates. But before they started to take action, the pirate ships had already begun to move closer quickly. It is estimated that this group of people had the same idea as them, and they did not want to directly shoot the ship to pieces and lose it in the end. The value of this ship. So they relied on the crowd, and many pirates were already standing on the deck shaking their heads and shouting. When they saw that the distance was getting closer, dozens of guards immediately jumped into the air, stepped on the air using moon steps, and quickly flew in their direction. But when the group of pirates saw this scene, they were not surprised as expected. Instead, they calmly began to mobilize their guns to attack. Chongnyo saw all this in his eyes. These pirates were obviously not like the Barrow pirates he had seen before. They looked more like a group of well-trained and battle-experienced people. On the largest ship, one of them was wearing a black robe and a black hat like a Western cowboy. He stood quietly at the front, staring calmly at the group of guards who had flown past. Chang Nyo felt that the other party might not be as simple as he thought. The expression on the other party's face didn't seem like he was confident because of the large number of people. "Have you found all the pirates with bounties that I asked you to find before?" Chang Nyo asked, looking at Gagoya beside him. "We've found it, Your Majesty. The one opposite is called the Devil Pirates, and the captain is Komoran, but he should be on the Grand Line. I don't know why he appears here." Gagoya reported. "Devil? How much is the bounty?" Chang Nyo asked again. "Your Majesty, the reward for the Komoran is..." Gagoya said and began to look through the reward order in his hand. After looking for it for a while, he continued, "Your Majesty, the reward for the other party is 50 million belly." Gagoya couldn't believe what he saw. In this era of great pirates, the bounty of 50 million baileys was already considered extremely high. It's not like when the protagonist started, his pirates had already exceeded 100 million. In this era, pirates who have exceeded 10 million are almost all at the level of big pirates. Chang Nyo looked forward with great interest. He was not in a hurry to take action. Anyway, he was not worried about his guards being easily subdued by the opponent. This Komoran can have a bounty of 50 million. Without much thought, you can already guess that the opponent is a devil fruit user. However, why did the person who was originally on the Grand Line suddenly appear here? With doubts, Chang Nyo still looked ahead calmly. The soldiers who were walking on the air in the sky were all very energetic. Although they had not been close to their ship for a short time, they were not afraid. Can be damaged by some projectiles. "Captain, the methods of use of these people are somewhat similar to those of the Navy. Could they be figures in the Navy?" On the pirate ship, a man with a vulgar look and extremely long hair walked out from behind Komoran. He licked his lips and spoke respectfully to Komoran. "Let's take a look first. Judging from their appearance, they should not be the Navy, but they probably have something to do with the Navy. They are just a bunch of bastards. There is nothing to worry about." Cameron showed a disdainful smile, looked at the guards who had been preparing to rush over, and said to the people behind him, "I got it, Captain." The long-haired man showed a sinister smile and stared at the guard flying over, as if he had malicious intentions. Similarly, Chang Nyo used his sense of sight to discover something strange in the other party's ship. There was a very powerful energy body on the pirate ship. It was really difficult to guess the other party's attitude and purpose of coming to the East China Sea in a short period of time. "You guys stay on the boat and I'll go over and take a look." Chang Nyo smiled and then disappeared on the national ship in an instant. Appearing again, Chang Nyo stepped on the water at an extremely fast speed and instantly headed towards the ship where Camo Long was. But just when he appeared on Komoran's pirate ship, a huge knife slashed directly at him. Fortunately, Chang Nyo reacted quickly and jumped twice in an instant to avoid Camo Dragon's first attack. Snoring, 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 you really didn't expect that there are still strong people. Camo Long stared at Chang Nyo who had just boarded the boat, with a strange smile on his face. He was holding a huge long knife in his hand, and judging from the attack power, Chang Nyo felt that the opponent was at least as powerful as a vice-admiral. Is it an honor to be called a strong man by a pirate? The bounty is 50 million belly. This is really a lot of money. I wonder if you are willing to follow me to the Navy headquarters? Chang Nyo asked with a smile. Snoring, snoring, snoring. You are really ridiculous. If you want me to go to the Navy headquarters, I have to see if you have the strength. If you have the strength, what's the harm in going with you? Camo Long still had a look of disdain on his face, looking at Chang Nyo and continuing to say with a smile. Then let's wait and see. Chang Nyo said. The two people looked at each other calmly. As for the other personnel on the pirate ship, they were hiding in different places to watch the game between the two. Camo Long didn't have the slightest bit of surprise on his face, he looked very calm, as if he was sure of victory. For many years, no one has dared to challenge me. You are the first one. I have been chasing stronger power on this sea. Then let me see what you mean by waiting and seeing. Like. Cameron said directly with a sinister smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the big knife in his hand slashed directly at Changnyo. The powerful force caused a relatively long gap to open on the deck of the entire ship. Although he dodged quickly, Changnyo still felt quite distressed. After all, he felt that the ship should be his own asset. Now that it was destroyed like this, it would definitely shrink a bit. The idea is this. Changnyo does not underestimate the man in front of him. Although he is relatively powerful, these things are given by the system. Changnyo does not have much practical experience. This time can be regarded as a big experience. Chance. As Komoran raised the long sword again, Changnyo did not sit still and wait for death. However, he also did not pull out the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. Instead, he wanted to use fists and kicks to subdue the seemingly powerful man in front of him. He rushed forward as fast as he could, using the 6th Navy skill. When Komoran was about to force himself, Changnyo shouted loudly, "Finger grab!" A finger quickly moved towards the door facing Camo Dragon. Feeling such a state, Camo Long directly drew his knife to retreat. This most basic attack could only play a tentative role for them. Although the finger gun is relatively powerful as a single target attack, it is single targeted and does not have particularly strong attack conversion attributes. As one attack failed to hit the opponent, Changnyo quickly began to retreat, and what followed was that Camo Long suddenly shot out countless small spikes. Changnyo didn't pay attention and was almost pierced by spikes all over his body. And these things are not as simple as imagined. As the spikes pierce his body, Changnyo clearly feels that his physical energy is declining, and his eyes have begun to sway. Snort, snore, snore, since you already know that I have a bounty of 50 million Baileys, why don't you go and investigate who I am? I am the stinging person of the Devil Fruit Superman series, and I am exuding. The spikes also have a hallucinogenic effect. Camo Long burst out laughing, because now Changnyo would probably have a hard time standing up, let alone fighting him. Changnyo was also annoyed by his carelessness. He had already guessed that the other party might be a devil fruit user, yet he was still so careless. This is all due to his serious lack of combat experience. Sora has a relatively strong strength, but the key is the difference in combat experience. This injury perfectly explained his shortcomings, but even though he was injured, Changnyo still tried hard to persevere, at least not letting himself fall, otherwise, he would definitely have no chance. Camo Long is indeed a relatively powerful person, but his shortcomings are also obvious. He can't find anyone to fight with him for a long time, which makes him a little arrogant and does not put Changnyo at all. Inside the eyes. Changnyo used up the last bit of strength in his body and directly pulled out the demon sword Muramasa. A powerful and sharp aura instantly swept the entire sea area. Flying sword-style dragon nest flash bite. Changnyo disappeared from everyone's eyes in an instant, not even leaving a shadow. But the powerful slash that followed almost shattered the entire ship. What he wants to do now is not to attack Camo Dragon. After all, Changnyo knows very well that as a devil fruit user, according to his current ability, the opponent cannot be killed in one hit, otherwise it is very likely to meet him. He died on the spot. That's why he chose to destroy the ship directly. After all, under such circumstances, as a devil fruit user, the first thing Camo Long must do is not to let himself fall into the sea. No matter what, he will definitely choose to go first. Retreat. In just such a moment, Changnyo jumped into the sea water. The sea water can not only make the devil fruit user incapacitated, but also lose the strength to resist. It is also the last step to release the devil fruit user's ability. In a good way. Changnyo, who jumped into the sea, began to sink slowly from the sea surface, but those sharp spikes on his body. but it slowly disappeared under the corrosion of the sea water. In less than a while, Chongnyo was spitting out blisters, and then he struggled to swim upstream. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten a devil fruit before, otherwise he might not know what he would have become now. Lying down on the planks of the broken ship, Chongnyo began to pant continuously. There were many pirates who fell from the ship in the sea water at this moment. Camolong stood on another ship and stared at Chongnyo angrily. Even he was a little surprised by the opponent's attack just now. He didn't expect that he could unleash such a powerful attack power. It was really underestimated. The other guards who were originally attacking the ship have all retreated back. It is completely useless to continue to entangle at this moment, and there are so many pirates that there is no need to fight head-on. More importantly, the opponent's captain's strength is not clear yet. Although it is said to be a thorn fruit, no one really knows to what extent it has been developed. Chongnyo regained some of his strength and stood on the wooden board in the water looking at Camolong. A smile slowly began to appear on his lips. The other party really taught him a lesson in combat today, and made him understand very clearly that if he wanted to make waves in the future, the prerequisite was that he could understand the other party well enough. Although Camolong's eyes were quite angry, he stood there and did not say anything. Back on the National, Chongnyo seemed to have no intention of entangled with the other party anymore. Gagoya, who was standing next to him, was staring at His Majesty the King with a worried look on his face. Ready to go? Chongnyo directly and calmly ordered the people next to him. Yes, Your Majesty. Gagoya replied worriedly, and then began to signal Barlow to set sail. Barrow stood at the bow of the ship, turned around and shouted to the people behind him, "Raise the sails and set sail." As the words fell, everyone began to prepare for departure in a hurry. The group of pirates on Camoron's side seemed to understand it tacitly, and no one attacked again. Especially Cameron, he now knows very well how much strength the opponent still has, but he has not shown it at all now. Just the last blow has shown such huge power, let alone that he has recovered now. For Chongnyo, who has a good mind and a little physical strength, he didn't want to take a group of people like him to take risks. Although the other party's ship was relatively large, it didn't seem to have many valuable items. Camolong just treated his ship as a lesson and didn't go there again. Confused about this incident. Your Majesty, are you okay? Gagoya looked at Chongnyo worriedly and asked. Seeing that the distance between him and the pirates was getting farther and farther, Chongnyo finally couldn't hold it back and passed out directly on the deck. Although the sea water has weakened the attack of Camorosaurus, the toxins left in the body are still there. It has remained in its original state just now, and it is nothing more than holding on. Now at least they don't have to worry about this situation anymore. The pirates didn't chase them, which surprised them all. But what they didn't know was that the demon pirates of Camoron didn't care about the 3 melons and 2 dates on their ship, but instead cared more about what was hidden under the water where they were. Chapter 15: The Beginning and End of Rogue Town. Chongnyo's sudden fainting caused everyone on the ship to panic, and Gagoya froze in place, daring not to move. The two parties had been fighting for only a short time, but His Majesty the King had already been so seriously injured. Others began to sigh that the strength of the Camoron was indeed very powerful. When he woke up again, Chongnyo was almost fine. Besides, no matter what the situation, Chongnyo would only be seriously injured at most, and he would definitely not die. After all, there was still a bug in the system. Chongnyo slowly opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky and white clouds above his head, and the huge ships floating in the wind on the sea. I was careless. Chongnyo continued to lie on the spot, and these words suddenly came to his mind. After all, he was indeed careless this time. For such a simple reason, he had to make himself covered in scars in order to gain experience. But after experiencing this incident, Chongnyo finally understood one thing. When he has money next time, he will first buy himself combat experience points. At least no matter what the situation, he will not be so passive and passive. Main idea. Maybe this situation will happen again next time, or some special circumstances may happen due to my carelessness. The key is that now he has no expenses, and only the tens of millions of Baileys left on the ship are of no use to the system except to buy some food. Your Majesty, you are finally awake. Gagoya squatted next to Chang Nyo's reclining chair and shouted with tears streaming down his face. Ever since Chang Nyo began to fall into coma, Gagoya had been standing by him almost all the time, not daring to blink, for fear that something would happen to His Majesty the King. If that happened, he would not be allowed to be disturbed by anyone else when he returned to the kingdom. It was torn into pieces. What's wrong? How long have I been unconscious? Chang Nyo said with a smile on his face. Your Majesty, you slept for 2 days this time. Gagoya was scared to death. Seeing Gagoya crying, Chang Nyo smiled with relief, and then began to comfort him and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Is everything going to be okay? After you passed out, your whole body started to turn green. Even the ship's doctor felt that you were hopeless." Chang Nyo's comfort was a bit better. After hearing Chang Nyo's comforting words, Gagoya cried even harder. The other guards standing behind all had gloomy expressions on their faces, fearing that something might happen to their king, and the self-blame on their faces was clearly reflected. "I'm fine, don't worry." Chang Nyo sat up and said, then looked around and asked Gagoya, "Where are you now?" "Ah? Let me ask." Gagoya was obviously stunned, and then started walking in the direction of Barlow. Looking at this stupid Gagoya, Chang Nyo closed his eyes helplessly. He really couldn't imagine how he left the shipping matter to such a woman in the first place. After Gagoya ran to ask Barlow, he quickly ran back, and then said to Chang Nyo, "Your Majesty, we should be almost at Rog Town now." "Okay, I get it." Chang Nyo was still thinking in his heart at this moment, why did Camo Long let these people go, and why did such a powerful man stay in the East China Sea upside down mountain? After other people on the ship saw that Chang Nyo had woken up, those who were originally members of the Barrow Pirates now began to show off their freestyle, and even roped in the National Guard belonging to Chang Nyo. The guards shouted wildly together and played and drank. Although they were not pirates, Chang Nyo did not stop them. After all, this method was a good way to vent the boring life on this ship. The only serious person on the ship so far is probably Barlow. He is the navigator on the ship and needs to control the course and direction of the entire ship. Although it can move forward automatically depending on the wind, there is a slight error on the sea, so the distance your own destination, the distance of error may become very far. The key is that there is no so-called navigation here. If you miss it, you won't know where it went. Almost 2 hours later, Gagoya stood on the deck and shouted, "We're here." Chang Nyo lay on the recliner and opened his eyes slightly. The island in front of him was clearly displayed in front of everyone. Those who had been drinking immediately stopped the lively atmosphere. They had been on the ship for 7 or 8 days, and now they suddenly saw land, and they were really uncomfortable. The port of Rog Town has now docked an unknown number of ships, including merchant ships and, of course, more pirate ships. They were almost parked side by side, and the pirate flags on them could be seen from a distance. Although there are relatively few pirates in the East China Sea, Rog Town is their only and last supply station when preparing to enter the Grand Line. No matter how many pirates appear on this island, it is not an exaggeration. The era of great pirates has already quietly arrived, and the number of pirates in the 4 seas has even exceeded the number of navies. The pirates who come here are almost tacitly understood by every pirate group. No one will choose to directly fight or have conflicts here. Of course, there are some exceptions. "Your Majesty, can I go for a walk after we get ashore?" Gagoya asked cautiously. "No problem, but don't run around. People like you who have no strength. There are too many pirates here, and they will be kidnapped by whichever pirate group you choose." Chang Nyo said calmly that since he came here, he definitely wanted to take a walk, but for Gagoya, Chang Nyo's words instantly made her nervous again. It's not that she doesn't understand anything. After all, she has seen so many pirate ships on the sea. What kind of situation might it be like in Rog Town? Then let's go with you. Gago Ya said softly. Notify everyone that some of them will stay on the ship, while others will go down to replenish the supplies needed on the ship. Chang Nyo said. Okay, Your Majesty. Although many of them are not interested in the Pirate King, or even have no interest at all, since they have arrived in Rog Town, everyone still wants to see the place where the Pirate King was executed, and what the length of the Pirate King is. What does it look like? One person leading an entire generation of men does make people have some expectations, otherwise they would not have turned around and come to this hellish place. Rog Town does not look particularly big from the outside, and it is just a small island, nothing more than a military base of the navy here. But the difference is that the guards in Rog Town are very lax, at least for now. There are so many pirate ships outside, not to mention the island, but the navy here has actually done nothing, which is enough to show how bad the security in Rog Town is. As the 100-meter-long ship docked at the port, it immediately attracted countless people to watch. Most of them are almost pirates. Just looking at their eyes, you can already tell how much this group of people desires this ship. Most of the pirate ships docked here are almost only a dozen meters long, and even a slightly larger wind wave can directly overturn them. For the country that suddenly arrived and was nearly 100 meters long, it was considered this is the largest ship that Rog Town has ever received. The group of people standing at the edge of the port of Rog Town all had complicated thoughts in their hearts. Captain, this ship is quite nice, and it doesn't look like a pirate ship. Should we replace our ship? A tall and thick-looking man at the edge of the port stared at the national with a confident face and said to the man next to him. Don't cause trouble here for now, otherwise it will be bad if we attract the navy. After he comes out, we will wait outside. The so-called captain showed a sinister smile and said to this tall and thick man. In fact, there are many people who have this idea. For these pirates, which one is willing to give up the meat that has already reached their mouth? As the national slowly docked, the huge size of the ship was revealed to everyone. Just after docking, the ship had begun laying decks to connect to the edge of the port. Chang Nyo slowly walked down with a group of people. Facing so many pirates at the port, he didn't have any so-called fear. Brother, your ship looks pretty good. Do you want to share it with us brothers? As soon as Chang Nyo got off the boat and was about to walk forward, a middle-aged man who looked rather short-sighted came out. He was holding a long knife in his hand and shaking it constantly, as if to highlight his position. Ask, do they all have ideas in this regard? Chang Nyo tilted his head and said to the guard captain behind him. Before disembarking, these guards had already begun to wear uniform blue combat uniforms, making everyone look energetic. These clothes are all fabrics made by the mechanical spinning machine that Chang Nyo got from the system space. They are customized according to the measurements. At least from the appearance, they are quite domineering. After receiving Chang Nyo's order, the guard captain looked fiercely and looked directly at the pirates around him and asked loudly in a bad tone, anyone who has the same idea as him can come forward. At least we can discuss it. How about distribution issue? Haha, we still like your attitude. Have a thought? It is estimated that the purpose of the people here is the same. Your ship is too eye-catching and is not suitable for your relatively low-key behavior. It is better to leave it to the elders to take charge of it for you. Someone in the crowd suddenly said such words, which immediately caused a roar of laughter among the crowd of at least 1,000 pirates. Captain Haruya, are they all planning to come over and share the news? Chang Nyo asked, tilting his head. Your Majesty, these people do seem to have this intention. Zaya said with a grin. Suddenly, another scene seemed to appear in Chang Nyo's mind, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He stopped restricting the guards' actions and began to ignore the matter. Then you all stay here and entertain us well. Those pirate ships are quite nice. When the time comes, we can remove the sails and auction them on the spot. This will save us the trouble of looking for a place. Chang Nyo thought for a moment and smiled. Said, now that this group of people have gone out to sea and want to make money without breaking the law, robbing pirates is probably a good way out. Zai, the captain of the guard, immediately understood what Chang Nyo meant. After all, he had been following him for so long. He also knew very well that he, as the king, did not understand the thoughts of His Majesty the King too clearly. After Chang Nyo finished speaking, he began to move forward, with Gagoya following behind. As for the king's guards, almost all of them stayed where they were. Not far after walking out, the crackling sounds of fighting began to come from behind. Although the pirates are numerous in number, their overall combat effectiveness is far inferior to those of Comoron. Your Majesty, Rog Town is a naval station. Is this really okay for us to do? Gagoya asked. What is there to worry about? We are not pirates, let alone the navy. This is nothing more than a conflict between a country and pirates. The navy wants this, so how could it say anything else? Chang Nyo smiled. Said. So that's it. Gagoya finally began to feel relieved. Chang Nyo would not know at all that this conflict with the pirates would happen in the near future, and the entire navy headquarters would be very aware of what happened. But how can he care about these things now? The most important thing is making money. Robbing pirates is much faster than doing business. There are still many pirates on the entire sea, and some pirates even have as much money as the entire country. And in this process, not only will you be loved by the people, but you will also not cause or violate other people's bottom lines. At best, he is similar to a pirate hunter. It would be nice to catch a few pirates for fun. The streets in Rog Town are not particularly wide, but the commerce on both sides looks very prosperous. Pirates are indeed hateful in some aspects, but for a place like Rog Town with a naval garrison, they no matter what you do, you will almost always pay the corresponding funds. You first accompany the others to purchase the supplies needed on the ship. There is almost no need to worry about safety here. I will go to the center of Rog Town to have a look, and then we will meet on the ship. Chang Nyo looked at Gagoya and said. But Your Majesty, didn't you say there are many pirates here? Gagoya asked. Don't worry now. Captain Haruya is cleaning up pirates at the port. Those who stay in Rog Town will naturally get the news and go there, so don't worry too much about this kind of thing now. All right. Gagoya had already heard the meaning of what the other party said, which was to get rid of his people and go to other places. Chapter 16 The Revolutionary Army appears. Chang Nyo stood there, watching Gagoya and his party walking further and further away, but his face showed extreme calm. I've been following you all this way, shouldn't I come out and meet you? Chang Nyo was still looking at the direction in which Gagoya and his party were leaving, but a voice suddenly sounded. He probably didn't even know who he was communicating with, but he still said it anyway. In a dark backside of a house, not long after Chang Nyo finished speaking, a man wearing a cloak and a shoe sole-shaped tattoo on his face came out. The man who walked out had a firm look in his eyes and gave people a sense of calm and self-power. After the powerful momentum is displayed, even Chang Nyo can detect a different experience. You are indeed a young hero. Would you like to find a place to chat? The visitor spoke directly, and Chang Nyo just smiled and did not respond to the other party's words, but he did not object at the same time. The two of them walked side by side like this, without anyone saying a word. Chang Nyo knew very well what kind of role the man walking next to him was, and what kind of identity and status he had now. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach the beach directly. With the sound of the water hitting the rocks on the shore, the two of them stood on the edge at the same time. King of the Kingdom of True, I don't know why you came to this place in the East China Sea. The man looked at Chang Nyo without any expression and asked in a very calm voice. But at this time, Chang Nyo smiled directly and started to ask the same question, Didn't the leader of the revolutionary army also come here? Of course, I don't know if our purpose is the same. I just came here to take a look at the excitement. I don't know what your plan is. When the other party heard Changnyo speaking, his expression was stunned for a moment, and then turned calm. He was very curious and also started to be on guard. Looking at Changnyo, he asked in surprise, "You actually know my identity?" "I know, I must know this kind of thing, and I know far more than you think. But I didn't expect that I would see you on such an occasion and time, which is really surprising," Changnyo said. Facing this person, although Changnyo was a little surprised, he was not too surprised. Because the person standing in front of him now was Long, the leader of the revolutionary army. After seeing the tattoo of the broken shoe print on the other person's face, Changnyo already knew the other person's identity. After all, in the entire pirate world, he is the only person with such a tattoo on his face. Changnyo really didn't expect that in such a small place as Rog Town, he would meet Long, the famous leader of the revolutionary army in the future. The surprise was definitely a bit unexpected. But similarly, Changnyo can also say with certainty that the current dragon is definitely not as powerful as it will be when the official plot develops in the future. But even so, the opponent's strength still cannot be underestimated. Long looked at the sea calmly, completely confused about the little guy standing in front of him. For the outside world, let alone knowing about himself, even the revolutionary army is an organization that only knows very few people now. But the young man in front of him actually told the truth and even knew his identity. "King True, what do you think of the revolutionary army?" Long asked calmly. "Generally, an organization can't achieve anything big. It talks about ideals, but it's just based on the pain of others." Changnyo began to evaluate the organizational nature of the revolutionary army based on what he knew later. But the facts are almost the same as what he said. After all, the revolutionary army is an organization that others don't know much about, but as Changnyo, who has the eye of God, these things are really not worth mentioning. Even in many cases, the revolutionary army will use all available human resources, completely regardless of the consequences. "King True, do you think it's really okay to say these words in front of me? The revolutionary army has its mission. Now the world is dominated by pirates and the navy has nothing to do, so I want to build one that can allow everyone to live in a world without conflict," Long said affectionately, trying to use his words to influence Changnyo. "How long has it been since you visited our country? The true kingdom is not what you think. I have no objection to the revolutionary army. Likewise, I have no interest in joining your revolutionary army. Since you have been following me from the direction of Upturned Mountain until now, is it possible that you just want to chat with me?" Changnyo laughed directly and asked. "If possible, I hope your country can also become an ideal place for our revolutionary army." King True. When Changnyo heard this, he couldn't laugh even if he wanted to. He was completely speechless. Long's thoughts were simply too naive and innocent. But just for such a thing, Changnyo has no feeling at all, let alone any ideas, and now he has almost no explanation. "Mr. Long, I think you can still develop your power in the East China Sea and the North Sea. As for the barren land in the South China Sea, you don't need to consider it." Changnyo refused without even thinking about it. However, Long was not angry, but stared curiously at the young man in front of him. At the age of 15 or 16, people already feel that this little guy is very extraordinary. If he can really win over his camp in the future, it will definitely be a big help. Changnyo didn't want to talk to this guy anymore, he just took one more look at him, then turned around and started to leave. After he disappeared around the corner of the street, Long was still standing there, but now there were several more people around him. "Why did you just let this little boy go?" A man appeared with a huge face that was completely out of proportion with his body. In other words, he couldn't be called a man at all. If Changnyo was still here, he would definitely be able to recognize who this person is at a glance. The king of the human demon kingdom, Ambryo Ivankov, is also a person with devil fruit abilities, and his strength cannot be underestimated. At the same time, everyone else standing next to him can be regarded as a hero of the Revolutionary Army so far, and they will also be resounding in the future. The few people standing here were all staring at Long. After all, they also discovered Chongnyo accidentally. After a little investigation, they found out that the other party was actually the king of the true kingdom in the South China Sea. But a few people were still very surprised that a king could have such strength. Long didn't rush to answer Ivankov's words, and looked at the rough sea quietly. After a while, he began to say calmly, "We can't keep each other." As soon as Long said these words, several other people also showed a look of astonishment. Not to mention how powerful they are, just speaking of Long's strength, he can already surpass countless people in the entire pirate world, let alone target. To a child. At 15 or 16 years old, Chongnyo was indeed a man as big as a child to them. Even if he had some strength, to what extent could he reach it? After Chongnyo left Long's side, he was still thinking about the tattoo on Long's face. Although they only chatted for a few words, he could still feel the aura emanating from Long's body. A person is walking on the streets of Rog Town. Because the fight between the guards and pirates at the port has attracted almost half of the people in Rog Town to watch, so the streets are almost deserted at the moment. Someone was walking back and forth. Rog Town can be said to be small and pitiful. Without walking very far, they already saw the execution platform where the Pirate King was executed in Chongnyo's memory. A high platform made purely from an iron frame seemed to be only 5 or 6 meters high. At most, there were only 2 or 3 people standing on it, and a staircase spiraled up to it. In front of the execution platform was the only square in Roger Town. Chongnyo stood in the center of the square, looking directly at the execution platform, as if he had seen the scene before Roger's death. The sky is bright and clear now, but for Chongnyo, it seems as if he can feel the gusts of dark wind. The main reason why Roger Town is called the place of beginning and end is because Roger started here and finally died here. As a pirate king, he left an immortal myth to the world during his decades of career. As long as Chongnyo stood alone in the center of the square, there were 2 people standing on the roof of the 3rd floor not far away observing. Wearing the uniforms of naval justice, they stared intently at the only figure standing in the square. At this moment, Chongnyo looked a little thin, but his expression was still very natural. "Colonel Kokyuku, King Tru has caused so many things here, should we just ignore it?" One of the 2 marines standing on the high platform said. "Yulu, how many times have I told you that we should take care of those who should be in charge of us, and don't ask about those who should not be in charge of us? Pirates have flooded Rog Town in recent years. Although this is the Navy's base in the East China Sea, the key point is we are seriously short of troops. How can we fight against those pirates if we only rely on us? Since someone is willing to come forward, let them do it." Colonel Kokyuku, who was standing in front and leaning against the fence, said with an indifferent expression. He is now also full of curiosity about Chongnyo standing in front. A king from a country located in the South China Sea would actually choose to join in the fun and come to the East China Sea to watch the execution platform of the Pirate King. This kind of thing is really surprising. This is really the only situation that has happened since the death of the Pirate King. Colonel Kokyuku, do you think King Tru has an ulterior motive? Should we go and investigate? Yulu asked. He really wanted to test Chongnyo's situation. After all, Rog Town was his home ground. If you have that idea, just go by yourself. I don't have so much time now. Instead of being so tired, I might as well go back and have a good rest. It's rare that someone will help us clean up the pirates this time, so it's a pleasure to relax. Colonel Kokyuku didn't pay attention to what Yulu said at all. Although Jano was not the king of the country that joined the world government, the key person was also a king. How could they investigate just because they said they could? After finishing speaking, Kakuko had no intention of staying here any longer, and prepared to return to the room with a leisurely expression. He seemed not to care at all about what was happening outside. Countless people are already lying on the spot at the port, and each of these guards holds a stack of wanted posters in their hands, tying up all the pirates who currently have bounties on them. And as long as they determine which person has the reward amount, they will directly put the reward order on that person's head or body. Anyway, it was convenient to stay here. By the end, the guards had begun to divide into several teams, and many of the remaining personnel on the ship also began to participate. Some of them went directly to the pirate ship to search. They looked like real pirates. Whenever they encountered something valuable, no one in this group could put it down. And for these dozen pirate ships, the amount of gold, silver, and jewelry that can be collected is really not a small amount. In addition, those lying on the ground have a combined bounty amount of tens of millions. Therefore, following this wave of His Majesty the King, for this group of people, not only can they get an improvement in strength, but more importantly, they can increase your opponent's actual combat experience. There really isn't much to see in Rogue Town. The place looks just average now. Although there are a lot of things sold, most of them are basically supplies for the sea. This town has almost relied on pirates for its development until now. Judging from the luxurious architectural style around the square, it has proved everything. After staying in the square for about half an hour, Chang Nyo started to move. After all, he had been watching for long enough. He felt that he was a man who had talked to Roger, the Pirate King. Although the other party is dead, the content of the conversation is a spiritual connection. If it were before, the entire square would have been the place with the highest concentration of people, but now it was empty. People were standing everywhere at the port. They were all quietly observing the national and everything the guards on it did. Some were cheering and others were sad. After the thousand-handed pirates were finally caught by those with bounties on their bodies, no one else dared to say a word, let alone anyone who dared to rush forward and challenge them again. At least 50 or 60 people were now tied up in a group, escorted by 5 or 6 guards, and started walking towards the front. The people from Rogue Town who were watching the excitement and finding it too troublesome were also following behind, wanting to see the excitement. Chapter 17 Domineering and Domineering. The guards are doing their own thing, and the Toru Kingdom now looks like a real pirate. As for Chang Nyo, after leaving the execution platform in the central square, he started touring the entire Rogue Town. It is indeed quite prosperous here. Compared to my own country, even the royal city is not so prosperous. The advantages are obvious, but so are the disadvantages. After all, this place is too small and has almost nothing to see. But just like this, Chang Nyo suddenly thought that the original protagonist was in the East China Sea. If he went over to take a look now, it should be okay? Anyway, we have already reached this position. If we go there, it won't take much effort. But how can things be so good? These people have just left the country for only 7 days. Just when Chang Nyo had the idea of going to see the protagonist, the sound of porla porfer porfer came from his arms. When Chang Nyo took out the thing in his arms, it was a thing that looked like a snail with a crown on its head. This is Chang Nyo's exclusive phone bug. As a small creature that was cultivated together, from birth, the snail-shaped phone bug can communicate no matter how far apart it is, almost similar to the function of a mobile phone. Chang Nyo pressed a small bulge on the outer shell of the phone, and heard a hiccup. And a voice coming from the other side. Your Majesty, are you His Majesty the King? I am Junhee, the head of the guard Junhee. Junhee's voice came from the other side, with a worried look on his face, and the phone bug also imitated the other side's expression. Chang Nyo didn't seem to realize anything yet, and said in a calm tone, It's me, Junhee, what's going on here? It seems that it is really His Majesty the King. I have important things to report to you. Speak slowly, you are already the captain of the king's guard. Can you not be so panicked when something happens? Chang Nyo said with a frown. There is no need to say more now. Chang Nyo has already felt that something must have happened to the kingdom, but he is not sure yet what it is. Junhee tried to calm himself down, and the phone bug also took a deep breath. Your Majesty, the royal kingdom has launched an attack on the true kingdom, and the other party has invited pirates to participate. The country is currently unable to support it. Junhee said as calmly as possible. Investigate clearly why the royal kingdom attacked. Your Majesty, the matter has been investigated. The main reason is that our kingdom has developed relatively smoothly in the past 2 years, so this situation has occurred. In addition, the pirates invited by the Roha kingdom now have many devil fruit ability users. The indiscriminate attacks on the kingdom have even begun. Junhee still said eagerly. How far have we come now? Your Majesty, the royal kingdom is still operating normally, and it is blocked by our army at the border. However, the pirates are different. They have started in various places. From yesterday to now, they have caused us huge losses. Junhee said. Chang Nyo listened, and then tried to pretend to be calm and said, delay them for a few more days. Yes, Your Majesty. After hanging up the phone, Chang Nyo's eyes were red with anger and he no longer had any emotion at all. He stood there, his whole body already becoming extremely angry. Then he picked up another phone, and when the call was connected, Chang Nyo said in a cold voice, arrange everyone to get on the boat, let's leave as soon as possible. Rol.c. Just after saying this, he hung up the phone, then turned around and started heading towards the port. But at this time, the guards had already begun to escort the pirates with the reward amount, and set off towards the naval base. With the issuance of this order, they seemed to realize that something was wrong, and they did not even want the reward amount, and directly took them away. The earth is bound there. When Chang Nyo arrived at the port, there were still quite a lot of people gathered here. Not to mention the pirates, there were already countless people from the aborigines of Rog Town who came to watch the fun. Walking to the edge of the port, Chang Nyo quickly arrived on the ship without any pause. However, the procurement and personnel, including Gagoya, also rushed back to the ship as soon as possible. Although they don't know what happened, considering such an emergency, something special and abnormal must have happened. What happened to Your Majesty? Gagoya asked in a panic. The Kingdom of True was attacked just after I left for 2 days. Chang Nyo said angrily. The hands placed on the railing have crushed the wooden railing to pieces. Gagoya knew the seriousness of the situation as soon as he heard it, and ran directly to Barlow without caring about anything else, shouting anxiously, Barlow, hurry up and set sail. Everyone else was still in a state of confusion. They didn't know what happened, whether there were bigger pirates coming, or because of something else. But now they could only follow the instructions and set off quickly. When I came to this Rog Town, I didn't even study it carefully, but now I was already so anxious to set off. If they had known this was the case, they wouldn't have taken another step in this direction. As the sails fell, the National had begun to travel slowly, and gradually disappeared on the sea level in the eyes of everyone's doubts. None of the pirates who had been captured before were able to escape in the following time, and all of them had been captured by the base adjutant and his men. So far, what was originally a good trip in Rog Town ended in a farce. Chang Nyo didn't have the time to manage other matters, so he directly ordered the ship to speed up and cross the upside-down mountain. It took them 2 days to reach Rog Town from upside-down mountain, but now they don't even need a day. After all, Rog Town is almost the closest stop to upside-down mountain. However, after returning this time, they were a little surprised that Camoran and his pirate group were still here. They did not leave, but they seemed to be dragging something between the several ships. And what is certain is that the drag of this thing is relatively huge. At the same time, there are several pirate ships vigilant about the surrounding situation to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Nyo has no intention of fighting with these people now, but it is no longer a question of whether he thinks about this thing, but whether the other party is willing to let them pass. The moment the National was not close to the pirates, the Devil Pirates' artillery fire began to spray intensively towards the National. The guards on the ship had to go out again to prepare for the battle. Everyone was greeting the cannonballs in mid-air, or kicking them away one by one. However, as he got closer and closer, the moment Chong Nyudang saw Camo Long, his whole body seemed to glow like a demon, and his voice was cold and gloomy as he shouted, "Camo Long, I am not in the mood to be here with you today. Make trouble, I don't care what you do, but I want to cross the upside-down mountain now. If your pirate group dares to stop me again, then don't blame me for being rude." Snoring, snoring, snoring. I really didn't expect that this guy like you would dare to come here. Now that we have got our things, do you think we will? Before Camo Long finished speaking, Chang Nyo, who was in a bad mood, immediately drew out the demon sword Muramasa, and the powerful evil aura seemed to directly devour everyone. Although Camo Long had seen the world before, he was still a little surprised when faced with this kind of sword power. For a 15 or 16-year-old boy, it was impressive to be able to display such strength. I didn't expect you to have such a good sword in your hand. It seems that you are also a swordsman, but it would be nice to leave this thing to me for safekeeping. Cameron had a sinister smile on his face, as if he had already made up his mind. With the confidence of winning for the first time, Camo Long naturally had nothing nice to say to Chong Nyo. The most important thing is that he has now got what he wants, and he doesn't have to worry about time at all. So many people in the demon pirates were all staring at the national ship, their eyes full of ridicule, and the laughter and curses were endless. Chong Nyo didn't want to talk nonsense at all. He planned to use all his strength directly and never give the other party any chance again. The armed domineering energy spread directly from the hands to the whole body, and the whole body was like black steel. Until this moment, Camo Long was a little scared. Other people on the ship may not know what domineering means, but Camo Long simply doesn't want it. What surprised them was not just this. Chang Nyo jumped directly to the pirate ship where Camoran was. When the other pirates were about to rush over, Chang Nyo just made a look, and the entire demon pirates group was completely destroyed. Members, most of them fainted directly to the ground. Overlord color. Camoran was now extremely shocked. If he could go back to 2 minutes ago, he would never dare to stop Chong Nyo again. If a person can use his domineering power to such an extent, what else can he do if he can't surprise people? Camo Long already has some regrets, but now he can only bite the bullet. I don't know how many people there are in the entire demon pirates, but now there are only about a dozen people who can stand up or move. However, when these dozen people faced the guards on the king, almost all of them had no ability to resist. Camoran, you hurt me because of your carelessness before. Now I want to know, what else can you do? Chong Nyo said in a cold voice. On this blue sea, there is no wind at the moment, but it can make Camo Long feel like falling into an ice cellar. Don't think that just because you are domineering is a big deal, the key is your ability. Cameroon said. Then you can wait and see to your heart's content now. Since the previous battle is not over, I don't care if I waste some more time and let you have a good experience. Chong Nyo said with red eyes. He looked like a real devil at this moment. However, on board the National, Gagoya began to hurriedly give instructions. What are you still watching? His Majesty the King personally stepped forward to fight and bring up a portion of all the fruit varieties prepared in the cabin. There are no guards on the ship at the moment. They don't know what happened? Why is it so difficult to bring out fruits and sacrifice them? Gagoya didn't explain much, but since she had given the order, someone would definitely do what he said. Chang Nyo didn't show any mercy this time, and kept turning on the haki of knowledge, sensing Camo Long's every move from beginning to end. Camo Long also wanted to use the long knife in his hand to cover up his demonic abilities as before, so as to achieve the effect of killing him with one blow. But how could it go as he wished this time? When Changnyo came up, he held Muramasa across his chest. After gathering his momentum, he softly shouted, "Draw your sword and kill." As soon as the voice fell, a horizontal blade pierced through directly. Even though Camolong was careful, a large part of the brim of his hat was cut off. Prickly fruit, 1,000 pine needles. Camolong instantly used his devil fruit ability. From his palm, in just an instant, it shot out like thousands of silver needles, and the penetrating power of each one directly penetrated the hull. However, he didn't just do this action once, but under the circumstances, Changnyo was able to complete all evasive abilities in an instant. We don't need to look at it. His Majesty the King's strength is beyond our imagination at all, and that Camolong is really powerful and terrifying. He can use the devil fruit ability so well. Now seize the time to be yourself. Things. The demon pirates have been here for so many days, so there must be some big treasure. His Majesty the King is anxious to finish the matter and transport it to the National, and we will talk about the rest when we go back. Chief of the National Guard also started shouting to other guards. Anyway, there is no one who is awake on the ship. Since they are all unconscious, and he cannot intervene in the battle of his own king, instead of watching here, it is better to take advantage of this time to take away everything that can be taken away. There are more than a dozen pirate ships here, and even a search might take a while. But when the first pirate ship started searching, one of them screamed, "Captain Haruya, there are a lot of good things here." A guard shouted excitedly. Zaya ran down quickly with 2 or 3 people, and the scene in front of them really surprised them. The various gold and silver jewelry piled up throughout the cabin instantly made their eyes start to light up. Chapter 18 Superman Space Devil Fruit. The National is still quite far away from these dozen pirate ships, but these pirate ships are almost all connected together. While they are fighting over there, they have already started looting here. In less than half an hour, dozens of guards had completed collecting all the treasures. Captain of the guard, there is a huge log about 100 meters long behind their boats. Should we also pull it back together? One of the guards ran up to Haruya and said. Zaya has actually discovered it, but they can't transport that thing back at all now. If they still have time, they should be able to get this kind of thing back slowly, but the main problem now is that these people don't have time. Pack up all the treasures and take them away. As for the tree, everyone should leave it alone. We don't have time to deal with these things. Zaya shouted. However, at this time, Changnyo was still fighting fiercely with Camo Dragon. Changnyo had already been able to defeat Camo Dragon, but he did not do that. Instead, he acquiesced in what his guards did. After all the guards carried all the treasures back to the ship, Changnyo asked in a calm voice, "Camoran, do you want to fight again? I don't have that much time to play with you now. If you don't let go, take over. When I come down, I can only take your 50 million belly head back." Camolong was somewhat out of breath. He had no idea that the little guy in front of him, whom he hadn't seen for just 2 days, would actually become so powerful now. Of course, he also saw the other party plundering the treasure on his ship, but what could he do? "Let's go. If we meet again next time, I will definitely kill you." Camolong said the most cowardly words in the most ferocious tone, and Changnyo didn't care about it. He had already wasted half an hour here, and he couldn't think of staying any longer. As soon as Changnyo left, Camoran immediately sat down on the deck of the ship, and big beads of sweat began to flow down his forehead. Is it true that Changnyo's 6th Navy skill can't deal with Camoran? But the sword skills of Feishan Yujian style can directly kill the opponent. Changnyo didn't want to push Camolong to death. Otherwise, if he chose to die together in the end, he might be fine, but others on the national ship would not know what would happen to him. No one understands the ultimate power of the devil fruit. Changnyo doesn't dare to gamble on it, so he can just take the other person's money away. Camelong just watched the people on the national ship disappear on the upside-down mountain, and he had no personal ability to stop them. As soon as they climbed the upside-down mountain, Gagoya couldn't wait to ask, "Your Majesty, why do you want to keep Camelong? We don't have time to target so many people now. The most important thing is that I don't want the Navy and the world government to pay attention to us," Chang Nyo said. For a big pirate like Cameron, if he dies, it will definitely attract the attention of other pirates, as well as the attention of the world government and the Navy. Let alone the fact that our country is still in its infancy and has not even grown its hair yet, how can we fight with others? Gagoya seemed to understand this truth for a moment. No matter what kind of thing he did, the final outcome would be to keep a low profile first. Chang Nyo has already understood this truth. He knows better than anyone what kind of situation there is in the world of One Piece. If he was asked to abandon a country and become a pirate, Chang Nyo might really be unscrupulous, but now he has too many people waiting for him behind him. Although the True Kingdom is not a very big country, it is also a place where he must wait when he comes to this world. In this world, there are only two ways to improve your strength, one is to train hard, and the other is to use devil fruits. But this time, the attack on the True Kingdom was a wake-up call to Chang Nyo. "Your Majesty the King, we really got 3 good things from the demon pirates." Zaya brought 3 people with him. Each of them held a small box in his hand. He himself said to Chang Nyo with a smile on his face. On this deck, Chang Nyo looked at them with curiosity, especially when he saw the size of the 3 boxes. Chang Nyo said inadvertently, "This thing, can't it be a devil fruit? How did your Majesty know?" Ji was obviously shocked. "What is there to know about this? For you to say it like this, it already explains everything. It's not like I have never seen the size of devil fruit before." Chang Nyo said with a slight smile. "That's what your Majesty said, but I have never seen these 3 devil fruit types before." After Zaya finished speaking, he opened all 3 boxes. What came into view were indeed 3 devil fruits, and each one had a different shape. Especially the one in the middle, it seems to be glowing with blue light. Is there any mention of this kind of thing in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia? Chang Nyo asked Gagoya next to him. "Your Majesty the King, the one on the farthest side has been found. He is the cigarette fruit of the Superman series. It can be said to be the most tasteless of chicken ribs. The one on the far right is the iron fruit of the Superman series. It can absorb everything it touches. It turns into steel, and the one in the middle is not even in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia." Gagoya started reporting directly. Especially when talking about the last one, Chang Nyo was a little surprised. There was no devil fruit even in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, which was indeed a bit surprising. The demon pirates of Cameron don't know where they got these things from. Anyway, these things now belong to the Toru Kingdom. Chang Nyo stepped forward and looked at the devil fruit in front of him with some curiosity. Apart from the iron fruit, the other 2 didn't even know what the cigarette fruit was. They were indeed useless. But this devil fruit with a faint blue light gives people an eerie and cold feeling. From the appearance, it is obviously not simple. Chang Nyo slowly put his hand on it, then closed his eyes, and asked the system in his mind, "System, can you tell what series of devil fruits this belongs to?" The system needs to pay a corresponding fee of 10 million belly to answer the answer. "Do you want to pay it?" The voice of the system came, but it actually asked for money. Chang Nyo was speechless, but he still said, "Pay." Ding! Sounded, and the originally small account balance was even more pitiful at this moment. The answer is that the Superman in the pirate world is a space fruit. It has powerful space abilities and can perform space defense, attack, and movement. After awakening, it can travel through space, fold space, and even travel across the world. After the payment was made, the system's voice sounded again, but this time it was completely different. Chang Nyo didn't know what to say now. He didn't expect that he was so lucky. He had been thinking before that he would work hard to increase his strength in the future and never touch any devil fruits. But the thing in front of him has exceeded the limit of devil fruit, and he really doesn't know what to say. He made a lot of money on this trip. Although a ship of goods was robbed, it was nothing compared to the gold, silver, and jewelry he grabbed this time, let alone 3 devil fruits, one of which was a superhuman space fruit with space abilities. "What's wrong? Your Majesty?" Gagoya saw something was wrong with Changnyo's expression, so he hurried forward and asked. "Ah. Changnyo was still immersed in fantasy. He immediately reacted after hearing the sound, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. "Are you okay, Your Majesty?" Gagoya asked again. "It's okay, I just thought of something," Changnyo said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly picked up the devil fruit. The blue light looked a bit scary, but compared to the future, what are these? "Your Majesty, we are still not sure about the power of this devil fruit. Are you thinking?" Gagoya was a little surprised. He had already seen that His Majesty the King probably wanted to eat the devil fruit. "It doesn't matter. As for the remaining 2 devil fruits, you can see if anyone is willing to eat them. If there is no one, you can put them up for auction in the future," Changnyo said with a smile. "Okay, Your Majesty, but have you really thought about it? After eating the devil fruit, it means becoming a complete landlubber," Gagoya said, still a little worried. "Yes, Your Majesty, we have no objection to you eating a devil fruit, but this devil fruit is not even in the devil's manual. If it is a bad devil fruit, then it will not be available to you in the future. Another chance to change." Haruya also stepped forward to persuade, saying that they all knew that a person could only eat devil fruit once in his life, and no matter what the outcome was, he would have to bear it. The key is that these things they learned were all told to them by Changnyo. Otherwise, according to the situation in the Toru Kingdom, how could these people know everything about devil fruits? Changnyo didn't say anything and just smiled, but in front of everyone, he opened his mouth and took a bite of the blue light devil fruit. Vomit. Just after biting it, Changnyo suddenly felt a churn in his stomach. Whether it was the taste or the smell, the devil fruit was completely unacceptable. Although he almost retched, the Changnyo man swallowed the bite. After eating, Changnyo's face turned green. He sat on the deck, breathing heavily. As for the remaining half of the devil fruit in his hand, he threw it away. However, others were not surprised when they saw this scene. Changnyo had already told them that all the devil fruit needed to be taken was 1 bite. The key is that after eating it, the so-called space ability of the devil fruit seems to have no feeling for the current Changnyo. Changnyo felt happier just sitting there thinking about the devil fruit with space ability. "Your Majesty, how do you feel?" Gagoya and Haruya both stretched their heads and looked at each other, wanting to know what the other person's experience was like after eating a devil fruit. "You two are so curious. There are 2 devil fruits over there. How about you two eat one to taste it?" Changnyo said with a speechless expression. "I don't need it anymore. I plan to reach the top with my own strength in the future. I will definitely not eat things like devil fruit." Zaya shook his head quickly and said. "This tastes really good. It's much worse than the most disgusting food in my imagination." Changnyo sighed and almost rolled his eyes. "What ability?" Gagoya looked expectantly and asked. "You guess. Can you just say no, Your Majesty?" Changnyo has no intention of telling anyone about this ability at all. Who knows what kind of people he will meet in the future. Now hide everything so that you can win with 1 blow. Although it is clear that there are relatively powerful beings in the entire pirate world, the key question is what kind of strength the leading figures in the world government have. This is not clear at all. This mystery is the biggest doubt plaguing Changnyo. So for him now, even though he already has the spatial ability of the devil fruit, he will not deliberately use it. Facing the 2 people's questions, Changnyo just smiled slightly, and then said, "I don't feel anything yet. Let Barlow hurry up and start going back. Everything the country faces is still waiting for us to go back and solve it." "Yes, Your Majesty." In this way, no one knows what kind of devil fruit Chang Nyo ate. "What kind of abilities have you acquired?" Even among the people around him, no one could understand him clearly. The National still started sailing on calm seas. Although the process was not very fast, the atmosphere now had a completely different feeling from before. According to their overall guess, it would take at least 5 days to sail from the upside-down mountain to their own country in the South China Sea. However, during these 5 days, they could only find out what the entire True Kingdom would encounter through the phone bug. However, at this moment, the Kingdom of Toru is under heavy siege from the Kingdom of Roya and dozens of pirate groups. Even the land of the royal city now has to send more people to deal with pirates. As for the royal kingdom, there is no need to worry too much. It is precisely because of this that they can only deal with pirates. In less than 2 days, the entire kingdom of True has lost 2 islands. Although the development in the past few years has caused earth-shaking changes in the economy of the entire kingdom of Toru, and in terms of personnel strength, it is also stronger than that of the kingdom of Roya, but it cannot stand it. It has to resist dozens of pirate groups at the same time. Stress issues. In a country with a small population, coupled with the current war, most of the people have begun to fear. Chapter 19 Angry Group Killing. The battle between countries may be more humane, but these pirates have no such concept at all. Almost everywhere they went, they burned, killed, and looted, which had a very serious impact on the overall economy of the True Kingdom. At the same time, no one knew how many people had died at the hands of the pirates. Junhee and the remaining members of the King's Guards were resisting the pirates' invasion one by one, but the manpower of several hundred people was ultimately limited. According to their statistics, there are about 40 pirate groups that have invaded the Toru Kingdom so far, and there are nearly 7,000 to 8,000 people in number. This has had an almost severe impact on them, and they are still struggling to deal with it. During the 5 days of Chang Nyo's return journey, news would come from the royal city almost every 2 hours, but every time the news was almost infuriating. On the one hand, Junhee began to arrange people to retreat to the royal city, and on the other hand, he also had to organize people to resist the pirates and the royal kingdom. The hardships involved were indeed unimaginable. The kingdom of Roya began to attack the kingdom of True, which happened to be when Chang Nyo and the others arrived at Rog Town. Although the return trip only took 5 days, within these 5 days, many things were enough to operate. But the good thing is that by the time they had attacked the hinterland of the kingdom, the giant ship National had already appeared in the territory of the True Kingdom. When he appeared at Manhwa port, no one greeted Chang Nyo this time. He only learned through the phone that there are at least 30 pirate groups remaining in the kingdom. Their whereabouts are still unclear. But the only thing that became clear was that their purpose was the palace. Pour le pourfeur. Chang Nyo picked up the phone and dialed Junhee directly. After the other party connected, Chang Nyo asked seriously, "Where has the Roha kingdom reached now?" "It's Your Majesty." There was a noisy sound coming from the other side, but from the sound it could be heard that it was not Junhee, but rather other guards, who seemed to be quite excited. The phone bug also imitated their expressions, which was particularly exaggerated. "Your Majesty, we are currently guarding the royal city. There are almost 3,000 pirates outside. They are currently preparing to attack the royal city. Jun and the guard captain are currently resisting the attack of the royal kingdom." Hearing the voice coming from the other side, Chang Nyo suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. What he had been worrying about for the past few days finally happened. The pirates have actually attacked the royal city, which means that most of the other places have fallen. It has been less than 3 years since this country was handed over to them. Such a situation is really a dereliction of duty on their part. Chang Nyo's face was cold. He even felt that his good temper before had disappeared at this moment. He thought that he could not bear to kill the other party even after he made a mistake. He did not expect that his low profile would cause such a big disaster. After getting off the boat, Chang Nyo didn't wait for anyone and quickly left towards the royal city. The guards following him all rushed towards the royal city. As for Gagoya, she stayed on the king. After all, the total treasure on board now totaled 2 billion belly. If she left again, wouldn't there be no way out if pirates came over? There is none left. According to Chang Nyo's current speed, Manhwa port is only 10 minutes away from the royal city. Moreover, the anger in his heart has become overwhelming and he can no longer hide it. He has no intention of letting anyone go who has committed crimes in his own country. As soon as they arrived at the edge of the royal city, they already saw a fierce gunfire confrontation between the two parties. The sound of gunfire could not be heard. There were literally thousands of pirates standing under the city, and everyone had an expression on their face as if they were determined to win. Chang Nyo saw that there were indeed several devil fruit users among the pirates. Although they were not very powerful beings, they were enough to cause some damage to his guards. It has only been 3 days since the war began, and the entire country has become what it is now. Chang Nyo is really unable to accept it. After all, they have been trained for so long, but the overall actual combat experience is too much. Worse. Kong has great strength, but in actual combat experience against the enemy, these guards seemed like ordinary people holding up guns, with no idea where to shoot. Looking at the pirate's appearance, Chang Nyo's expression instantly turned gloomy. The demon sword villager was already feeling the anger in his waist. The entire blade began to emit red light, and the blade that was ready to be drawn out was almost formed. It looks like a tornado. As Chang Nyo began to slowly enter the battlefield, the guards and people standing on the tower saw this scene and immediately began to roar. Everyone had excitement on their faces. No matter what the reason was, at least they themselves, His Majesty the King, is the spiritual symbol of the entire country. Chang Nyo stood directly in front of the pirates, and the momentum of thousands of pirates could not suppress him alone. You bunch of bastards actually dare to enter my country, so from today onwards, I, Genji Changno, as the king of the Toru kingdom, declare you to be punished by death. When Chang Nyo said the word death penalty, the people in the entire royal city became excited. The royal city has a city wall that is almost 5 meters high. In addition to the guards, there are also many people who have come to help. Now everyone is staring down. They want to witness how powerful their king has become. To what extent? Of course, there are many people who are worried about this. Hundreds of guards also jumped directly below, all ready to start a fight to the death, but just when they were about to start, Chang Nyo shouted loudly, "All of you, retreat, and protect the people in the city as your important task. These individuals, you bastard, just leave it to me alone." Chang Nyo said in a cold voice, staring at the thousands of people in front of him as if looking at corpses. The demon sword village was shaking around his waist, and he could no longer hold back his bloodthirsty desire. Chang Nyo gently put his hand on the handle of the knife and stood there without moving anything, but a gust of wind came out of thin air, and then Chang Nyo disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, they saw the pirates falling to the ground one by one, and before they could react, their whole bodies were already torn apart. The entire royal city gate instantly turned into a blood-stained land, and all the pirates who saw this situation were not afraid and frightened. There were so many pirate groups who were originally full of confidence, but all of them wanted to leave here in an instant. But since everyone is already here, how can it be so easy to leave? Young men, there are many of us now, don't panic, all of them rush forward for me. By then, the countless treasures in King True City will be ours. We have already reached this point, there is no way out. Just when the other pirates were about to run away, a loud voice sounded, tempting them with money, which gave them a little comfort in their hearts that originally wanted to leave. Chang Nyo's whole body was now red-eyed. His behavior was completely indiscriminate. No one could see his trajectory clearly. He could only see rows of people falling down. This time he had no intention of leaving anyone behind. Since they had done such a thing in their own country, there was only one way waiting for them, and that was death. The people and guards standing on the city wall now can be regarded as the first time to see His Majesty the King so brave. One person can come and go freely among these thousands of people. Although the scene is bloody, for these people watching the battle, it is the most enjoyable kind of visual appreciation. After the guards on the national ship arrived, they were about to rush forward when they were stopped by other guards, and what Chang Nyo said was told to them again exactly as they were. In less than 5 minutes, almost 700 or 800 of these thousands of pirates were dead, but in this short period of time, they also began to think of a better response plan. Fortunately, they are not a pirate group at all. The interests among them must not have been distributed evenly before, so there is some grudge in their hearts, which prevents them from cooperating perfectly. Although they are still relatively large in number, there are still some weaker pirates who are completely frightened and are slowly starting to retreat. For these pirates, they are nothing more than profit-oriented, but now they have to face heavy losses, and they still give priority to saving their lives. But now that we have reached this place, it is definitely impossible to withdraw. Chang Nyo stopped in the crowd of pirates. There was not a trace of blood on his body. He was still the same as when he came here before, but his eyes turned dark red, looking quite strange and terrifying. After absorbing so much blood, the Demon Sword village has become quite strange. The blood-red light on the blade, although alluring, makes people feel scared. After seeing such a terrifying and weird scene, and at the same time feeling the powerful strength of the so-called King Toru, the remaining pirates no longer care about how much money they can get this time, and they all start to get involved one by one. Run! There are at least 2,000 remaining pirates, all of them scared out of their wits. Even those pirates with devil fruit abilities will end up looking the same. Chang Nyo was not in a hurry to chase them, there was no need anyway. Looking at the mess behind him, with not a single intact body but all in pieces, Chang Nyo also frowned and suppressed his nausea. This was the first time he had encountered such a wanton killing. Go and capture all those people. How these people are destroying our country will use their lives to build it for us in the future. Chang Nyo stood there and looked at the pirates who had begun to leave and scatter. He shouted to his guards in a calm voice. Yes. Hundreds of voices suddenly sounded, and they had been waiting for this moment. If there weren't too many ordinary people before, they couldn't let go at all, for fear that something would happen again, otherwise they wouldn't let this group of pirates attack the royal city. Now that it's okay, these guards can let go and have a good fight. As for the Roha kingdom, they will probably retreat soon after receiving the news of the pirates' defeat. After the pirate left, this matter did not end, but was just the beginning. Chang Nyo has never thought about invading other people's countries. It's good to keep his own place. The key is that there are so many people who don't like it and insist on doing some tricks, which makes him very uncomfortable and dissatisfied. There are currently about 3,000 people in the kingdom of Toru who have started training in the 6th form of the navy, but only 400 to 500 people have actually mastered the 1st form or above. Thinking about it now, all of these things must be taken up next. Agenda: a powerful country cannot rely solely on itself as the king. Not all the consequences of the royal kingdom's attack are bad. At least it has highlighted internal problems involving management, military and other aspects. All of them have been displayed in front of us and will be left to future management. Will play a big role. Now the land of the royal city is completely safe. Many joint pirate groups have fallen apart, and there are still king guards behind them to arrest them. So at least all the people in the land of the royal city no longer have to worry about their own safety. As the gate of the royal city opened, countless people swarmed out, everyone was shouting, and many people began to spontaneously go out to pick up corpses. Those things were too unsightly in front of the royal city. Chang Nyo liked the enthusiasm of these people very much. At least 3 years ago, each of them had more expressions of indifference and lack of desire for life. They had completely lost confidence in their future life. But looking at it now, the smiles on everyone's faces are completely unfalsifiable. As life becomes more and more prosperous, Chang Nyo's support from the entire True Kingdom has reached an unprecedented peak. Even though he is only 15 years old, at least for the old king who has been king for decades, there are still a few people who still remember his name. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The voices came like an overwhelming wave, including women and children, especially those children whose admiration for Chang Nyo was simply too high. In the world of pirates, it is almost extremely difficult for women to make money, but it is different here. There are 2 huge factories, one is responsible for making perfume, but most of them are hard work, so perfume factory manufacturing is dominated by men, but textile factories are different. Almost all of them are women. Chapter 20 Naval Headquarters. For the first time, Chang Nyo felt the importance of strength, but this was not enough. There are as many strong people in this world as there are carps crossing the river. If you don't pay attention, you don't know what kind of unexpected situation will happen. Seeing so many lovely people, Chang Nyo felt an inexplicable sense of pride from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, in another place, it is full of dense buildings, especially the one at the front that seems to be at least 100 meters high, with the eye-catching word Navy hanging on it, and the Navy's logo in the middle. The logo is a seagull holding a scale in its mouth, symbolizing absolute justice. There are watchtowers everywhere, and the edge of the coastline is filled with giant cannons. This is a huge island on the seashore, but its interior is completely different from other islands. Inhabited here is the Navy headquarters that will be known as the 3 major forces in the One Piece world in the future and the strongest single entity. All the people living here are Navy and their families. Of course, the Navy's family members who can live here must have very high positions in the Navy. The entire Navy headquarters looks like a watertight iron barrel. Just a glance at it makes people shudder, and it is a solemn place. But at this moment, in the middle building, a group of people are sitting here, with serious expressions, talking about something. Everyone's sitting posture is different. Although it looks a bit like a meeting, the picking of the nostrils and the eating are not at all what a meeting should look like. Garp, you bastard, can you stop eating it? In a quiet environment, the crisp sound of Garp biting biscuits should not be too obvious. It is completely out of proportion to the more serious environment now. But because of this, the middle-aged man sitting at the top with a pigtail and a pair of glasses looked directly at Garp and yelled angrily. This man is Sengoku, now the Marshal of the Navy, a super powerful man. There was a goat standing next to him. After hearing Sengoku's roar, he also looked at Garp with a sarcastic look. Warring states, what do you say about your business, does it have anything to do with my eating? Garp said with an indifferent expression. You still have the nerve to say that you are talking about something now, can you be more serious? Warring States was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Now there are more than a dozen people in a room, all watching the excitement, but their expressions all show indifference. Can you please stop arguing about such trivial matters? Marshal Warring States, please hurry up. We all have things to do. He said directly and helplessly from the side. Otherwise, it looks like the two of them will be arguing for a while. This kind of thing has become commonplace. Warring States was also aware of this matter and ignored Garp's behavior, which could not affect anything anyway. But at this time, Warring States still asked, Garp, you will take the position of Admiral this time. There is currently no one more suitable for you in the Navy. Don't shirk it this time. Forget it. There are too many things to do as a general. I feel like I can't bear it. It's good to be a lieutenant general. As for the general, you can let he do it. Garp said while maintaining a look of disdain on his face. Garp, you old guy, can you please stop throwing things on my head? He looked at Garp angrily and shouted, and then said to Sengoku, "Besides, there are several candidates for generals now. Is it possible that these three alternate generals, Lieutenant General Akainu, Lieutenant General Kizaru, and Lieutenant General Aokiji, cannot meet your needs? However, these three people are now sitting at the scene. Except for Lieutenant General Sakazuki, Akainu, the other two people look indifferent. Forget it, we'll talk about the general later. Let's talk about other things now." Sengoku immediately started talking about this topic, and then his expression began to change, and his whole person became completely serious. However, behind Warring States, a piece of white paper clearly displayed Chongnyo's head, and all the details were also displayed here. Looking at Warring States' appearance, the others began to look a little more serious, at least they were no longer as unformed as before. Garp also looked at Sengoku with interest. Warring States glanced at everyone, and when he saw that everyone had begun to calm down, he began to say leisurely, "Have you seen the person behind me? Genji Nagano, the king of the South China Sea True Kingdom. As a South China Sea country, the country and region should have been completely poor, but in recent years, the king of this country has abruptly changed this situation. I'm talking about the Warring States period. Isn't it good that our country has improved? It shows that this little guy is quite capable. Why would you bring such a thing here?" Garp said it directly without showing any mercy to Sengoku. "Garp, you bastard, can you just listen to what I have to say?" Zenguo immediately became angry again, and looking at Garp's appearance, he was furious. "That's right, Garp, since the Warring States Marshal has spoken out, there must be something hidden." He also said, "Let's stop arguing and let Marshal Warring States finish his words quickly. I still have things to deal with here, so don't delay these things." Sitting opposite Garp, a man who looked to be in his 30s, wearing a yellow suit, said directly with his mouth tilted. Kizaru's opening of his mouth attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Warring States stood up and looked at everyone present with a speechless expression. Then his expression became serious and he said, "What we need to care about now is not the economic strength of his country, but their capabilities in other aspects." After Sengoku finished speaking, he directly took out a phone bug. His two eyes glowed and were projected onto the wall. Then, all the scenes of the fight between the guards and pirates in Rogtown were shown before Changnyo and the others. "Come out." This kind of phone bug belongs to the projector type, and there are quite a few types of phone bugs. However, those with projection like this are almost only available to some relatively powerful people in big countries. When the projection appeared, everyone sitting here became uneasy. Even Garp, who looked indifferent, was now watching it seriously. "Are you vel.m?" They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Mainly because the King's Guard of the Kingdom of True actually uses the sixth form of the Navy. For the current Navy, this thing has only just begun to become popular in 2 years. But now it is actually seen in the military of other countries and the Navy Type 6 is seen. How can this thing not shock them? Is it Zifa? Garp asked Sengoku with a serious look. This kind of thing can be regarded as the current trump card of the Navy. If it spreads, it is uncertain how much impact it will have in the future. The reason why Garp asked if it was Zifa's problem was mainly because this man was a naval admiral before, and he created all the 6 naval skills. However, the Navy as a whole is not yet familiar with this skill. It is not surprising that other countries have used it in actual combat. Warring States sat down slowly, and after thinking for a while, he began to say leisurely, "It shouldn't be Zifa. This thing has been popularized in the entire naval force since 2 years ago, but the other party's familiarity with these skills is likely to be far more than in the past 2 years. It is precisely because of this that this emergency meeting was held today to discuss who should go over to check what is going on next. There is no need to say more about the skills of Marine Type 6. These people must be using them. Whether it is from the finger gun or the moon step, these things can be clearly seen. At least they are exactly the same skills as Marine Type 6. But most of them seem to have more than one skill. How are these people trained? Is it really necessary to investigate carefully in the next step? Lieutenant General, he said directly and to the point. After all, the opponent is already so familiar with the Navy's training trump card. If he does not study it carefully, then the Navy's crisis is likely to arise. Marshal Waring states, no matter where these people got these skills, my suggestion is to directly wipe out everything they know. If they are allowed to develop, how can they be repaid in the future? Sakazuki said directly with a fierce look. This is almost how he dealt with things. It's better to investigate first. After all, we don't know what the situation is on the other side. We have all seen the development of the True Kingdom in the past few years. Who is willing to accept this task next to see what this country is like? What's the situation? Waring States said directly. No one else had anything to say, including Garp, who had nothing to say at the moment. In his impression, he did meet Chongnyo once, and he already felt that something was wrong at that time. But now that this matter was brought up, he felt that something was wrong. The key point is that it was 2 years ago. If these situations had been discovered at that time, they might not have been so passive. Garp, you should be relatively familiar with that side of the South China Sea, so why don't you go over there and see what's going on? As soon as Waring States finished speaking, Garp immediately stood up and said loudly with a dissatisfied look on his face, no, I have to rest next week. How could I still go to such a far place? No one is watching my lovely and well-behaved grandson yet. Let the others be. Garp's refusal seems to have become a normal thing for everyone, and this time it is dealing with a national matter different from the pirates. Even if they send anyone there, they cannot use force blatantly. Waring States looked helpless. He knew that Garp wouldn't go and ask specifically, but after looking around in his eyes, he really couldn't choose anyone who was more suitable. The entire venue was silent for a while, and Akainu slammed the table and said, since no one is going, I'll go over and take a look. I want to know what kind of abilities this King Taru has. No, this is not against pirates. If we get involved in other people's national affairs, those old men from the world government will cause trouble for us. Sengoku refused. Everyone here knows very well what kind of situation Sakazuki is in. They only have the justice of existence in their hearts and don't care about the lives of other people at all. But in the entire naval base, Sakazuki is indeed the only man with absolute justice. It is precisely because of absolute justice that he often distorts the justice in his heart. This is why Waring States is unwilling to let him go. No one in the room of more than a dozen people answered, until finally everyone's eyes were fixed on one person, who was still leaning on the chair with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care at all about this matter. King Z, everyone else has something to do and you seem to be fine, right? I'll leave this matter to you. Don't act rashly this time. Find out the situation in this country first. Waring States said. Hey, hey, hey. Marshal of the Waring States period, I also have something to do, okay? Don't leave such boring things to me. King Z quickly opened his eyes and looked at everyone and said. This matter has been settled, you are the one who has been appointed as the General. In the Waring States period, there was no choice but to say it directly. There is not even a general in the naval base now. The only general, Zifa, left 2 months ago. They really can't choose the right person now. King Z was originally on the list of candidates for General 1, and it's the most promising one. It's pretty good to use this incident to push the boat forward. Hearing what Sengoku said, Aokiji didn't know what to say anymore. He could only let out a breath of cold air and said in a leisurely voice, forget it, for the sake of the Navy headquarters, let me go there. The most dissatisfied among them should be Sakazuki. He is also one of the candidates for general, but he didn't expect that just such a small thing has already decided the candidate for general. The others didn't say anything. Anyway, the matter has been settled. Aoji, the kingdom of Toru reported the situation yesterday. The neighboring kingdom of Roha is attacking. No matter what the situation is, you must not get involved in the war between countries. You just go to understand the situation. Take action. Warring states once again specifically ordered. He cannot let his navy get involved in other countries' wars, otherwise, he may not know what kind of trouble there will be. Martial warring states, the opponent already possesses the 6-style navy skill. What if another one with domineering power comes out? What will I do then? I won't be in danger. Chapter 21 Kingdom War. When Qingji said this, others were not incomprehensible. A country has undergone such great changes in just a few years, and even the Navy's 6-style skills have been learned. 2 domineering people should also be able to do so. It's not something impossible. It's so scary. What if our Lieutenant General Aoki Pheasant dies there after we pass? Kizaru tilted his mouth and turned his head to smile at Aokiji. Kizaru, can you please stop making sarcastic remarks here? It's just a country in the South China Sea. There's nothing to worry about. Akainu said in a cold voice. Okay, let's decide the matter like this first. King Z, let me emphasize this matter again. You cannot get involved in their country's war. And after it is over, try not to take action if you can. Otherwise, if someone else is if we seize the handle of our navy, then it will be difficult to say. Warring States said again. Hey! I know Marshal of the Warring States period. King Z answered nonchalantly. At present, Chang Nyo has no idea that the navy already knows about them. The key is, what can he do even if he knows? Now that he has begun to lead the king's guards out, Chang Nyo is no longer worried about others knowing about this matter. They do not belong to the countries that join the world government, so naturally they do not need to worry about it. After coming to this world for so many years, he has a relatively clear understanding of the rules. But now the entire Toru kingdom is still hurriedly extinguishing the flames of war. But the only good thing is that since those pirate groups were destroyed, the progress of the Roha kingdom has completely stopped, and there are still faint signs of retreat. In the palace, Chang Nyo sat at the top, looking at the people standing below with a very serious expression on his face. Different from before, most of the people standing below are young people now. Following the old king, a group of officials from the older generation have now begun to slowly retire, and the power has been handed over to these people. Lusta, as the current person in charge of the entire business, can you tell us about the current overall business situation? Chang Nyo looked at a man about 30 years old standing below. He wore a pair of glasses and a more formal suit, and he had a completely gentlemanly attitude. Luosta took 2 steps forward, took out a small book from his pocket, and then said respectfully, Your Majesty, the current business of our country is mainly perfume and cloth, and after nearly 2 years of development, with the development, the perfume business has spread all over the world, and on the Grand Route, there are also channel agents who are responsible for the sales of our perfume. The other is cloth. Now it has just begun to open up sales channels all over the world, but it is not particularly obvious at the moment. Nowadays, the entire perfume production staff, including flower and plant cultivators, has reached about 120,000 people, and the overall revenue of perfume has remained at an average of 5.5 billion belly per month, which is completely enough to support domestic economic expenses. As for cloth, it has just begun. The monthly net profit is almost maintained at around 1.3 billion belly, and it is just the beginning. As for the next step of planning, I think we should start to expand beyond the 4 seas. I hope Your Majesty can give me some advice? Listening to Luosta's report, although he was still very unfamiliar with business planning and couldn't talk about important ideas at all, he couldn't help but work very seriously and carefully. Chang Nyo didn't pay attention to the process. Now there is no need to worry about the attack of the Roha kingdom. What is left is to support the economy. I am afraid it is not enough to rely on these 2 alone. Chang Nyo sat there and pondered for a moment, thought for a moment and then said, I have never thought about this aspect of the perfume business before, but how much is the inventory currently? Your Majesty, the inventory of perfume has reached nearly 1 million bottles, which is completely sufficient for our kingdom's current digestion level. Lusta said. This thing is now a high-end product. If you want to sell it in the world, it will take a lot of effort. After all, most of the really rich people are outside the world. Regarding this matter, your Ministry of Commerce should plan carefully. In the future, our domestic business will definitely not only have these two types. We will train all people with business acumen. We will talk about the other things later. Chang Nyo said. Your Majesty, what are you going to do this time? Gagoya was curious and wanted to ask, but in this situation, what she wanted to say was swallowed back in the end. The Ministry of Commerce will come up with a plan as soon as possible, including the overall situation of the domestic population, geographical distribution, age brackets, employment and living security, etc. In addition, be prepared for expansion. Next, I decide to take over the royal kingdom, so I must be prepared for things in advance. Starting today, you need to be very energetic. Chang Nyo stood up and said seriously, the determination in his voice also made other people's blood boil. Not only that, Chang Nyo's words surprised everyone. The kingdom of Roya was much larger than the kingdom of Tru, but Chang Nyo actually said that he wanted to win over the other party. A group of people were suddenly at a loss and had no idea what their Majesty the King wanted to do. Your Majesty, do you want to declare war on the kingdom of Roha? Luosta asked with some confusion. What? Don't you think it's possible? Chang Nyo's tone was very serious. After all, since this kind of thing has happened once, it is likely to happen again in the future. Chang Nyo will not allow the royal kingdom to affect his plans again. Although the overall national strength has now improved, it still maintains its previous pedantic state, and there is still a big bend in the fundamentals of thinking that has not been reversed. Your Majesty, Luosta fully agrees with your wishes. It's a pity that he doesn't have much ability. Otherwise, he would definitely follow your Majesty to the kingdom of Roha. Luosta said with great emotion. Chang Nyo smiled politely after saying this. After all, it was good to have someone who supported him. Besides, he had already thought of a response plan before making this decision. Since the kingdom of Roya can fund the pirates to come and attack their country, it mainly means that their own strength is completely insufficient. Now that the entire King's Guard has arrived at the border, the next plan is probably to enter the kingdom of Roha directly. But changing a country's inherent mindset is not as simple as imagined. Lusta, how much money do we have left now? Chang Nyo asked directly. Your Majesty just made statistics here and found that there are still about 3 billion baileys that we can use now. This is the amount of money that can be used freely after we have put aside our national life. Lusta said. Chang Nyo sat in his seat and thought for a moment. Now the entire country still has so much money that can be mobilized. In addition, there are nearly 2 billion bailey funds on the country. Let alone want to win this battle. Almost everything can be done. Lusta, please go ahead and arrange the next plan, mainly for the kingdom of Euro. After we take over, at least we can quickly get the country back on track, and we won't be in a hurry to do things by then. Chang Nyo said. Okay, Your Majesty. Luosta adjusted his glasses and said. That's all for today. As for the rest, we'll discuss it then. Chang Nyo said directly. Now, things about the royal kingdom are almost clear, and there is no need to worry or care about other situations. In the entire Toru kingdom, the current strength of the overall strong men is not very weak. Shunye at least has the strength of a vice-admiral, and for others, most of the 6 skills have been mastered to 1 or 2. The current Toru kingdom is definitely no longer as submissive as it used to be. After Chang Nyo left the palace hall, he went directly to the palace garden. Here, not only is the environment more elegant and quiet, but the most important thing is that this is his own back garden, and no one will come in at all. But despite this, Chang Nyo still felt uneasy and directly used the visceral color to sense the specific situation around him. After confirming that nothing happened, he slowly withdrew the visceral color perception. Rather than saying that this is the entire back garden, it is better to simply say that it is a piece of virgin forest behind the palace. I won't say the exact size of the area, but a relatively large square was built inside. Standing in the middle, Chang Nyo's main purpose of coming here today is to get used to the ability of the devil fruit in his body. He has lost his life of contact with seawater, and what he hopes most now is to quickly master all the skills that the devil fruit can produce. But without even thinking about it, how could this thing be solved overnight? With a little force on his right hand, sky blue color appeared on his hand, but he really had no idea about these gadgets, let alone how to control the power of space. But since he can't figure it out and can't let others know, Chang Nyo still has the biggest trump card, which is the system in his body. Entering the system space, Chang Nyo felt the blue space that he had not been in for a long time. This kind of mechanical science fiction place really gave him an unprecedented sense of security. System, do you have a detailed introduction to the capabilities of space fruit? Chang Nyo asked directly. He now fully believes that this is the system space, and it is almost an omnipotent existence. But just when he was still confused, the system's voice jumped out directly, but this time it was not a voice but a prompt sound plus some information displayed on the panel in front of him. The capabilities and training methods of the space fruit are introduced in almost detail above. And the most important thing is that Chang Nyo discovered that the method of training space devil fruit is mainly based on training mental power, and the direction of the development of devil fruit can be controlled based on the strength of mental power in the later period. The space fruit has all-round effects such as defense, attack, and movement. After the fruit's ability is awakened. Seeing that the abilities after awakening from the devil fruit were not introduced at all, Chang Nyo was a little disappointed, but these early things were enough for him to digest. Especially the mental power cultivation method mentioned just now really makes Chang Nyo a little confused. The cultivation method of seeing and hearing color is also based on mental power, and even Bawang color haki is also the same. Now he can't measure the spirit at all. What level of human cultivation is considered appropriate? He was a little embarrassed standing there, but he still subconsciously tried the ability of the space fruit. To what extent did it reach? He stood there and waved his devil fruit effect, and his abilities swept out instantly. A sky blue barrier shape suddenly appeared in front of him. This thing was almost completely transparent, giving people the feeling that there was no defense at all. Strength, let alone the so-called attack power? But is it really that simple? Obviously impossible. But on the same day, Gagoya sat in the courtyard and looked at the newspaper that had just been delivered to him. To everyone's surprise, the headline in the newspaper was about the situation in his country. With the special fighting method of the Toru Kingdom, all the pirates in Rogtown were captured. Just when he saw the contents of the headline above and then looked at the situation below, Gagoya was so frightened that sweat began to form on his forehead. The main reason was that she remembered Chang Nyo's previous reminder that all the methods practiced by the king's guards were naval skills. If they were leaked, they would most likely be hostile to the navy. But now it was shown openly in the newspaper. She didn't believe that only she had received one copy of it. After confirming the contents, Gagoya hurried towards the palace. At this moment, Chang Nyo was still practicing and learning his devil fruit abilities, and didn't even notice what was happening outside. It can be said that the entire kingdom of Toru is in great chaos now. Except for the royal city, pirates and wars in other places have not stopped at this moment, but all this has almost no impact on the lives of the people. The people in the kingdom of Toru now barely rely on farming for their livelihood. They were already extremely poor before, but now they rely on 2 factories, which is enough to support the living expenses of the entire country. After 2 years, these 2 factories have not only developed commerce in the Sahai area, but have also begun to gradually spread towards the Great Sea route. Not only that, they have also driven the development of the commercial economy around the factories, making the country more prosperous. The people, relying closely on the interactive economic strength brought by these two factories, are completely self-sufficient. Kaguya had been standing outside the door of Changnyo's room in the palace until night. When he saw Changnyo coming back, Kaguya rushed forward instantly. Chapter 22 The Arrival of the Blue Pheasant. Changnyo glanced at Kaguya, who was standing in front of him, especially her nervous look. She had been waiting here for a long time. What's going on? Changnyo opened his mouth and asked directly. It was so dark now that he couldn't see the person's face clearly, but with the light in the courtyard, he could still see the other person's expression clearly. Your Majesty, what happened to us in Rogtown has already been published in the newspapers, and I think the Navy should also have discovered it. Kaguya said nervously. Go back and rest early. I've known about this kind of thing for a long time. Changnyo had indeed guessed a long time ago that as Rogtown is the Navy's base in the East China Sea, it is normal for many people to pay attention to it. But Your Majesty, don't you need to worry about this matter? Kaguya asked again. Don't worry about the Navy. According to normal time, it is estimated that the Navy will send people to investigate in the next few days. Regarding this kind of thing, even if it is exposed, there will be no problem. Changnyo still said calmly. I see. Kaguya put down the stone in his heart and sighed. But in the middle of things, she always felt that Her Majesty the King must be hiding many things from these people, but it was difficult to ask too many things. Changnyo just smiled slightly and said in a calm voice again, Go back and rest early. Don't worry about other things. Then Your Majesty, you should also rest early. Looking at Kaguya's leaving figure, Changnyo still didn't take this incident seriously. Since he could drag his own king's guard out for a walk, he naturally wouldn't worry about being discovered by the Navy. After coming to this world, he has understood everything in detail. Is he not the only one who knows the sixth form of the Navy? Zifa has now left the Navy. As a former naval admiral, Changnyo knows very well what the other party wants to do next. But he still can't guess who will be sent to the Navy headquarters base and in what form. Anyway, his response plan has already appeared. No matter who comes, the result will not change much. This time, Changnyo had no intention of going to the royal kingdom's front line, so he could rest assured leaving all this to Junhee. In the entire Loya kingdom, Changnyo did not believe that someone could be summoned who was more powerful than Junhee. Although the area of the Roha kingdom is larger than that of the True Kingdom, the overall military numbers are almost the same. Although the weapons are pretty much the same, the kingdom of Roha is almost deficient in other aspects. The most important aspect is food supply. Changnyo has a system that can provide unlimited supply as long as there is money, but the kingdom of Roha is different. The king who just took office, in order to enjoy himself, almost made the entire country miserable, and the people were full of complaints. Among them, this kind of thing was the most common a year ago. Many people in the kingdom of Roha wanted to join the special army. Of course, some of the Lu kingdom has indeed come over. Most people have heard about the treatment and living standards of the True Kingdom, even some members of their army, and have no intention of going to war. Changnyo came up with a more damaging method on the battlefield. He used the system space to create hundreds of thousands of leaflets, all of which were sent to the front lines for distribution. Suddenly, the entire kingdom of Roha began to fall into serious disputes. Sometimes fighting does not necessarily require the use of force, and other aspects can still proceed normally. From the beginning to the end of the fight, Changnyo did not appear once. Junhee led the king's guard to attack the royal city of the royal kingdom in less than 5 days. This is already the closest position to the west of the kingdom of Roha. If the royal city is captured again, the kingdom of Roha will never appear again in the entire pirate world. The area of the True Kingdom has increased. This is not just an increase in land area, but more importantly, the number of citizens has nearly doubled. In this era, this is the most important thing. If you want to become the overlord of a party, the first thing you need is your own territory, and the second is the number of people in the country. As long as the number of people increases, there will be enough people to train, at least you don't have to worry that the next generation will not have strong people. The war has been going on for the 6th day, and the overall situation in the country has stabilized. At least it will never be the same state again. The economy among the people has also begun to show an upward trend. However, just as Chang Nyo continued to familiarize himself with the ability of his devil fruit, he suddenly opened his eyes and smiled slightly towards the sea. This was still in his back garden, and then Chang Nyo began to move directly towards the seaside. With the growth of mental power, the system of seeing, hearing, and color is already in an advanced form, but it is now more maturely used. He had already guessed that guests were coming without any special perception. After leaving the palace, Chang Nyo came to the seaside area. This is the beach closest to the palace. This was where he first obtained the system. After observing the surroundings, Chang Nyo sat on a fallen dead tree on the edge of the beach, waiting quietly, looking towards the sea in the distance. But the reality was exactly what he thought. After a while, a man came slowly on a bicycle on the beach. Under the bicycle, when the wheels rotated to every place, the sea surface would automatically form ice to support his entire weight. "Hey, little brother, I would like to ask, how should I get to King Tru's palace?" As soon as King Z rode his bicycle ashore, he saw Chang Nyo sitting in the distance and resting, so he asked with a leisurely look. "I wonder what you're talking about here?" Chang Nyo asked with a smile. Aoki pheasant is almost 2 meters tall, at least a head taller than Chang Nyo. As soon as he landed, King Z put his bicycle down there, and then walked to sit next to Chang Nyo. He sat there lazily, listening to what Chang Nyo said, with a look of indifference, but he still said, "I came to see your majesty the king. I want to ask you something, so I don't know about you. Can you take me there?" King Z had seen Chang Nyo's appearance before. At least that photo was taken recently. How could he not figure out who the big boy in front of him was? It's nothing more than a set of words. Anyway, the purpose of coming here is just to understand the situation. It's okay, but it's just that it seems a little inappropriate for the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters to come in this way. Chang Nyo said with a smile. It's not like he doesn't know Qing Ji, even if he doesn't know him, but the way he crosses the sea, he can even guess who the other person is with his feet. Ouch! I didn't expect you to know me. It's really surprising. Qing Ji said still lazily. He didn't have any curiosity about how the other party knew his identity, but now that he has reached this point, there are many things that no longer need to be said tactfully. Chang Nyo is also very curious. Even though he has never been to this world before, Chang Nyo still has a good impression of Qing Ji. Among the Navy, he is one of the few people who can please him. The two of them sat together on a dead tree, and their conversation was very relaxed, and the conversation was normal, even as if they were two old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. On this beach, with the sea breeze blowing, it is not very hot. The most important thing is because Aokiji has the ability of frozen fruit. General Aokiji, are you interested in accompanying me to visit our true kingdom? Chang Nyo asked with a smile. It's too troublesome. If possible, I still want to lie there and have a good rest for a while, but since His Majesty King Tru invited it, it doesn't hurt to go and take a look. Aokiji said. Perhaps there is something that can satisfy you. After all, after returning to the Navy headquarters, you still need to report on the situation in our country. Chang Nyo should naturally take you to visit. Chang Nyo's leisurely words made Qing Ji become serious. Did he not expect that the other party had already realized the purpose of their coming? Of course, everyone who should be surprised has already been surprised once. Aokiji would not think that the king of the Toru kingdom was just relaxing here, and he met him by chance. At the same time, he also developed a strong curiosity about this true kingdom. Appearing again, the two of them were already walking on the streets of the royal city one after another. Along the way, people kept saying hello to Changnyo, shouting hello, His Majesty the King. It seems that you are very respected by the people in this country. I really don't know how you, little guy, did it. King Z also saw this scene and asked curiously. He doesn't know how many countries he has visited like this, but the key is that none of them can do the same as Changnyo. The simple emotions of the people are definitely not fake. In this case, it either means that this king is really powerful, or that he is very good at winning people's hearts. 10 years ago, Aoki Pheasant also came to this country, but compared with now, it was completely different. The most important point is that even though he was staying at the Navy headquarters, he had heard a lot about the specialties of the true kingdom. Lieutenant General Ching Pheasant, the emotions of the people are very simple. What they want is not that complicated. They just want to have a stable living environment, a place where food and clothing can be provided, and a relatively harmonious and free country. It's just that I'm working hard to give them everything they want. It's being developed now, and maybe life will be better in the future. But all these things also need to establish a path for someone to bear the burden of moving forward. Otherwise, how can we ensure that these can continue? Changnyo said. As he spoke, he kept saying hello to the people around him. This street is not particularly wide, but the flow of people is very large. At a glance, there are almost all kinds of shops. Now most of the people in the entire kingdom of True have been concentrated in this royal city, which has turned into an economic cycle, and a large number of businesses have begun to sprout everywhere. Just one decision can change the fate of most people. You are indeed right, but why haven't you thought about joining the world government? Then there is no need at all. You want to say why I don't serve those celestial dragons? Before Qing Ji finished speaking, Changnyo took over directly. You can even clearly see the dissatisfaction on his face. Changnyo glanced at Aokiji and continued, by joining the world government, you may not be attacked by anyone in name, but the key problem is that the sky is high and the emperor is far away. We are in the South China Sea, and like our kingdom of True. If a small country is attacked by pirates or other countries, I'm afraid that the entire country will be gone by the time you finish discussing it. In addition, and the most important point, I will not allow my citizens to send heavenly gold to those Tianlong people every year. Instead of doing this, why don't I strengthen my own strength? But maybe there will be ideas in this regard in the future. Nothing is static, the premise is which one is more beneficial to us. King Z may have nodded in recognition, but at the same time, he felt that the little guy in front of him seemed to be a little too dangerous. As a navy, you naturally have your own responsibilities to do, but for us as a small country, what you want to do is not that simple, and growing up is not that easy. In a peaceful corner of the South China Sea, all I can do is to provide these people with better living conditions and a more stable living environment. But now you have seen it, and you must have received the news a long time ago. The kingdom of Roha next door has united with pirates to attack our country, which has also made us miserable and made the people's lives miserable. Changnyo said it again, but Qing Ji's face turned green and red upon hearing these words. It's not like he doesn't know the specific situation. Someone has already reported the matter. Now the kingdom of Toru has attacked the capital of the kingdom of Roha. According to the current situation, in less than 5 days at most, the kingdom of Roha will be completely destroyed. Disappear into this world. But he didn't say anything until the end, but he was already full of infinite curiosity towards the little boy in front of him. So what are you going to do about the future direction of this country? Qing Pheasant asked directly for the first time. Let's just live with it. When everything is settled, at least take a good rest for a few years. Otherwise, I'm afraid your world government will be dissatisfied. Once the CP department comes to investigate, I guess it won't be as easy to talk to as you. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Chapter 23 Invitation. Having only been exposed to this for less than 2 hours, Aokiji felt that what the little guy next to him already knew really surprised him. Such a remote country actually knew about the CP department of the world government, and it seemed that he also knew about it. Method. Even if you don't want to believe this kind of thing, there is nothing you can do about it. Why are you so sure of these things? Qingji asked. Is there anything I said? I'm afraid you, Lieutenant General Aokiji, are quite clear about the world government's intelligence department, from CP0 to CP9. I guess I don't need to say more about their moral character, right? But I also believe that whether it is the world government or your naval headquarters, no matter how important the matter is in our kingdom of True, you will have no time to take care of it. The situation on the sea is changing, and the great era of pirates is coming. How many troops do you think we have to deal with things on our side? Chang Nyo looked at Qing Pheasant with a sinister expression. Next, he needs to welcome the advent of the era of the 4 emperors on the sea. At the same time, it is estimated that the Shishibukai era will also come soon. The real great era of pirates has just begun. This is the main reason why he is so confident now. Reason? Qingji was really getting more and more worried as he listened. Chang Nyo seemed to have everything in his hands, which gave him a very bad feeling. But now that the conversation has reached this point, Aokiji has no intention of continuing the boring conversation. He asks seriously and directly, does your training method here seem familiar? The 6th form of the Navy has officially become a required course for naval training 2 years ago. It can break the limits of the body in terms of attack, defense, and movement. If combined with domineering, it can definitely become the Navy's biggest trump card. Am I right? Chang Nyo spoke out his words again without any attempt to hide them. Qingji's heart was as heavy as iron and he didn't know what to say. The only thing he can think about now is whether there are people from the Toru kingdom in his naval headquarters. But Chang Nyo's next words directly rejected his idea. Don't worry, Lieutenant General Aokiji, these things are not coming from your Navy headquarters. Our Kingdom of True was a relatively poor country 2 years ago and we simply did not have the ability to send people to high-level positions in your Navy. In addition, and most importantly, I very much hope that your Navy headquarters can give you an explanation for what you did to our Kingdom of True in the next few years. If the warring states marshal is not willing, I myself would not mind making this matter public. Then the majesty of your navy will decline. This is definitely not a joke in this era of great pirates. Chang Nyo directly began to threaten, mainly talking about what happened in the True Kingdom 10 years ago. On Batlila Island, the place where the son of the pirate king once came, more than 2,000 pregnant women were killed because of such an incident. This was completely the most tragic incident in the history of Batlila Island. King Z was also one of the people involved in that incident. Naturally, he knew exactly what Chang Nyo meant by what he said. But the two of them were walking on the street, and there were many people's eyes around them. It was difficult for King Z to express his feelings. He finally understood that before coming, warring states repeatedly explained that no matter what happened, in True the kingdom is a place where no action is allowed. King Z, who had always been lazy, suddenly became serious at this moment, and his eyes did not conceal his murderous intention towards Chang Nyo. Vice Admiral Aokiji doesn't have to look at me like this. Of course, I'm more optimistic about Vice Admiral Aokiji. Saikai O'Hara, I think you are still very impressed. What the Navy has done in recent years is somewhat surprising. Are you disappointed? Chang Nyo continued to say provocatively and with a smile. Oh my, it's really a headache. I didn't expect that little guy like you actually knows so many things. Isn't this really embarrassing? King Z continued to have the same lazy look as before, but looked at Chang Nyo seriously. These were supposed to be Navy secrets, but I didn't expect them all to be known to this 15 or 16-year-old kid in front of me. King Zi's previous prediction of Chongnyo became more and more obvious. I did not intend to use this information to blackmail the Navy headquarters, but what happened on Bartlila Island in my kingdom of True, your Navy must give an explanation for this matter. Chongnyo looked directly at Ching Pheasant domineeringly, and the domineering look in his eyes was already a bit ready to come out. If it weren't for the people around, maybe they would have started to be released by now. Oh my, it's up to the Warring States Marshal to do this. I'll just be responsible for conveying it when the time comes. I can't make promises no matter how many things I do. It's really a troublesome thing. Qing Ji said lazily. On the surface, he didn't seem to care about this, but in fact, he had already begun to think about it in his heart. What happened on Batlila Island can be regarded as a shame for the Navy, and it is the kind of news that must never be made public. Now that the King of True Kingdom is talking about this matter, he naturally has some confidence. King Zi is very aware of the current situation in the sea as a whole, and just as Chongnyo said, the sea is changing, and the Navy headquarters cannot spare any power at all to return to the small country of the South China Sea. Chongnyo was a little proud. After all, Ching Pheasant's attitude might represent the attitude of the entire Navy. He is not so arrogant now that he feels that his country can fight against the entire Navy. If it hadn't happened to catch up with the era of great pirates, it is estimated that his country would have been defeated several times just because he was familiar with the six-style naval skills. It is precisely because of these reasons that Chongnyo is not worried about the Navy headquarters sending people to investigate. Lieutenant General Aoki has come a long way to work hard. He will stay in our country for a few days and take a look at our local customs. By the way, he can also guide the future national seeds we are currently cultivating. Chongnyo and Ching Pheasant had already arrived at the entrance of the palace. Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving in a short time, he opened his mouth and said directly. It's rare to have some leisure time, so I won't disturb His Majesty King True. Look at what you are saying. I think it won't be long before you can become the general of the entire Navy. This is the supreme position of the Navy. There will be many places where the Lieutenant General can be troubled in the future. Chongnyo said with a smile. I wonder where Your Majesty the King got this news from? You seem to know a lot. Aoki Pheasant finally began to ask the questions in his mind. From the moment I first came here, all my rhythms seemed to be under the control of the other person. Whether I was talking or doing things, I always felt like I was standing naked in front of the other person. King Zi had experienced so many things, but only in front of this 16 or 17-year-old boy, he showed a more cautious attitude. Or because I came here, no matter what I said, I was suppressed. After all, I was also a vice-admiral. Facing a little guy, the feeling of being seen through was really uncomfortable. When I came here, from the moment I stepped into the territory of this country, I seemed to have an extra pair of eyes on my head. Even this person who usually behaves relatively lazy showed a very disliked expression. Chongnyo smiled, not that his goal has been achieved, at least in his own country, this is his home court, and he will never be led away by others. I know a lot of things, even more than you can imagine, but so what? Chongnyo spoke very simply, and they were already in the palace as soon as he spoke. Before Aokiji could ask any more questions, a guard came out from the side and said respectfully to Chongnyo, Your Majesty, Jun and the guard captain have led the army to attack the capital of the Kingdom of Roha. The guard captain sent us a message. I want to consult here, is the next step to rush in directly or what should I say? Hey, it's already going so fast. Chongnyo looked at the guard and said, then turned to Ching Pheasant and said, Lieutenant General Ching Pheasant, are you interested in going over there to observe? I don't have any objections. It doesn't hurt to go over and take a look. Ching Pheasant said. Anyway, the purpose of his coming here is to investigate the situation of the True Kingdom's army. It is estimated that the best time to witness it is on the battlefield. Tell Captain Junhee to wait for now. I will take our vice admiral from the navy headquarters to observe. Chang Nyo said to the guard beside him. In fact, these things have already been arranged. If Junhee wants to consult on these issues, he can do it through the phone bug. There is no need for another person to pass the message through. No one can figure out what the king of his own family has in mind. Now the battle against the Roha kingdom is already guaranteed, and there is no possible crisis at all. But Chang Nyo had his own ideas. When he first didn't know that it was Aokiji who came to investigate, he had already thought of countless ways. Even the last thing he wanted to face was Akainu, but he also believed that the navy headquarters would not send this guy here at all. The fastest way to get from here to the capital of Roha Kingdom is by boat, which will take at least nearly 2 days. However, it only took Junhee 5 days to attack the opponent's capital. Almost no one from the soldiers of the royal kingdom encountered along the way stopped him. In this way, we arrived at our destination naturally and smoothly. In fact, if they were willing, they would be able to rush directly into the royal city of King Roha without much effort at all. Among the dozens of countries in the South China Sea, the strength of the royal kingdom is not too bad. Although it is not outstanding at the same time, it is still somewhat remarkable in other aspects. This time when he went to the royal kingdom, Chang Nyo had almost brought the high-level officials of his country with him. The most important thing was to witness the situation this time. As the national ship started to set off, Junhee and others who were able to reach the capital of the royal kingdom directly this time were already waiting. This time, the total number of troops sent by the Kingdom of Tru to attack the Kingdom of Roha was only about 10,000. The other party's country and population were much larger than theirs, and the number of troops was also much larger than theirs. The difference is that after the King of Roya Kingdom took office, he was opposed by almost all citizens, even the army, who always lived in endless deductions. After just seeing the living conditions of the Kingdom of Toru, even the Kingdom of Roha, which has a larger army, has almost no resistance from its army. They directly open the city gates wherever they go, and there are even many places that have begun to welcome Toru. The kingdom's army arrives. Therefore, in terms of the whole journey, Jun and the others had no impact at all, and they had already arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Roha. 2 days later, when Chang Nyo appeared here with Ching Pheasant, people saw a rather incredible scene on the city wall. Under the witness of everyone, the people standing on the city wall were not actually troops, but most of them were pirates. They used the people in the city as shields to prevent Junhee and others from entering. However, outside the city gate, there was no trace of any war intrusion. It can be said that from the beginning to the end, none of the troops brought by Junhee were lost. In the past 5 years since the new king of the Kingdom of Roya took office, the damage that has been done to the entire Kingdom of Roya is probably beyond description in words. The national ship arrived directly at the capital of the royal kingdom. When he saw the scene on the city wall, Chang Nyo actually smiled. What do Lieutenant General Ching Pheasant think of this matter? Chang Nyo looked at Ching Pheasant with a smile on his face and asked. Your Majesty, most of the troops in the city have been controlled now. However, the number of pirates inside is estimated to be beyond our imagination. Junhee said, standing next to Chang Nyo. What exactly is going on? Why are there so many pirates in the Roha Kingdom? Your Majesty, these are all related to the King of Roya Kingdom. Most of the pirates here come from the West Sea. The overall number of pirates is almost 8,000. There are only 2 pirate groups, and there are many powerful ones among them. When they first came to our country, they decided that as long as they could conquer the Kingdom of Toru, all the treasures in our king's palace would be given to these pirates. That's why so many pirates appeared to help the Kingdom of Roha. Junhee frowned and said respectfully. What do Lieutenant General Ching Pheasant think about this matter? Chang Nyo once again put the question to Ching Pheasant. Oh, King Tru, don't ask me about this kind of thing. I'm just here to watch, and I won't help you. Ching Pheasant said lazily. Are you ready? Chang Nyo looked at Junhee and asked. Chapter 24. A plan to trick only one person. It took so much effort to finally get Vice Admiral Aokiji from the Navy headquarters here. Naturally, he was not just here to watch. We are already prepared for this, how could we just ignore it so easily? Lieutenant General Aokiji, although I don't expect you to take action this time, I just want to trouble you about something. There are so many pirates in the city, I wonder if you can use your strength to break the city gate? Chang Nyo said. This is a troublesome matter. It would be bad if our marshal finds out. Qing Ji said lazily. Lieutenant General, I misunderstood. I didn't ask you to hurt anyone. I just wanted you to help me break the opponent's city gate. This shouldn't be a big problem for you, right? Chang Nyo said again. Said once. According to the strength of you people, it shouldn't take much effort to open a city gate, right? King Z was not stupid, but he didn't realize where exactly what happened. But I can always feel that the little guy in front of me seems to be cheating me. Seeing that Aokiji was still hesitating, Chang Nyo said in a deep voice to Junhee next to him, next, take down Royal City at all costs. By then, all the pirates will not need to leave anyone behind. Kill them all. Your Majesty, those people. War will inevitably cause losses. Lieutenant General Qing Pheasant doesn't want to, so we have to do this. Chang Nyo said with a sad face. Okay, it's just a door. I'll just help you. Qing Ji listened to what Chang Nyo said and looked at the other party's appearance, and said with helplessness. I have enjoyed good food and drink here these past few days, and even doing such a thing did not violate what the Warring States Marshal said when he came. Destroying a door doesn't hurt anyone, so it won't have any special impact. Hearing that Qing Pheasant had agreed, Chang Nyo's smile immediately blossomed. Then he looked directly at Junhee with a look that you knew, and Junhee began to slowly retreat back. Just when King Z was about to take action, several people not far from them were facing him with phone bugs. Not to mention how he could become a general, King Z just pressed it on the ground, and instantly the frost began to spread towards the door. However, they are about 100 meters away from the gate, but this distance is not a problem at all for a person who is about to become a general. The entire gate of King Raja's capital was sealed by ice in just an instant. When the ice shattered, nothing could stop the people of the Kingdom of True. Of course, at the moment when the gate shattered, hundreds of the king's guardsmen on moon steps, and many others who were moving quickly, all rushed to the city wall in an instant. The people who were held hostage were also rescued in an instant. As for the pirates, at least none of them on the city wall could survive. However, every scene was recorded by the phone bug. This was Chang Nyo's plan. Early the next morning, the newspaper delivery gull had already started sending information about today's situation. And it also occupied the headlines of newspapers. The news that the Kingdom of Roya in the South China Sea was occupied by pirates, and the Navy headquarters admiral is working with the Kingdom of Toru to rescue the Kingdom of Roya, instantly aroused everyone's curiosity. The key is the scene where Aoki used his power to break open the gate of royal capital. A whole photo was displayed directly on the newspaper. Whether it is the newspaper headlines, the content, or even the photos, everything has proven the authenticity of the incident. Especially the photo of pirates holding people hostage highlights the authenticity of this matter. The reason why Chang Nyo did this was to provide him with a prerequisite for occupying the royal kingdom. First of all, the pirates captured the Kingdom of Roha. Their purpose of attacking the Kingdom of Roha was just to save the people here. The appearance and action of Qing Pheasant only increased the authenticity of this matter. After all, this thing is the best proof for the Associate General of the Navy headquarters. The witnesses, evidence, facts, and experiences are all displayed here. Even though the Kingdom of Roha has now become the territory of the Kingdom of True, no one from the outside world dares to raise objections. Even if it is the world government, he cannot hold an objection to this matter. Chang Nyo just wanted everyone in the world to know, otherwise Junhee would have been able to lead his people and directly invade the capital of the royal kingdom as early as the beginning. I stayed for such a long time just to wait for this plan to appear. Chongnyo had every reason to believe in his own judgment. Even if the Navy headquarters sent anyone here, the final outcome would not change in any way. Even Akainu, who is the most difficult to talk to, may be 100 times more complicated than Aokiji, or even easier to talk to. Akainu is a person who upholds absolute justice in the Navy. He will never allow pirates to threaten in this way. Now all these goals have been achieved, and King Z doesn't even know that he has been used by others. Lusta, count how many Baileys there are in the entire royal palace of Loya. When the time comes, all of them will be used by the people of Loya Kingdom. As soon as Changnya walked into the city gate, he shouted directly to Lusta behind him. Arrive! The key point is that before the king's capital has been defeated, he has already begun to think about how to divide the money next. Even Ching Pheasant, who has always been relatively lazy, looks at Changnya with contempt. Luosta walked forward gracefully, pushed the frame of his glasses with his hand, and said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Don't worry, my majesty, I am still willing to do this kind of thing. We are determined to win the royal capital now, and there are probably no obstacles. As for the devil fruit users in Royal City, June, and you are responsible for capturing them all, and keeping them all alive will be of great use to me then." Changnya said to Junhee. "Yes, your majesty. What do you want those devil fruit users to do?" Aokiji asked curiously. "Of course they must be executed. These people have already caused me to lose many soldiers. Naturally, I need to pay the price they deserve." Changnya said directly. It's just that he didn't say the purpose of doing this. In this world, there are really countless people with devil fruit abilities. Although no one knows where these devil fruits come from, the current Changnya has at least one thing that can be done is to control a killed devil fruit user and the location where his devil fruit descends. Since possessing the space ability, Changnya has been able to control a space barrier. Although this area is not very large, it is completely sufficient overall. King Z looked at the little guy next to him. It was a bit unbelievable that he had already done such a trick at the age of 16. It was estimated that when he saw the newspaper, he would go crazy. Aoki appeared in the royal kingdom and saw the fighting style of the troops of the Toru kingdom. The most important thing that shocked him was that almost all of these people were trained in the sixth form of the navy. In addition, they were fighting team cooperation is much stricter than that of the navy. A country that was in such a state of ruin could develop to such an extent in just 2 or 3 years. The green pheasant is really unimaginable. What will this little guy become when he grows up? What he was more curious about, and the main reason why he had been following Changnya, was to understand how Changnya knew so many things about the Navy headquarters and the New World. The people in the kingdom of Roha did not resist as expected, especially those in the royal city. Some of them even danced and celebrated that Changnya had brought the army to liberate them. After all, in order to prepare for this time, he spent a lot of money to create a single page of the Kingdom of True, so that each of them could understand the benefits they could enjoy after becoming a citizen of the Kingdom of True. Although the Kingdom of Roha does not belong to the World Government United Nations, in some respects, the people in the world government are still very concerned about the situation in the South China Sea. This time, if the Kingdom of True merges with the Kingdom of Roha, it can become the largest country in the entire South China Sea region. It's just that the Kingdom of Roha is like this now, and it's probably not sure how long it will take to recover. At least it will take more than 2 years for him to become what the true kingdom is now. Mainly because its population and land area are much larger than those of the true kingdom. Mr. Aokiji, I wonder what you think when you saw the guards of my Kingdom of True today? Changnya asked as he walked and looked at Ching Pheasant. In this city of the royal kingdom, the two of them seemed to be walking in their own country, without any sense of disobedience. King Z was even more stunned. He didn't expect that this little guy would actually ask him such a question. It is true that he originally wanted to investigate the situation of the army of the Kingdom of True, and what he discovered this time has surprised him. The Navy's sixth form skills seem to be used more skillfully here, and the training method seems to be better than the training method in the Navy is more effective. After thinking for a moment, Aokiji said leisurely, "That's pretty good. I hope you can maintain law and order here and prevent pirates from appearing in the South China Sea. This is your greatest ability. I think you can rest assured on this point, at least in the realm under my jurisdiction, such a situation will not happen." Chang Nyo said. "Oh, you said I encountered such a complicated thing this time, how should I report it when I return to the Navy headquarters?" Aoki said with a troubled expression. "So what if I tell the truth?" Chang Nyo asked curiously. "Didn't you say it before? It's just that this time when you merge the Roha kingdom into the True Kingdom, the world government will definitely send people to observe you, and the CP you learned about will most likely come to your country." Qing Pheasant said. "Is this the kind of thing you are talking about? There is no need to worry about it. At least in our country in the South China Sea, there is nothing worthy of the world government's attention. In the end, at best, they just want us to join the world government. If there is nothing special if you join, you will join. Anyway, there will be no loss to our country." Chang Nyo said with a smile on his face. "I remember that this is not what you said 2 days ago? I didn't know who said it at that time. After joining the world government, it was to serve the group of celestial dragons and hand over the heavenly gold. It is very likely that it will lead to a more serious situation in our country. People are in dire straits." Qing Pheasant closed one eye and squinted at Chang Nyo with the other eye. "Does Lieutenant General Aoki feel that the Tianlong people are short of money? They are undoubtedly the most superior in terms of life. At least in terms of money, there is definitely no need to worry. When the time comes, I will give them 2 rare objects, and it will be natural it can replace the existence of gold in the sky." Chang Nyo said. "I really look forward to what your little guy will be like in the future, and even more to how far this country will develop in the future. But in this process, I don't want you to be able to touch the bottom line of the Navy headquarters. By that time, you can be safe in a country. I can't help you." Qing Pheasant said. "I'm not as boring as you think. I'm quite content staying in this quiet corner. There's no need to argue with your Navy headquarters." Chang Nyo said with a smile. "Then this is best. King Z now really wants to know, what kind of strength is King True in front of him? Is the other party a devil fruit user?" From the time he came here to the present, he had never seen Chang Nyo take action in a week, and his behavior was extremely normal. This was what made Qing Pheasant feel abnormal. Unknowingly, the two of them had been following the army, and now they had reached the front of King Roya's palace. There was no resistance from the army along the way, it was just some pirates causing trouble. But after arriving in front of the palace, almost all the pirates who had been causing trouble had been arrested, including those with devil fruit abilities among the pirates. But this palace gave everyone a very bad feeling. If you look at it through sight, hearing, and color, you can sense that there is a very evil aura in the palace, as if it should not exist in this world at all. "Do you feel it?" Chang Nyo asked with a serious look at Qing Ji beside him. "Of course I feel it. I have a very bad feeling." King Z put away his lazy look and said with the same serious face. "Jun He, arrange for everyone to retreat immediately. Without my order, no one is allowed to come within 500 meters of the palace. Let everyone enter the first level combat readiness state and get up to 12 points. Chapter 25 Natural Dog. No one understood what happened. Although Junhee believed in His Majesty the King, he was still stunned after hearing these words. "What are you doing in a daze? Take the time to prepare." Chang Nyo yelled again. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that the matter had indeed developed to a very serious level. Level 1 combat readiness was not achieved even when attacking the royal kingdom. Even Aokiji, as a marine, had a sense of color that made him a little frightened. What was hidden in the royal palace in the kingdom of Roya? At this moment, all the guards of the kingdom of Tru who had been besieged here all began to retreat quickly, and Luosta began to command these guards, so that the people outside the palace began to leave this place. Now none of them know what is hidden in the palace, but the only thing that is certain is that the things in the palace must not be simple. The release of powerful energy directly makes people shudder. Junhee commanded all the guards and immediately began to assist Luosta in helping the people retreat. However, at this moment, a blue smoke began to emit from the palace. The huge smoke began to spread in all directions, and all the people in the palace began to run out as if they were desperate. Lieutenant General Qing Pheasant, have you seen anything? Chang Nyo asked seriously. It should be a devil fruit, and the ability of the devil fruit has not been controlled yet. If this thing breaks out among the people, no one in the entire city will be spared. Aokiji also said with an embarrassed look. I came here just to investigate the matter, but now the situation is serious enough that I may have to take action. Junhee, Luosta, hurry up and arrange a retreat. After Chang Nyo shouted, he started to prepare to rush inside. As the smoke continued to fill the air, those who had not escaped from the palace fell to the ground one after another. Those who had already started to run out began to scramble towards the outside. King Tru, this matter seems a bit troublesome. This is a matter between your two countries. It is not convenient for me to get involved too much. King Zi wanted to stand here and watch at this moment. After all, he really cannot participate in the affairs between the countries. Fight. All he can do now is to help those people avoid suffering. As for the rest, Qing Pheasant really can't do it. Chang Nyo didn't force it but just smiled and said, I hope Lieutenant General Qing Pheasant can ensure the safety of these people. As for the rest, I think our King's Guard is capable of solving it. But after all, at this time, a dog-like creature jumped out of the palace. The reason why I say this is because this thing is simply astonishingly big. When he stood up, he was almost as tall as a building. He was about 20 meters tall, and the smoke emitted from his body made it impossible to describe him as a dog. Help! Who can help me? Suddenly, those who were preparing to escape from the palace were yelling as they ran. Mad, what on earth is the king of Loya doing? He's actually feeding devil fruit to dogs. Chang Nyo looked at the situation in front of him with some anger. Fortunately, this thing doesn't know the ability to control devil fruit at all, so it can't use it with its own strength. But now that the characteristics of this creature are known, there is no need to worry about other things. The demon sword Muramasa instantly appeared in the hands of Chang Nyo. Qing Ji looked at it with some curiosity. He wanted to see this person who had trained the country's king's guard to be like this. So what kind of strength did their king have? But when the demon sword appeared, Qing Pheasant was still a little surprised. As a person who has lived for decades, Qing Pheasant can tell at a glance that the knife in Chang Nyo's hand is not simple. Chang Nyo directly stepped on the moon steps and flew up, and then he was 200 meters away from the huge wolf dog in an instant, and then a sword flash flew out instantly. The powerful force didn't even take a second to penetrate this huge creature. But what happened next was beyond everyone's imagination. After the sword light penetrated the creature instantly, it seemed that it was not harmed at all. Natural fruit. Chang Nyo was completely speechless. If he were not here, his guards and the people would have died who knows how many times. A wild creature with natural energy, and it can't control the demonic energy emitted by its body. The key is natural energy, and ordinary people's attacks are useless. Now in the entire Toru kingdom, Shunwei is the only one who can skillfully use Haki. But faced with such a situation, even if he has domineering power, there is nothing he can do. He cannot get close to this huge creature, so everything is in vain. The people in the city had begun to evacuate in an orderly and rapid manner with the cooperation of the king's guards. However, they all turned around and saw this huge creature. No one said that they did not feel fear. The royal palace came up with such a thing, and Chongnyo had reason to believe that after this guy couldn't control the devil fruit ability in his body, everyone in the entire palace was probably already cold. I didn't expect this guy to be a swordsman. But if he didn't have domineering power? King Zi looked at Chongnyo who was fighting, his eyes full of admiration, but at his age, if he could kill the domineering force, that would be the ultimate way to end the battle. But before he finished speaking, he already saw Chongnyo's arms turning black, and his domineering aura instantly attached to Muramasa. Dragon Nest Flash Bite. A slash with domineering power flew out instantly. The black sword light once again flew towards the huge canine creature. The other party seemed to have felt the threat and started yelling at Chongnyo. And accompanied by the blue smoke, it rolled towards Chongnyo. But at this moment, the sword light has already attacked the opponent. Just one blow of the knife caused this huge creature to fall to the ground instantly. With the death of this canine creature, the devil fruit ability originally attached to him also dissipated instantly. At this time, the entire palace area had completely turned into a dead silence. No one survived, and every one of them even maintained the panic look they had before they were alive. Originally, I had just started to feel the huge accumulation of energy, which should be this thing, the devil storm formed after eating the devil fruit, but at this moment, there is no need to worry about other things. The matter between the kingdom of Toru and the kingdom of Roha is now over. In the end, no one from the royal family of the royal kingdom came out alive. The flying slash is really surprising. King Zi said to himself. No wonder he was so surprised. Even though the dog had eaten the devil fruit and didn't know how to control it, the aura and energy it exuded were definitely not something that ordinary people could deal with. For those who use swords, flying slashes are completely beyond the scope of swordsmen. To be precise, the current Chongnyo is completely a swordsman-like figure. To have become a swordsman at such an early age is something that countless people cannot achieve in their lifetime. However, Qing Pheasant didn't know that this level of strength was just scratching the surface for Chongnyo. After the battle with the dog, Chongnyo jumped down from the air. Now that the kingdom of Roya no longer poses any threat to all of them, they only need to take over the territory belonging to the kingdom of Roya with their heart. But for everyone, this attack on royal capital was indeed a thrilling one. But the good thing now is that things are finally over. This time the battle will make the headlines of the entire newspaper. Thank you very much Lieutenant General Aokiji for everything you have done for us. Chongnyo slowly walked up to Qing Pheasant and said to him. It's really rare. What King Tru said is really a bit uncomfortable. I was just a spectator, but I didn't expect King Tru to be really surprising. King Zi said calmly and lazily. I didn't expect that the Lieutenant General could say such a thing. In front of you, this is nothing more than wielding a sword. There is no real harm. It is nothing more than self-protection. Chongnyo said with a smile. Your Majesty, now that the matter in the palace has been resolved, do the people in the city still need to retreat? Junhee stepped forward and asked Chongnyo respectfully. No need for now, you and Luosta will count how many aboriginal people there are in the Roha kingdom. Follow the rules of the true kingdom. It must be accurate to the number of people in each family. Also, it's about their living conditions and current situation. In the future, these will also be our own citizens. Don't treat them with any mentality. Chongnyo said. Okay, Your Majesty. Now it's time for you to deal with your country's affairs. I have learned everything I came here to know, so I won't bother you here anymore. It's time to return to my naval headquarters to report on this incident. Journey. Qing Pheasant also stepped forward and said. Chongnyo, no matter what, the other party is still the master of the country, and the attitude and understanding that Qing Ji should have still need to be abided by. Why are you in such a hurry? Lieutenant General Aokiji rarely comes to our kingdom of True once. After a few days of good rest, let us do our best as landlords and entertain the Lieutenant General well. After all, this time on your side, too, it helps us a lot. Changnyo said with a smile. It's no longer necessary. Your place is now a place of right and wrong. It would be better for you and me to leave as soon as possible. Aoki Pheasant still said. As Qingji said this, he was already preparing to leave, not giving Changnyo any chance at all. Now that I have understood what I need to understand this time, I can give an explanation when I go back, which at least means I have completed the task. Watching Qingji leave, Changnyo showed a successful smile on his lips. The real fun is yet to come. Where are we now? Lusta, Lieutenant General Aokiji came to our Kingdom of True to help us rescue the Kingdom of Roha. We must do a good job in publicity to tell others about the friendly relationship between us and the Navy. Nyo said to Luasta, who was now standing next to him. Don't worry, Your Majesty, everything has been arranged now, and there will definitely not be any problems. Lusta adjusted his glasses and said. Let's go and take a look at this luxurious royal palace of the royal kingdom. Maybe we can move the location here in the future. It feels pretty good. Changnyo walked in front, looking at the entrance of the palace where corpses were still lying on the ground. The luxury of this place was countless times better than where he lived now. Your Majesty, do you want us to clean up the palace first? Lusta said. Is it necessary to care about such a thing? Living in this world, if you want to live well, the first thing you have to do is not be afraid of anything. Luasta, as a business leader, you will have to face too many things in the future. Nyo said. Yes, Your Majesty, I have remembered it. Luasta stopped and said respectfully. He didn't pay much attention to it. No one was going to clean up the things in King Roya's palace now. Most people had already gone to maintain order. Although almost no one in the entire Roha kingdom objects to the invasion of the true kingdom, there are still many people who want to take advantage of the chaos. Changnyo stepped over the corpses and then walked towards the palace with domineering steps. Here, what you can see with every step you take can only be described as luxury. For a place as poor as the Roha kingdom, it takes a lot of hard work from the people to build such a palace. The highest point of the entire palace is about 100 meters tall. The facade of the building is somewhat similar to the European style, and the columns that appear in front of you are shocking. Just stepping into the palace gate and seeing the marble paved on the ground, even an inexperienced person can feel how expensive it is. The ground was polished as smooth as a mirror, and no trees were planted on both sides of the road. Instead, it turned into an unusually large lawn square. The green lawn makes people want to go up there and just lie down and have a rest. The road under your feet goes straight forward, and the details in every frame are quite extensive. And this road extends from the main gate of the palace to the main hall. This distance was at least about 300 meters away, and because of the demonic ability released by the big dog, the whole road was almost covered with corpses. Chapter 26 Royal Palace. The corpses in front of him no longer caused any shock, at least to Changnyo. Perhaps he has begun to gradually adapt to such an environment. After all, after coming to this world, he has to face these things frequently. For him, he cannot have a heart of kindness at all. So he still stepped over the corpses and slowly began to walk towards the palace hall, while Luasta followed with a few people. If it weren't for the presence of so many corpses, the scenery of this palace could be said to be perfect, but even if there were so many lying on the ground, it would hardly affect the beauty in this aspect. However, after entering the palace, everyone was astonished by the luxury inside. The same circular dome, but at least 50 meters high. In the wide hall, even the sound of breathing began to echo. The throne at the top of the hall, it doesn't take much thinking to know that this must be the exclusive place for King Roya. The golden seat is obviously made of pure gold. A huge red gem is inlaid on the top of the seat. It is almost 2 meters wide. It is no problem to seat 2 or 3 people. The walls on both sides of the palace, including the pillars, are all decorated with gold. Just the decoration of the palace hall would be impossible to complete without billions of belly. As a country with a very large land area, the kingdom of Roha has always been in dire straits of living conditions for its citizens. It is really unimaginable. What is the level of extravagance of this king? There are no corpses in this hall. They must have run out, so it looks particularly elegant and luxurious. The top dome of the palace is entirely made of glass. The light shines down along the glass, making the palace look magnificent as a whole. Your Majesty, this place is so shocking. Luosta looked like he had never seen the world before and said with emotion. I don't know how many people's flesh and blood these things are made from. It's really surprising. But now I'm more curious about one thing, that is, how much money is there in this king's treasury? Chang Nyo smiled. Said. Your Majesty will make the statistics as soon as possible and submit them to Your Majesty at that time. Lusta said. What do you think about moving the palace to this place in the future? Chang Nyo asked. It's not impossible. It's just that the two places are far apart. I think the location of our true palace is better. The Manhwa port has been established and perfected. After that, all the commerce began to be concentrated in that place. However, it is different here. It's not that convenient in comparison, Lusta said. You're right, it's a pity that such a wonderful building is missing. Chang Nyo said with a slight sigh. The business content I planned before will be implemented in this area as soon as possible in the future. After staying here for 2 days, we will hurry back. Let's sort out the plans we need to make in the future from beginning to end. I don't require that cities like Jiluo and Gokangli become like ours now within 2 years, but at least within 2 years, all the people's survival problems must be solved. The question, as to what should be done next, is something you must consider. You must give me a plan before you go back. You are not only the country's money bag, but more importantly, you are the god who maintains the lives of the people. Chang Nyo said calmly to Luosta with no expression on his face. However, after the other party heard this, he looked cautious, but inside he was filled with excitement and other emotions. This is a big project, and even Luosta has to treat it with caution. Fortunately, he and his people have already been considering these things before, and now they are just making some slight changes based on the actual situation of the country. When Luosta was recognized by Chang Nyo for the first time, he was just the person responsible for communicating with the outside world in the palace. Chang Nyo liked this guy's cleverness and brains, and directly made him go from the lowest level to a top cadres of the country. But the facts have proved that Chang Nyo's overall decision-making was not wrong, and Luosta has indeed demonstrated his value in the true kingdom. From the beginning of the country's poverty to the present, earth-shaking changes have been achieved in more than 2 years. Although all the planning was issued by Chang Nyo, Luosta was the implementer from beginning to end, and there are many aspects all have exceeded Chang Nyo's early forecasts. Now that Luosta heard that His Majesty the King had achieved such a mission, he no longer felt the anxiety and excitement he felt at first, but felt more of a sense of responsibility and responsibility. Luosta rarely pushed up the frames of his glasses. He crossed his hands on his waist and bowed respectfully. He said in a calm and soft voice, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely make a comparison for you in the past 2 days. Satisfactory planning. You have worked hard on this matter, and the country will not forget what you have done. All the hard work will be paid back to you in the future." "Your Majesty is serious," Luosta said quickly. Chang Nyo looked at the hunched-over Luosta and patted his shoulder with relief. Luosta was nearly 10 years older than Chang Nyo, but his thinking could make everyone surrender. "Let's go and take a look at what the King of Roya Kingdom looks like, and let others look for him. I don't know where he died at this time," Chang Nyo said with a smile. "King Roya? Your Majesty, the big fat man lying on the ground in front of the hall just now should be King Roya." When Luosta heard what Chang Nyo said, he immediately thought about it. "After all, when I came in just now, I noticed that the big fat man lying there who was completely dead, and the crown on his head, was obviously not someone else. Moreover, there were no people in the palace hall, and it was obvious that almost all of them died. Outside, as for their king, a guy with little strength, it is naturally impossible to run faster than others. Really? Then we'd better take a look quickly. Chongnyo was really as curious as a child at this moment. When he came in, he really didn't pay much attention to the people lying on the ground. Anyway, they were in the main hall now. Walking out the door is just a matter of a few steps. But when I walked out, I saw a fat man who looked to be at least 500 or 600 pounds lying on the ground. The clothes he was wearing were made of cloth made in his own country. Chapter 27 The Newspaper That Shocked the World. As for the big fat man's face, no one wanted to see it. He was dead now anyway, and Chongnyo didn't even think about taking one last look at him. I have never seen what he looks like before, and I don't want to know about it now. It's just that I know that the other party is indeed dead, which is more important. After Chongnyo knelt down and looked at it for a while, he confirmed his true identity and rolled his eyes in contempt. I really don't know how this guy has survived all these years. As a king, it would be quite shameful for him to die if he has brought his country into such a horrible state. Losta, this guy still has some valuable things on him. He won't need them since he's dead anyway. Remember to put them into the treasury. Chongnyo turned his head and said to Losta, who was standing behind him. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely do a good job. Losta said with a smile. When Chongnyo said such words, several people behind him, including the guards, were a little surprised. No matter how quiet he was still the leader of a country. Although he failed now, his identity has not been lost. A person has just died and his body has not yet cooled down. If you start to treat him like this now, it is really satisfying. Outside the palace. Junhee, captain of the guard, there are too many people who are unwilling to go back and want to see our king. How should we deal with this kind of thing? On the streets outside the palace, people who were originally planning to evacuate to the royal city, because after the big dog died and there was no threat, all began to ask to return to where they lived, but now the streets are still overcrowded, and there is no one. He had a hostile mentality, but instead he had a huge smile on his face. Each of them is looking forward to seeing the face of His Majesty the King of True Kingdom, at least to let them remember what the king who came to save them looks like. When Junhee heard his subordinates report this matter, the expression on his face was generally helpless. Before this, except for encountering this kind of situation in the royal city of my own country, I had never thought about or heard of it in other places. Especially when their country has just been occupied, it is indeed surprising that ordinary people still have such great enthusiasm. Junhee was also very helpless. He had already seen this scene, but he could not directly let the guards disperse the enthusiasm of the people. After thinking for a while, Junhee could only say to the guards below, "Let's do this for now. But we must pay attention to maintaining order and not let any problems occur to these people. There is also a high possibility that there will be people in the crowd who are unfavorable to His Majesty the King. People, you must also pay attention to these things." Yes. Junhee turned to look in the direction of the palace. He also wanted to take a look there, but as the captain of the king's guard, he still needed to understand the priorities of the matter clearly. Especially for Junhee, on the surface he is just the captain of the king's guard, but in fact he is almost equivalent to the general of the entire country, responsible for supporting the deployment of the entire country's army. The burden on him is also very heavy. In this country, as far as he feels, the most powerful person in the country besides His Majesty the King should belong to him. "Gaju, come here!" Junhee shouted while looking at a young man standing not far away who was chatting. After hearing the sound, the other party hurried over and shouted respectfully, "Captain of the guard, what are your orders? How are the captured pirates doing now?" His Majesty the King specifically ordered that those with devil fruit abilities must be well controlled. Junhee looked at each other and asked directly. "Don't worry, Captain, these people are completely under control and have all put on restraint collars. They are all in cages now, and there will be no accidents to any of them. Jiiju replied seriously. How many people have been confirmed to have devil fruit abilities? What are their abilities? Shunye asked again. Captain, these things have been confirmed. A total of 11 devil fruit ability users have been captured in the entire Roha kingdom. According to interrogation statistics, these people are all from the West Sea. The devil fruit abilities have also been recorded in detail and can be submitted at any time. Over to you and your majesty. Jiiju stood at attention and replied. You must not be careless. The more this time comes, the more careful you must be before telling them to be more alert. Junhee said. Each of those pirates has already put on a neck collar, and this thing is made of fine steel. It can even be said that it cannot be made with the current technology. It also incorporates the characteristics of sea tower stone, which can completely suppress demons. The ability of those with fruit abilities. In addition to its own hardness, the inside is equivalent to a bomb that can explode at any time. Changniu also spent a lot of money to buy it from the system space. The main reason for purchasing these gadgets is to deal with devil fruit users. Now they are considered lambs to be slaughtered, but no one knows whether some special situations may happen next. On the surface, everything is going very smoothly, but in reality, no one dares to guess what is going on. The kingdom of Roha is different from the previous kingdom of Toru. There are already many nobles in this country, and almost all of them are the king's confidants. They usually squeeze and treat the people harshly when doing things. But when the war broke out, all those so-called nobles disappeared overnight. No one can guarantee whether they will have any backup in the end, but in a place like the South China Sea, Junhee fully believes in the strength of His Majesty the King, and it is enough to dominate this area. But even so, he is still meticulous in doing things and does everything to perfection. This is the kind of result he wants. It's time for the next day. The lively thing these days is not the true kingdom, but the Navy headquarters base. Because the Toru kingdom attacked the Roya kingdom, the newspaper finally turned to save the citizens of the Roya kingdom. The key was the blue pheasant attached to the photo. Even the world government was completely helpless when it saw this kind of thing. The moment the newspaper appeared, the news almost spread throughout the pirate world. The newspaper office spared no effort to copy these things. At this moment, whether it was the pirates, the navy, the world government, or other countries, they all knew that there was a country like the Toru kingdom in the South China Sea. Chapter 28 The Navy fell into the pit. The newspaper this time can be regarded as causing 1,000 waves with one stone. The newspaper not only contained information about the friendship between the Toru kingdom and the navy, but also included photos of King Toru and Aoki Pheasant chatting. The most important thing is that there is no way that Changniu will miss this opportunity to promote its own country. The various advertisements above are also flashy. Anyway, in this era, few people are aware of this marketing method. But those people at the Navy headquarters base are all dumbfounded now. Aokiji hasn't returned to the Navy headquarters base yet, but now the phone bug in his arms has rang countless times. In the naval headquarters base. Wow, haha. There was a laugh that couldn't stop. Garp looked at warring states. The moment he saw the newspaper, he couldn't help but laugh. Garp, you bastard, can you stop laughing? Don't you want to go back to your hometown in Donghai? Get out of here and don't let me see you again. Sengoku yelled angrily. However, Garp continued to smile and eat as if nothing had happened. The newspaper in his hand was still there. The most conspicuous place was the photos of Changniu and Aokiji. I didn't expect that a group of us old guys would be tricked by a little king this time. The key to rescuing the country controlled by pirates is that our Navy's Associate General also participated. The little guy made a good calculation, and now it is estimated that even the world government is having a headache, and even so, they can't say a word. Garp said with a smile, but he also admired the other party's scheming. Taking over a country and not being criticized by everyone outside was the most brilliant method. The key is that as soon as this newspaper comes out, the Navy headquarters base is equivalent to having an agreement with the Kingdom of Toru. The Navy Commodore is involved in the war. No matter how you look at the Navy headquarters base, you will not be able to escape this time. Garp, what do you think we should do now? Before I left, I specifically told Aokiji that no matter what happens, he must not participate in the battle between the two countries. But look at the current situation. It was announced so obviously. Warring states said still somewhat angrily. What's the use of pursuing these things now? Instead of that, why not see what the little king wants to do? I think this matter is definitely not an accident. The whole thing is like a big chess game for us to jump into. Karp said. However, for Changnyo, when he first went to Rogtown and did not restrict the abilities of his subordinates, his purpose was to send someone from the Navy to prove the trust between his country and the Navy headquarters. There is a friendly relationship between them, but although things have changed qualitatively now, the final outcome is what they want to see. Even this time the war between the two countries has pushed this matter to a peak. So now the entire naval base is in a complete headache, and the last thing they want to see is this kind of thing. The Navy headquarters itself pursues absolute justice and does not favor any country or force. But now that this incident has occurred, the balance of this so-called absolute justice has tilted. In any case, this matter has a relatively large impact on the Navy, but they have nothing to do. After all, the era of great pirates has arrived. All major forces on the sea have gradually merged, and the era of pirates has also begun. It has developed to its peak. The Navy is already exhausted just to deal with these pirates, let alone deal with the true kingdom where the sky is high and the emperor is far away. The South China Sea itself is the weakest among the four sea areas. Even if something like this happens, the Navy headquarters base can only suppress the matter. But in the office of Marshal Sengoku at the Navy headquarters, Garp and Sengoku looked at each other, probably feeling unspeakable pain in their hearts. Garp doesn't care, but the warring states period is really full of troubles now. As a wise general, he really doesn't have any good ideas at the moment. I will go back tomorrow. This matter will not have much impact on the Navy. I believe King Tru will not make any excessive moves. He will wait until the pirate situation is stabilized. Just go deal with it, Karp said. It can only be the warring states also said. But what they didn't know was that in the following days, the True Kingdom's business development path had reached a rapid speed. All merchant ships hang the flag of the Kingdom of True and the flag of the Navy and sail on the sea. Even if they encounter pirates, they don't have to stay away. Even if they pass by them, few pirates dare to attack them. This thing is the purpose of Changnyo. Business is the economic lifeline of this country. This is the cheapest and simplest way to maximize benefits. Because after this incident, let alone whether other neighboring countries had any thoughts about the True Kingdom, in terms of strength, they did not dare to make any move. Since the Kingdom of Roha was occupied, the entire Kingdom of True has become the largest country in the South China Sea. The population of the entire country also belongs to the largest among all countries in the South China Sea. The True Palace was still the same one as before. Changnyo did not choose to use the more luxurious Loya Palace. Instead, he chose to demolish the whole place and put all the valuable things into the palace treasury. If they really use the palace of the original Kingdom of Roha, let alone the possibility of being criticized by people with ulterior motives, the things in front of them will not be of any benefit to them. The royal palace of True is close to the coast, and the royal city has become the core area of economic development of the entire Kingdom of True. These things cannot be abandoned. Changnyo doesn't have the same idea as King Roha. It's really useless to live in such a luxurious place. Instead of doing this, it's better to improve the country's economy. But most kings have not considered this kind of thing, or have no such concept at all. These people hardly cherish the throne that has been passed down, otherwise their country would not have become so impoverished. 1 month after this incident ended, the first major meeting was held in the royal palace of True. There were a lot of people participating in this big meeting, almost 100 or so people. Chapter 29 Public Meeting of the Kingdom. Early in the morning. The entire periphery of the palace is now filled with people, almost all of whom are ordinary people. Of course, there are also guards maintaining order. After the kingdom of Roha became the kingdom of True, all the people are now looking forward to this meeting. After all, this time will be the moment that changes their destiny. Not only the Roha people, but also the original Toru people attach great importance to it. There are even many people who have traveled thousands of miles to come here just to learn about the content of this meeting as soon as possible. Such a prosperous situation is impossible to see in any country in the pirate world. The surrounding people are always crowded, and more people are coming here. Chongnyo, who was staying in the palace, naturally knew what was going on outside, but now overall, he was a little helpless. But before this meeting started, he had already arranged a national live broadcast, but not many people were standing in front of the live broadcast. Junhee was the person in charge of the security of this conference. He stood on the wall of the palace and shouted directly to the people below, "Everyone, I am Junhee, the person in charge of the King's Guard. His Majesty ordered that all personnel are not allowed to enter the palace. It's so crowded that His Majesty has placed live broadcast stations in every area, where you can intuitively see the live broadcast of this palace meeting." Because most people didn't know anything about the live broadcast station before, so they crowded in front of the palace. After hearing this, Jun and the King's guards under his command also began to explain. The whole process lasted for more than half an hour, and the crowd began to slowly disperse. As for those who still refused to leave, they had no choice but to reset a live broadcast station in front of the palace. FREWBNV. Different from the live broadcast using phone bugs, these things are purchased by Chongnyo from the system space, which can at least maintain sufficient stability. After all, they can't get a phone bug that can live broadcast at all now. The key is that this thing needs to be cultivated from an early age, otherwise it will be completely unusable. Such a large area in the palace hall is now filled with tables and chairs. This meeting may be a bit long, and they are not allowed to stand and chat. Many unfamiliar faces appeared in this meeting. Chongnyo presided over it himself, and Luosta was responsible for the content of the meeting. They had been discussing things for several days, so naturally they needed to be carried out slowly. Everyone who is sitting here is concentrating and maintaining a high spirit. They didn't chat with each other or even make eye contact. They were all looking forward to Chongnyo's arrival and the official start of their new national journey. The meeting is scheduled to start at 8 a.m., and everyone inside and outside the palace is now protected by the King's guards. And because the True Kingdom has always been on the headlines of newspapers recently, even those newspapers in the New World have people coming to search for hot news. Chongnyo's residence. Your Majesty, the meeting is about to begin. Are you ready? Outside the room door, the servants and maids shouted softly. Not long after she finished speaking, Chongnyo opened the door. He looked very different today. Standard king's clothing, a white uniform, a light yellow shirt lined with a white bow tie, and it looks completely custom-fitted, making Chongnyo look quite elegant at this moment. Wearing a golden crown on her head, there is no so-called gem inlay, but it looks elegant and elegant. Has everyone arrived yet? As soon as Chongnyo opened the door, he directly asked the maid who was bowing her body to salute. Your Majesty, everyone has arrived and is currently waiting for Your Majesty to go. The maid said. Not only did they arrive, those people had already started to go before dawn at 6 o'clock in the morning, sitting there waiting for the meeting to come. After listening to what the servant said, Chongnyo nodded slightly, and then took out another pile of paper from the room, which was almost as thick as a book. Take it with you and let's go there too. Chongnyo directly handed the information in his hand to the maid, and then said calmly. Even Changno attached great importance to this meeting. After all, it involved the country's future planning, and such an opportunity did not come every time. Now that the initial stabilization of the country has been completed, then comprehensive economic development will begin. As long as money comes in, the rest will not matter at all. Outside, whether it is the live broadcast venue in the royal city or the original kingdom of Roha, the live broadcast stations in every city are already crowded with people, and they are all protected by the army to prevent overcrowding and damage. All the people also put down what they were doing and ran to the live broadcast station to watch. They all wanted to know what benefits would come to them next. The key is that although every place is a bit crowded, it is surprisingly quiet, and no one will argue about whether they are in the front or behind. And before 6 o'clock in the morning, the live broadcast content had already started. The palace hall was empty at first, and finally full of people, waiting until the meeting is about to start. The people were feeling anxious. After all, they didn't know what benefit this would have to them. However, in the nearly month of publicity, everyone has already understood that the content of the meeting is mainly aimed at the future direction of the country. It's His Majesty the King. His Majesty the King has appeared. In the eyes of everyone, Changno walked into the palace hall dressed in king's clothes and elegant. In an instant, all the people shouted for him. This was also the first time for many people to see the king of their country. Although he is very young, no one looks down on him. In the palace hall, as soon as Changno appeared, everyone stood up immediately and everyone saluted respectfully. When he arrived at his seat, Changno smiled and said, "Everyone, get up. Today's content is a bit long, and it is a meeting in front of all the people of our country. I hope everyone can stop talking nonsense today and all decision-making meetings will be completed and implemented at the agreed time." "Yes, Your Majesty, I will definitely abide by the principles of this meeting," Luosta said respectfully. Changno walked to his seat and sat down directly. At the front of the entire hall, there was a camera. This thing was much easier to use than a phone bug. Not only are high-definition images presented, but the sound is also synchronized, and there is no need to worry about being interfered by anything. Chapter 30 The King's Public Speech. This is a live broadcast meeting for the whole country. If you are not careful, you may attract criticism. It was also the first time for Changno to do such a thing, but overall he looked very calm and indifferent. "Your Majesty, this is the content to be discussed at this meeting in accordance with your request." Gagoya played the role of a secretary this time and looked very stylish. Wearing standard professional attire, with a bun, a white shirt on the upper body, a hip skirt with black stockings, and 5 cm high heels, he looks very elegant and professional. "Just put things down first. Sit aside and be ready to record things at any time." Changno replied in a low voice with a smile. "Yes, Your Majesty." After Gagoya retreated and sat there, Changno sat upright and straightened his current clothes, looking more mature. Then there was no need for him to say anything more. The people below started pushing the camera in front of him and stopped about 5 meters away. Now all the live broadcast screens outside are showing the appearance of His Majesty the King. At this moment, no one spoke, it was quiet, and even the sound of breathing and heartbeat could be heard. Changno coughed twice, and then with a smile, he waved and said, "Hello, hello, people of the Kingdom of True. There may be many people who don't know me. So let me introduce myself first. I am Genji Nagano, the king of our Toru Kingdom, an ordinary person living in the same place as everyone. I am honored to be the king of this country, and I am even more fortunate to have you as my people. This is my honor and my responsibility. More than 2 years ago, when I became the king of this country, I thought with all my heart that in the future I must let my people live the prosperous life they want, at least to ensure that you can, in your future life, no more worries about food, no more worries about warmth and coldness, no more worries about safety. As the King of True, today, we are opening the first national live broadcast meeting of our true country. The purpose is to let you know that we can bring you the life you want in the future, and how should we do it. Whether you are an original Toru citizen or a Roha citizen who has just joined this big family, from now on you all belong to the same identity, that is, you are a member of the big family of our Toru country. It is you who have given us rights, status and honor. To this end, all of us will spare no effort to create the living conditions that our kingdom of True deserves. For this reason, I am willing to solemnly swear here that the people will be the most important thing that our country of True puts first. As the King of True, I am also willing to advance and retreat together with you. Of course, we are also very grateful for your expectations for us. If there are shortcomings in the future, we also hope that the people in front of the live broadcast station can give timely corrections and replies. After Chongnyo finished speaking, he sat where he was and nodded directly to show his courtesy. However, other people sitting in the main hall were already shocked and dumbfounded. How could a king of a country say such a thing? The key is to face the people of the country. It's just that they don't know at all what's happening outside now. After the words of His Majesty the King and their eyes fell, almost the whole country was silent for a moment, and then there were sudden shouts in front of every live broadcast station. They all shouted directly about their Majesty the King, and most of them were even moved to tears. It's no wonder that they behaved like this, especially the previous Roha nationals. They have been treated in such inhumane ways for who knows how many years. Now that they have come out of such a devilish life, they suddenly feel as if they have entered heaven. His Majesty the King is actually so amiable and willing to put them first. This is what makes everyone feel moved. The king personally took the initiative to communicate with them and introduced himself. Indeed, many people had never seen their king before, but after this time, the image of Chongnyo had been deeply imprinted in their minds. Such words of encouragement, not to mention these ordinary people, even the soldiers who were responsible for guarding the live broadcast station, were all moved and confused. The first public appearance has already caused such a sensation. Even the reporters from other countries and the Grand Line had a look of shock on their faces. They must have met many more people than these common people. At least one thing that is certain is that among so many countries, Chongnyo is definitely the only king who can say such a thing. The reporters kept taking pictures and flipping the phone bugs in their hands. In addition, others also started to communicate with people at the headquarters through the phone bugs. However, after Chongnyo finished speaking, the photographer began to quickly retreat back with the camera, and the screen locked onto the entire palace hall again. This time, after the king spoke first, it was fully confirmed that the meeting had officially started. The solemn scene also made everyone watching start to become quiet, for fear that they would miss something if they didn't listen carefully. After sorting out all the emotions, the meeting finally began to officially begin in the main hall. This is the first national meeting of the Kingdom of True. Let me first talk about the introduction and rules of the meeting. First of all, the person who led this meeting was our great King of True. A total of 176 people participated in the meeting, and the content of all the meetings was broadcast live to the entire Kingdom of True. The following meetings will focus on comprehensive discussions, and everyone must remain quiet until the topic of discussion comes up. Luosta stood up, looked at everyone and said loudly, he was the host of this meeting, so he was naturally qualified to say such a thing. No one sitting there spoke. It goes without saying that these rules were explained to them. However, it was just the first time for them to participate in such a formal meeting, which made some people feel excited and uneasy. In addition, there were too many people watching this meeting outside. In some respects, the number of people watching this time was not only the citizens of the True Kingdom, but was also broadcast to other countries by other reporters. The key is that the content of this meeting does not need to be hidden or kept secret. It does not hurt even if people from other countries know about it. It seems that everyone has no objections. If this is the case, then I will announce that the first national meeting of the Kingdom of True will now officially begin. Chapter 31 The Direction of the Meeting. After Luosta's words fell and he paused for a while, Chongnyo sat down and began to say leisurely, "The purpose of hosting this meeting today is mainly for the comprehensive development of people's livelihood issues in the future, considering that many people may not have experienced related things. So the content of this meeting will start from the simplest place. First of all, the first question is about the overall arrangements of the former Roha nationals who have just integrated into our big family. The citizens of the former True Kingdom now have enough living standards and conditions to have enough food and clothing, and they also have their own jobs and responsibilities. The country has now developed its own brand and economic resources, so the new members of the family will be our top priority next. Now, let Minister of Commerce Luosta talk about the national economic site planning of the former Kingdom of Roya." Changniu looked directly at Luosta and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Luosta said respectfully, then turned to look at everyone and stood up. Then he took the draft paper that he had prepared before and said loudly, "Following the order of His Majesty the King, during this period, we have already begun to sort out the information about the former Roha citizens. Overall planning situation. The total population of the original Kingdom of Roha was 27.68 million, of which about 25.25 million were unable to meet the daily needs of food and clothing. They were severely economically poor and backward. The arrangements for this group of personnel in the future are as follows." What Luosta said was almost like a report, not only to Changniu, but also to the entire Toru Kingdom National Association. After all the reporting questions were finished, the citizens outside did not know what to say, and even stood there dumbly. Starting from today, they at least already know that their true kingdom will have many more processing plants, which will include wine, beverages, tobacco, food, household utensils, and a series of other products to choose from. Jobs and factories. For them, the most important thing is, and for the true kingdom, this meeting is essentially the biggest propaganda. And it's the kind of publicity that can be done without any money at all. At least it can let the outside world know that there will be bigger moves in the Kingdom of True next. The citizens of the entire country are not as excited as they imagined at this moment. Everyone is holding back their restless hearts because they want to continue listening and know which options are better for them and their future life choices. But even though there are so many factories to be built, with so many citizens, it still seems like a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, the current territory of the True Kingdom is large enough to accommodate this series of developments. After Luosta finished speaking what he wanted to say, everyone else was taking notes seriously, as if they were afraid of missing something. The people who came here to participate in the meeting were not only the former citizens of the Kingdom of True, but also the citizens of the Kingdom of Roha who had just surrendered, as well as the original army leaders. They can be happy with their current life, at least it no longer has the same wandering life as before. This meeting is of vital importance to everyone. There is no distinction between them, and most of the participants are young people. Their thoughts will be more jumpy, and their ability and degree of handling things are much higher than those of older people. Now that the leaders are already there, you need to do things down to earth these days, and there is no need to worry about other things at all. There is a plan above, but all you need to do below is a plan. This operation of the True Kingdom has indeed refreshed everyone's understanding of national politics, and this kind of open and transparent current affairs politics has made those people full of expectations for their future lives. But while their meeting was going on, there were people in other places thousands of miles away watching the live broadcast simultaneously. Wei, why are you here? Didn't I agree that my father has something to do today, so you can go out and play by yourself first? In the same palace, there was a little girl who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. She had long blue hair and looked very kawaii. She ran in quietly and suddenly appeared next to a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. At this time, several of them were also watching the live broadcast of the meeting in the special kingdom. But the live broadcast they saw was nothing more than a broadcast of the video footage from the live broadcast station in the Kingdom of True. The little girl named Wei smiled and asked curiously, "Father, what are you looking at?" Father still needs to take a good look at some big things in other countries. You go out and play with them quickly. Don't stay in the room and disturb us. EAV.C. The middle-aged man who spoke also wore a crown on his head and wore black clothes. He looked very extraordinary. This is Alabasta, a desert country, and it is also an unavoidable scene in the plot of One Piece. It belongs to the largest country on the Great Line, and it is not formed in the form of an island. However, the land area of this country is much larger than the current kingdom of True. The king who speaks is Cobra, a man who currently holds absolute power. Father, if I don't want to make any noise, then I'll take a look too. The 7 or 8-year-old girl said coquettishly. However, there was not only the king in this room at this moment, but also several princes and ministers. Faced with this situation, Cobra didn't want to miss any link, so he could only smile helplessly, then hugged the little girl and sat on the seat next to him. At this moment, the first meeting of the True Kingdom was in progress, and almost every word spoken made him, the king, deeply moved. After all, such a situation is too rare. A country can announce the political affairs it will run next, which is completely unexpected by the kings of other countries. What I didn't expect is actually far more than that. It's more about people's planning for the national economy. This is the top priority, including how many people should be corresponding to the establishment of each place, and how many years will it take for economic development. These times must be accurate to within a rough range. Chapter 32 Targeting people in this country. The people in the room were staring at every move on the screen, including the details of everyone's words and actions, all listening carefully. However, in the center of the screen, the king of Toru Kingdom, Changnyo, has always been sitting. At the age of 16, he gives people a very mature and stable feeling. What's the population of our country? Cobra suddenly asked the people sitting behind him. He had never thought of such a thing. The several ministers behind him also looked at each other, and they already knew the answer without thinking too much. Your Majesty, our country's land area is too large, but most of it is desert. In terms of population, it may not be as large as the Kingdom of True. A minister behind Cobra said bravely. However, when he said this, even he was probably embarrassed. Study carefully, a country run by a teenager has surpassed our country that has lasted for thousands of years. I have to say that this broadcast of the Trudeau National Conference can also make us feel deeply. Cobra did not blame the minister behind him, after all, he had never thought of such a thing. Looking at the people talking freely on the screen, Cobra already felt ashamed. Dad, what are you looking at? Wai Wei, who was sitting next to Cobra, finally asked in a low voice the question in her heart. She couldn't understand everything she saw in front of her. She couldn't even understand what the other party was saying. Wei Wei, look good, this will definitely become the king who will lead an era. Even my father was deeply touched when he saw this. Cobra said calmly and emotionally. Your Majesty, I believe that the national conditions of the Kingdom of True are very different from ours, and many things cannot be covered in one article. As soon as Cobra finished speaking, the minister behind him who had spoken just now opened his mouth to speak again. Do you think I know what you are talking about? The key question is not at all. Cobra said, turned to look at his daughter Wai Wei, and said with emotion, King of the Toru Kingdom, Genji Changno, I have met his father twice. This little guy became the king at the age of 14. This year at the age of 16, he has already cleaned up the mess left by his father in order. Not only that, but the country's economy and military are no longer what they were before. It can be said that under his leadership, the True Kingdom will soon become the most powerful country in the entire South China Sea. Dad, are you serious? Wei Wei asked with surprise. Well, it's just a matter of time. Cobra said with a smile. Don't worry, Dad, Wei Wei will definitely be stronger than the other party in the future. Seeing the serious look on Wei Wei's face, Cobra smiled happily, and then continued to look at the content on the screen. Another place. In a dark-looking room, several old men were also looking at the scene in the true kingdom in front of them. Every expression was not very good, but at this time, an old man with a goatee opened his mouth and said directly, "Let CP2 go and inform the king of Toru Kingdom to let him join the world government. I really can't believe that such a shrewd king can appear in such a weak place in the South China Sea. Should we let CP0 investigate first to see what is going on in this country?" As soon as the old man with the goatee finished speaking, another bald man wearing a white robe and holding a long knife also spoke. "It seems that the wife and children of Roger the Pirate King were in this country back then, right?" Another old man with a mustache said. "Yes, I am quite impressed with this matter. The wife of Pirate King Roger is indeed in the Toru Kingdom." The bald old man holding the knife said. "It's better to just let the CP tell them to join the world government, and leave the rest alone for the time being." The old man with the goatee said again. "Then let's do it." The old man with a mustache said nothing more, and several people acquiesced to this attitude. This national meeting of the Kingdom of True did indeed attract the attention of kings from many countries. Of course, some seriously reflected on their actions, while others felt that the Kingdom of True existed just to attract attention. Everyone has a different opinion, but their vision cannot determine the future direction of the True Kingdom. The meeting continued, and almost only two things were discussed throughout the morning. Chongnyo hardly said anything during the whole process, just to watch everyone's attitude. Most of the people on the field were young people, and everyone was full of motivation. He just dropped the topic, and Lusta made all the arrangements. After all, they had already discussed the issues to be discussed in this meeting before. The purpose of holding such a meeting this time was to let the people of the country know how the prosperous era that will come next will proceed. Chongnyo didn't know that there were so many people outside watching his country's meeting, but it all didn't matter. Even the old men in the world government have already considered the issue of joining the world government, but for the current Toru Kingdom, joining the world government is not a problem. After all, the national economic level is now rising. After joining the world government, it is nothing more than a matter of paying the heavenly gold. But for the following Toru Kingdom, the advantages of joining the world government will be much greater than now. After all, when sailing your own goods on the sea in the future, you no longer have to worry about being plundered by pirates. After all, you can directly summon the navy to fight behind your back. This is the biggest benefit of joining the world government. The heavenly gold provided is nothing more than a protection fee. Faweebno. But all this is just a drop in the bucket for the current True Kingdom, and the regulations for heavenly gold are not just gold, silver, and jewelry. Goods can also be used instead, provided that the group of people at the top can satisfy it. Your Majesty, should we take a break at noon before proceeding? In the main hall of True Palace, Luosta Zhan looked at Chongnyo and asked in a low voice. That's it for this morning. Regarding economic and commercial development, we will inform you immediately. The relevant person in charge must seize the time to implement it as soon as possible. The matters discussed in the morning will be here first, and we will continue to discuss other matters in the afternoon. Let's break up the meeting first. If any of you don't understand something, you must communicate with Lhasa Tower as soon as possible. Don't make mistakes again. In our country, leaders will never allow such low-level mistakes. Chapter 33 The Pirate Who Made a Mistake. They have been meeting all morning, and the people outside have also been watching all morning. For these people, everything they want to discuss involves their own real interests. However, the contents of these meetings that are actually broadcast live are actually irrelevant. What really needs to be strengthened are those things that cannot be broadcast. Before this public meeting, many people had already begun to study a number of issues, most of which included military and political issues, and there were also discussions on issues that may arise in the future. Most of these things are aimed at the real-time politics and military strengthening theories of the entire pirate world. It only took half a month since the Roha Kingdom merged into the True Kingdom. The military and politics of both sides have been integrated. It is unknown how many people in the middle cooperate. But what can be confirmed now is that Junhee has begun to search for some soldiers with good physical fitness and suitable for training among the entire army, and all of them are training according to the National Guard training method. It is estimated that within a few years, the entire True Kingdom will be able to look down upon the entire South China Sea. Although they can do this now, they are not so anxious. Recuperating their energy is the most important issue. At present, the entire kingdom of Toru has an army of about 500,000, but the number of soldiers who can actually reach the selection of entering the guard is not particularly large, but even 10,000 people are completely enough. In the one-day meeting, almost all the future patterns have been decided. The people can really feel the prosperity of their country now, and they spare no effort to cooperate with the issues issued by the above. In the following time, the kingdom of True almost entered the era of production. But there is one more thing that needs to be dealt with in the meantime. Those were the pirates with devil fruit abilities that they encountered when the Toru kingdom conquered the royal kingdom. The third day after the meeting, Changnyo met Junhee, the captain of the National Guard, alone in the palace hall. This meeting could be classified as absolutely confidential. It's not that the meeting is not confidential, but the content of their conversation is the kind that must not be spread out. Shunye, how are you dealing with the pirates with devil fruit abilities now? Changnyo asked calmly, standing next to Shunye. Your Majesty, they are all in the prison in the royal city now. Each of them has been wearing a restraining ring. I can guarantee that there will never be any trouble. Junhee said respectfully. I asked you to investigate their devil fruit abilities before. Have you found out all of them? Changnyo asked again. Everything has been researched and put on this piece of paper for your Majesty to take a look at. Shunye respectfully took out a piece of paper from his pocket, which was filled with dense content. It almost covered all the captured pirates with devil fruit abilities, and what their devil fruit attributes were. After watching for a while, Changnyo couldn't help but sigh, 17 devil fruit users. Where did Zihai come from so many things? Your Majesty, my subordinates have also interrogated this matter. Several of them were almost purchased through auctions, and the rest were all obtained by luck or robbery. Junhee said. Bring all these people secretly to the secret room in the back mountain tomorrow. The whole process cannot be seen by any other unrelated person. Changnyo suddenly said with a serious face. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Junhee didn't understand why, he didn't ask and could only follow Changnyo's request. It's just that when Changnyo looked at the devil fruit abilities of the 17 people on this paper, some of them were indeed quite useful, but most of them were almost useless devil fruits. The best one among them is probably the superhuman petrified fruit. His ability can turn everything he touches into stone. This thing will play an almost vital role in the future infrastructure construction of the country. As for the other devil fruit abilities, none of them were worthy of his attention anyway. But in terms of combat effectiveness, the abilities of these devil fruits are not useless, and they will always have their own unique existence. Now for the Toru Kingdom, or for Changnyo, there is not a shortage of devil fruits in the country. In the original Roya Palace, they have found 6 devil fruits, although the quality is not very good. But overall it's pretty awesome. Changnyo's idea is very simple, that is, to convert all these devil fruits into the strength of the country. Each devil fruit has its own unique existence, and it can naturally be used. A dozen devil fruits, even for a country on the Grand Line, possessing so many at once is considered a luxury, let alone in a land all over the world. Changnyo looked at the list in his hand again. If these things were replaced by Bailey, this country would be rich for a while. But what they lack now is not money, but the ability to plan for the future. Early the next morning, Shunye had already led a team of guards and secretly moved all 17 pirates with devil fruit abilities to the back hill. In this place behind the palace, there was no one at all. No one will come. Although there are no guards, the only way to get to this place is from the palace. Chang Nyo slowly came over at noon. Some of these pirates were scared to death and no longer had the original majesty and domineering power. This so-called secret room in the back of the palace is just built in a cave, and the area below is very wide. Even if it can accommodate 10,000 people, it will not be a problem. When Chang Nyo arrived, Jun and his group bowed directly and saluted. As for the pirates who had been restrained, they could only become lambs to be slaughtered. They had no ability to resist and could only stay there obediently. This person was tied to a rope, and everyone had a restraining collar hanging around their neck. There was no sign of possible escape. None of these people take the crimes committed by the true kingdom seriously, and now they are just struggling to survive. Chapter 34 Extracting Devil Fruit. There are no windows in the entire underground chamber, and there is only a long passage leading here. Even if you don't speak, the sound of breathing can echo inside. Chang Nyo took a look at this group of people. These guys had killed their own soldiers at that time. At least nearly 200 people were lost in their hands. Junhee, let the others go out first. Let's stay and have a good chat with these guys. Chang Nyo said to Junhee with a smile. In fact, before Junhee could say anything else, the guards had already started to leave. Then the two of them and that group of people were the only ones left in the entire underground secret room. The silence in the air was terrifying. Junhee had no idea what His Majesty's plan was. Why are these people brought to this place? It seems that you are the little king of the true kingdom, right? I warn you to let me go quickly. My uncle is a big pirate on the Great Channel now. If I know that you imprisoned me in this place, then your entire country will be facing disaster. Before Chang Nyo could say anything, a relatively large pirate with a huge scar on his face shouted to the two of them in a fierce tone. I asked you to prepare fruits in advance, have you brought them all? Chang Nyo ignored the other party and looked directly at Junhee and asked. Your Majesty, these people have killed many of our soldiers, and two of them even slaughtered our people. Do we still need to give them fruit? Junhee said reluctantly. You'll know in a moment. Chang Nyo said with a half smile. With such an expression, Junhee was even more confused, unable to guess at all what His Majesty the King was thinking. Haha, hurry up and bring the fruits to the uncle. I miss these things after not eating them for a long time. I didn't expect that you little guy is quite good. Just let the uncle go and give him 100 million belly. Before I will no longer pursue the matter, uncle. At this time, another pirate with a big beard was talking to himself and laughing. They didn't seem to have any idea what they would face next. However, the other pirates all had the same expression, full of disdain, accompanied by an expression of indifference. Boy, let me go quickly. I will remember your favor from now on. If your kingdom of True encounters any danger, I will be willing to come and help you as long as you give me money. That Scarface just now, the man said again. Shut up. If any of you opens your mouth to speak again, he will be the first to die. Chang Nyo said angrily, the key is that in this underground secret room, their roaring voice is really noisy, and the sound keeps echoing here, which is really annoying. Junhee, bring all the things here. No matter how surprised you are by what you see next, you must not let out a word after you walk out of here. Chang Nyo said to Junhee with a serious face again. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Junhee was confused and had no idea what was going on, he still nodded seriously. But at this time, a blue light suddenly emitted from Chang Nyo's body, and a protective shield like a barrier suddenly appeared in the entire secret room and underground palace. Suddenly, everything outside, including the sound itself, disappeared, and what was left seemed to be an independent space. This is... Junhee was surprised, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Which one has the lithification ability? Chang Nyo looked at Junhee and asked directly. This. Without thinking, Junhee pointed directly at the scarred man who had been talking before. At this moment, the pirates also realized that something was wrong. The scarred man stood up and shouted directly, bitch, what on earth do you want to do? Junhee, kill him. Chongnyo said in a cold voice. Junhee just paused, and then without any hesitation, he was in front of the scarred man in an instant. Now that these pirates have been bound by devil fruit abilities, they have no ability to resist at all, and are even worse than ordinary people. Junhee penetrated the other person's heart with just one finger. The scarred man, who was so arrogant just now, has now turned into a corpse. However, Chongnyo's eyes were not on their pirates, but instead focused on the rows of fruits not far away. All kinds of fruits are placed here just for this moment. After Junhee killed the scarred man, he followed Chongnyo's gaze with curiosity and looked at the fruits. But the next scene directly overturned his three views. On top of the originally ordinary fruit, a bunch of bananas instantly changed its original color, becoming earthy yellow with a circular texture, and directly attached to the banana. Chongnyo walked slowly to the banana. Is this thing still a banana? It has completely transformed into a devil fruit. At this moment, the other pirates began to feel uneasy after seeing this scene. This thing was the first time in their lives that they encountered someone who could directly extract the existence of devil fruit from others. Junhee opened his mouth in surprise and his eyes almost fell out of his head. He finally understood why Chongnyo said just now that no matter what happened, he must not say anything after going out. If this matter were to be revealed, such serious consequences would definitely not be something their true kingdom could bear. King True, we know we are wrong, just give us a chance. No matter what your orders are in the future, we will definitely do whatever you want. The bearded man who looked arrogant just now quickly knelt down and begged for mercy and shouted. The prayer in his voice, mixed with fear, made even his words tremble. Chongnyo was not in the mood to deal with these guys, and now he was already immersed in his own plan. Although I had speculated before, I never thought it could actually be done to such an extent. This ability can be called heaven-defying. There are countless devil fruit users in the entire pirate world, and there are many powerful ones. However, the emergence of this situation will definitely subvert the entire pirate world in the future. Chapter 35 Space Ability Exile. But now that we have the space barrier, it is completely different. The devil fruit ability can only be attached to fruits within the space, otherwise there is absolutely no way to break through this space barrier. Junhee, what do you think of this thing? Chongnyo smiled, picked up the devil fruit in his hand and handed it to Junhee. Your Majesty, I feel like I'm in a dream right now. I didn't expect you to be able to extract the devil fruit. And the blue light around here shouldn't be the same. Junhee didn't finish his words, but he left some questions. Chongnyo didn't shy away from him at all. After all, the two of them could be considered grown up. Although Junhee was a few years older than him, he had been protected by him almost since he was a child. Chongnyo smiled and said, yes, this is the devil fruit ability, but it's just different from what you imagined. Regarding the matters here, including my own abilities, I hope you will not tell anyone about it no matter who you meet in the future. Our country is still too weak and cannot bear the impact of some rumors. Don't worry, Your Majesty, Junhee will definitely keep it secret and won't let a third person know what happened today. Junhee replied with a serious face. Devil fruits are a good thing, but there are too few of them. Chongnyo said to himself. Your Majesty, these people. Junhee glanced at the other pirates, then opened his mouth and asked Chongnyo. Kill it. There are 2 animal-type ability users here, which are pretty good. You can eat them later if you like, but I suggest you don't because the abilities of these 2 animals are too weak. If there is a chance later, I will find a few good ones for you and distribute them to your subordinates. Although they are not top-notch devil fruits, the overall situation is pretty good. Chongnyo said leisurely, not taking the group of pirates seriously at all. Now that others are not dead, they have already begun to discuss the act of dividing people's abilities. Yes, Your Majesty. Junhee could no longer hold back his excitement. Although he had never thought about obtaining devil fruit abilities before, His Majesty the King had already begun to take the lead, so naturally people like him should not be left behind. He didn't have any hesitation about these pirates. Anyway, it was so easy to kill these pirates who were worse than ordinary people. It couldn't be easier. In less than a while, the fruits in the underground secret room began to change one after another. 17 people finally transformed into 17 devil fruits, and none of them escaped. Although these things are not top-notch products, overall they are better than nothing. After sorting all the devil fruits together, Junhe looked at Changniu, and then directly asked, "Your Majesty, how do you deal with these corpses?" Changniu glanced at the 17 corpses on the ground, then directly removed the current space barrier, and stretched out his left hand directly in the direction of those people. At this time, he saw that these people were all covered with a slight blue color. Of light. Exile. Changniu shouted these 2 words softly, and then all the corpses disappeared immediately. However, at this moment, in a certain corner of the sea, corpses fell directly into the sea one by one. The ability of the space fruit has unlimited possibilities. If the ability of the devil fruit is developed to the extreme, Changniu can already run rampant on this sea. Junhe encountered too many surprising things today. Now that he knew that His Majesty the King had devil fruit powers, the way these dozen corpses disappeared was not so incredible. There are more than a dozen devil fruits placed here, plus the remaining devil fruits in the palace. The entire Toru kingdom now has nearly 30 devil fruits. Although half of them have no effect, the remaining part can be used continuously. It's enough to build a relatively strong team. In fact, this is already considered very few. For some large pirate groups, there are at least 100 people in a pirate group with devil fruit abilities. Even among the Yonko pirates in the future, the number of people with devil fruit abilities will be at least 100. The number has even reached thousands. But now the resources of the true kingdom are limited, and they cannot expose themselves too early. They may encounter some more difficult problems in the future. Among the current devil fruit abilities in the pirate world, Superman-type devil fruits have the most abilities, followed by animal-type devil fruit abilities. As for these natural devil fruits, they are almost all the kind that can be encountered but not sought. After walking out of the underground palace gate, Changniu walked in front and asked Junhe directly behind him, "How far has your domineering practice reached?" "Your Majesty, the armament-colored haki can now be attached to weapons, but the seeing and hearing haki is not yet in place. Sometimes you can only slightly perceive something, but for more specific things, it may still take 2 years. Only then can we do it," Junhe said with his head lowered. "You have not been exposed to haki for a long time now. From now on, you will be more than just the captain of the King's Guard. The country has now reached this moment. You need to seize the time to train more talents. The entire army has been chosen by you. In the future, the application of domineering power must be popularized, and this thing may very well be the key to your final survival." Changniu said seriously, "There are almost only a handful of people who can practice domineering in the 4 seas. Even in the first half of the Great Route, there are only a few people who know domineering. However, in such a quiet corner of the South China Sea, it has begun. Putting the practice of domineering on the military's agenda. Haki training is definitely more practical than devil fruits. In the future, there is almost a huge difference between those who have learned to use haki and those who have not learned how to use haki against enemies in the future. It is precisely because of this that Changniu has paid more attention to this kind of thing from the beginning. Junhe naturally knows the importance of this matter, but now that this country is being watched by so many people, even if it wants to conduct large-scale training, it still needs to be considered in all aspects. "Your Majesty, I feel that the entire country currently lacks a more suitable training venue. After all, you have said before that the practice of the 6th form of the Navy and the practice of domineering must not be known to other countries or people with intentions. But now the country is it possible to achieve a relatively secret place, but my subordinates haven't found it yet. Chapter 36 Uninvited Guest. Junhee was able to say this, but Chang Nyo did not refute it, but actually understood it quite well. If the true kingdom wants to develop, then someone will naturally notice such a powerful military force. Having a few hundred people should not be a big problem, but if it has tens of thousands of such troops at once, let alone the world, the government can't sit still. Even the navy may not agree to such a thing. First, find a place to learn some basic things. You can communicate with Luosta about this matter and choose a relatively private place. In up to a year, I will find a place for you that is more private and will not be discovered. Provided for you to use for training. Chang Nyo thought for a moment and said. Now that it was a place that could not be discovered by anyone and still had enough space for so many people to train, there was only one place that Chang Nyo could think of, and that was Sky Island. Sky Island is a very special place, and it has enough privacy and space. Your Majesty, this time we have selected people of the right age from the army for training, but the number is a bit too large. The key is that even if all of our National Guards serve as instructors, we may not have enough manpower. Junhee said with some embarrassment. Then let all the National Guard be dispatched. A total of 500 people will be enough to guide these people in the early stage. There is not much time left for us. The places where we need to fight in the future may exceed your imagination. In the era of great navigation, the situation is unpredictable. Although we live in the South China Sea, what we will face in the future is definitely not as simple as you think. Chang Nyo said with a sigh. Yes. At first, Junhee wanted to retort. After all the National Guards were withdrawn, no one would be able to protect His Majesty the King. But then he thought about it, why does his king need protection from people like himself? He is already the strongest among everyone in terms of strength, and it doesn't matter whether he is protected or not. In the South China Sea, there is no particularly dangerous guy at all. The current space capabilities still need to be improved before we can build a space channel. Chang Nyo looked ahead and couldn't help but think. In the following time, the Kingdom of True appeared on the headlines of newspapers almost frequently. In this era of great pirates, a country in a quiet corner of the South China Sea could be in such a state, let alone the kings of other countries, even those great pirates. Everyone is quite curious. But these things reported in the newspapers are almost what the Kingdom of True wants them to see. The entire True Kingdom, whether it is infrastructure construction or other aspects, has now begun to proceed in an orderly manner. In addition, the economy it has driven has even exceeded everyone's expectations, and the entire country has begun to develop in a good direction. Now there is no need for Chang Nyo to arrange other things. The country's shipbuilding industry, paper-making industry, and other retail industries are all blooming, and everyone is scrambling. But then, there were several uninvited guests in the True Palace today. They were all wearing suits and ties, as well as a pair of black sunglasses. Everyone was dressed almost the same, looking like a gangster. The faces of this group of people were all meticulous and showed no expression at all. The leader seemed to be at least about 2 meters tall. He was still a little thin overall, but the aura of a strong man could still be seen at a glance. This was half a year after the end of the first national meeting of the Kingdom of True. The sudden appearance of outsiders like them, let alone the people of this country, even though they had already appeared at the gate of the palace, the guards guarding the palace, no one was curious or surprised. After all, in the past 6 months, the True Kingdom has welcomed countless businessmen from various places, and they are also scrambling for fear of missing the opportunity to make money. Arino.cm. I'm sorry, everyone, the palace is in front of us, so it's not convenient for you to visit. You can go to other places. At the gate of the palace, the guard said to several people patiently and respectfully. After all, there are too many tourists in this place, and sometimes you can meet several in a day, so they are not surprised and say it in a good voice. But these 6 men in suits still had cold expressions after hearing what they said. The 2-meter-tall man took off his glasses, looked at the guard with cold eyes, and then kicked him out calmly. The guard who was talking cheerfully just now was lying on the ground in an instant of a corpse. The other 3 people guarding the door were stunned for a moment after seeing this scene, but then the 2-meter-tall man did not intend to let them go. In just a moment, the 3 people fell to the ground at the same time. They seemed to be fearless and still maintained their original expressions. They did not say a word from the beginning to the end and acted so domineeringly. They did not leave after killing the people, but started walking directly towards the palace. But it was impossible to hide this kind of thing. After everyone else in the palace found out about it, they all rushed out. But the people who stay in the palace now are almost all ordinary guards with little strength. They have not been trained. As for the previous king's guards, they have already left the royal city and gone to other places to train more people. Although not all of them have left, at least the areas guarding the outer areas of the palace are now filled with ordinary people, holding guns in their hands on guard. So in front of these people are almost no different from ants. The moment they rushed out, several people had already started fighting mode. Not only were they highly powerful, but 2 of them were also devil fruit users. When facing nearly 70 soldiers rushing over to shoot, one of them directly used his demonic ability, and many bubbles began to emerge from his body in an instant, and when these bubbles began to spread to the surroundings, at any time the moment a person touches it, the bubble explodes immediately, and its power is no less than that of a cannonball. Without knowing what was happening to the soldiers, the team of more than 60 or 70 people was almost wiped out in just an instant. Chapter 37 CP2's Arrival. At the same time, more and more soldiers began to attack them, but the expressions of a few of them remained exactly the same as when they first came in, without fear or any joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. These 6 people were like robots. After the incident was over, they elegantly arranged their suits. Just as they continued to walk forward, a black figure quickly rushed over and quickly swung his leg directly at the 2-meter-tall man in the lead. But despite this, the tall man blocked it easily. Domineering? I really didn't expect that such a person could appear in a small country like the South China Sea. It's really surprising. The tall man at the head finally started to speak, but there was still a disdainful smile on his lips. Haruya suddenly appeared and revealed that he knew how to use haki. Although the first attack was easily dispelled, Haruya rushed forward instantly, with armed haki attached to his legs, and attacked them again. He jumped into the air quickly on the moon steps, and then fell suddenly. He wanted to use this method to directly jump down, but he completely underestimated the characters standing in front of him. The tall man took 2 steps back, and at the same time, a man wearing a red tie walked up behind him. Just when Zaya hit the opponent directly, he already felt something was wrong. The opponent clearly felt the attack but had no intention of evading it. He didn't even use his hands to take all of Haruya's attack with his own body. When the attack hit the ground, the slate bricks on the surface were shattered and flew away. After the dust went up, Zaya saw that the man under his feet was covered in armed domineering energy, and his whole body became completely dark. His legs were already submerged under the stone slabs, but it seemed that he had not been harmed at all. Haruya was just about to retreat, but the man with the red tie below him instantly grabbed his leg with his right hand, and then punched Haruya directly in the stomach with his left hand. Even though he reacted quickly, Ji immediately used both hands to protect his body, but he still did not escape this strong impact. The man with the red tie just punched him, and he was knocked away and hit the wall behind him. At this moment, even the wall had been hit and cracked. When Zaya fell, he was already vomiting blood. The obvious serious injury even made him unable to stand up again. These people are already the most powerful existences he has encountered so far, the kind that are so powerful that no one can match them. Who are you? Why did you force your way into my royal palace? Zaya asked weakly. We are CP2 here to find your king, Genji Nagano. The tall man standing at the front said in a cold and mechanical voice. Boss, why are you talking so much nonsense with an ant? Just go up and trample him to death. The man in the red tie smiled sinisterly, and then slowly moved towards the direction where Haruya was squatting. The expression on his face now means that he wants to play. These people don't care at all about the purpose of their coming here. But the governance in front of them also made these guys a little interested. After all, it is still very rare to see people using domineering in the world. The key is that since they saw it here today, although a person's strength is not considered it's very strong, but I can barely play with myself. When the man with the red tie walked up to Xia, he said with a smile on his face and a look of disdain, "You ants in the South China Sea. It's rare that you gave us a pleasant thought today, so now I will give you the last gift. Cheng is ready." With a wicked smile on his lips, he said that he was about to use his ability. A pure white bubble instantly appeared on his hand, and then just when he was about to put the bubble into Xia's body, it suddenly appeared. Someone grabbed his hand instantly. "Is it possible that all CP2 guys are like you? I really don't know what those 5 old men from Wulaoxing are thinking. Why do they train you useless trash?" Chang Nyo suddenly appeared, with a look of disdain on his lips, and began to mock them. "His Majesty!" Xia shouted weakly, his voice almost inaudible. "Who are you?" The man with the red tie, who had looked arrogant just now, suddenly turned cold as he looked at Chang Nyo and asked in a low tone. "Come here, send me for treatment and go for treatment." Chang Nyo ignored the red tie man's words and shouted somewhere else. At this time, 2 people jumped out of nowhere and arrived at Xia's side in an instant. Then they picked him up and started to leave. But when they were about to leave, another one of CP2 stopped directly in front of the 3 of them. "Interesting little guy, you must be King True, right? I didn't expect that you actually know about the 5 old stars. Tell me, how did you know about it?" The tall man came over, wearing sunglasses on his face, without any expression, and asked calmly. Chang Nyo looked at the corpses on the ground in front of him. He had lost a lot of people this time. He didn't look angry, and he still had a smile on his face. Seeing the tall man walking towards him, Chang Nyo's originally relatively calm face instantly turned into a violent state. "CP2? Since you dare to come to my country, or even come to my palace to kill people, are you ready to die?" Just when the man with the red tie was wondering if there was something wrong with King Toru's brain, Chang Nyo's entire body disappeared in an instant, and they didn't even notice each other's movements when they used their haki. When he appeared again, he appeared directly next to a short man who blocked Haruya and the 3 of them. His reaction was very fast. Chang Nyo kicked him directly in the head, but he subconsciously used his right hand to block. However, Chang Nyo's current mood can be imagined. Even though he had already generated strong strength, even if he blocks it, it will fly dozens of meters away in an instant. The 2 people who were supporting Xia immediately disappeared from this area with Xia after seeing this state. After something happened here in the palace, the whole place was quickly sealed off, and all news was contained within the palace. What an interesting little guy. After so many years, I never thought that someone would dare to resist the CP department. Chapter 38 Space Boundary. Chang Nyo looked at the look of several people. Even though the man with the red tie said so, it was really him who should be angry now. "Tell me, how did you know about the 5 old stars of the world government?" The tall man took 2 steps towards Chang Nyo and asked in a cold voice. "First tell me the purpose of your coming here. Wulaoxing asked you to come here, right? It should be to inform me to join the world government." Chang Nyo asked with a smile still on his face. "That's right. That's enough. Now that the matter has been conveyed, shouldn't it be up to me, King True, to bring a little fun to you?" Chang Nyo said with a provocative look. "Hoo, it's interesting." The tall man said with a smile. "Seal the palace and prohibit anyone from disturbing my communication with the adults in the CP department." Chang Nyo didn't know who he was talking to, and no one responded. Then Chang Nyo looked at the tall man and said, there are the treasures of the Toru kingdom behind the palace. I wonder if you are interested in going and taking a look? After all, my palace is the only place where I live now. If it is damaged, then but it's not good. Chang Nyo's successive provocations were quite obvious. A subordinate behind the tall man looked at him worriedly and whispered, "Boss, if we make things worse, it will have an impact on us." "Hey, no one will care about this barren land in the South China Sea," the tall man said disdainfully. "Since there is no problem, please come with me." Chang Nyo smiled and said politely. The mountain behind the palace must pass through the palace, without any exception. After all, Chang Nyo often has to practice there. These guys are still good choices as whetstones, although I don't know what the opponent's strength is. "Gagoya, you came just in time. Inform Junhee to prepare fruits for the CP adults and ask him to deliver them to the back mountain as soon as possible." As soon as they reached the door of the palace, Gagoya suddenly appeared, making Chang Nyo smile and say, "Ah." Gagoya didn't understand what it meant yet, but seeing that Chang Nyo had begun to lead several people in another direction, he could only whisper, "What's going on?" But she was not stupid, and she realized something instantly. She could only start communicating with Junhee through the phone bug, and then informed the other party of the situation here, mainly about fruits. After passing through an arch, the outside is completely different. There are all big trees here, and what appears in front of you is a long staircase, leading directly to a huge platform where Chang Nyo usually practices. It's extremely quiet here, not even the chirping of birds. Among the 6 CP department personnel behind Chang Nyo, except for one of the guys who was seriously injured by Chang Nyo's kick and was a little weak, everyone else's eyes had a certain determination to win. The platform is a venue of almost more than 20,000 square meters, which is more than enough for combat needs. And it's quite a distance from the palace, so there's no need to worry about accidental injuries. "Where's the treasure?" The tall man walked behind Chang Nyo and asked impatiently after walking for so long. "You haven't reached the place yet, why are you in such a hurry? The world government has trained you, so you won't be able to endure even this little time, right?" Chang Nyo said with a hint of sarcasm. But this group of people didn't care at this time. Anyway, everything that followed was insignificant. Walking on this long and narrow path, Chang Nyo walked in front and a few people followed behind. For the CP people, there was no need to worry at all. They had enough confidence in their own strength. Everyone has their own little thoughts. Chang Nyo forced himself to hold back his inner anger. Facing these people, he was not completely sure, but now that he had reached this point, there was no way out. "I wonder what I should call you." As Chang Nyo was walking, he suddenly asked curiously. "CP2 Division Chief, Alvia Omura." The tall man said directly without refusing. While chatting, they were still walking forward and seemed to have a relatively relaxed atmosphere. "You, the king, talk too much nonsense. Where is the treasure?" the man in the red tie asked impatiently. "Wait a moment, eat some fruit first." As soon as he finished speaking, Junhee appeared in the square with a few people and various fruits in his hands. "Your Majesty, what you want?" Junhee said respectfully next to Chang Nyo. "Take them down, don't come up without orders." "But Your Majesty..." "Nothing to worry about, just obey orders." Chang Nyo suddenly turned his face, looked at Junhee with a gloomy expression, and said in a cold voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." Junhee had no choice but to bow and say, and then started to prepare to leave. "I really didn't expect that the small true kingdom would have so many masters. It seems like we need to send people from other CP departments over to take a look." The man with the red tie said to Chang Nyo with a smile on his face. "Then it's better to wait until everyone leaves here before we discuss it." Chang Nyo's voice was no longer the same as before, with his back turned to these people and an angry look on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, he stamped his right foot down suddenly, and a sky blue barrier suddenly rose up across the square. Devil fruit! The tall man looked at the barriers rising around him and was very curious, but there was no worry in his tone. One of the members even ran to the edge of the barrier to try it out. After an attack was carried out, it immediately turned into stone and there was no ripple at all. Boss, this barrier is very weird. After the tall man heard this, a sinister smile appeared on his lips, and he didn't look too surprised. King True, what do you mean? Do you still want to start a war with our CP department? The man in the red tie asked directly. Chang Nyo slowly turned around and looked at the group of people, with a half-smile on his lips, and then said in a flirtatious tone, "It's really interesting what you said. If you don't do anything when you come to our true palace, just kill us. With so many soldiers, is it possible that in your eyes, you really think that the entire world is under the control of your world government? In that case, why are you talking so much nonsense?" The face of the man with the red tie turned from the smile just now to an instant coldness, and countless bubbles began to emit from his body, and under his push, these bubbles all flew in the direction of Chang Nyo. Others continued to watch quietly. Chapter 39 The beginning of the battle. The spatial ability Devil Fruit suddenly showed its power at this moment. All the bubbles disappeared the moment they approached Chang Nyo. However, at this moment, hundreds of kilometers away on the sea, explosion scenes kept appearing. However, there was a pirate ship sailing on the sea. At this moment, the people on the ship were already frightened and overwhelmed. They never imagined that there would be such a terrifying and strange scene on the West Sea. The man in the red tie who was fighting had now noticed something was wrong. All his demonic abilities seemed to be contained, and he could not touch the opponent at all. The group of people who were destined to win finally showed shocked looks at this moment. What exactly is this kid's devil fruit ability? The man in the red tie said angrily. Superhuman space ability, I didn't expect that this devil fruit would finally appear after 100 years. The tall man had a wary look on his face, with indescribable shock on his face. He understood this thing very clearly. After all, those people above who formed the CP department wanted to get one of the geometric devil fruits. It is this. Everyone, stop looking, come together and take down the opponent. The tall man directly started shouting orders. Muramasa. When Chang Nyo saw that these people were already in serious mode, he also shouted directly. Then Demon Sword Muramasa appeared from nowhere and floated quietly in front of Chang Nyo. When you come to my kingdom of True, you actually dare to kill my soldiers. Since you are here today, then stay here and use your lives to atone for your sins. Chang Nyo held the demon sword Muramasa in one hand and pointed at them with the other hand and said directly in a cold voice. What are you still doing? Take it down. After the tall man shouted loudly, he quickly rushed to Chang Nyo's side and started to attack directly. If the ability of the space system is used well, it will be much more powerful than the natural system, and it may even be completely unsolvable. The tall man kicked Chang Nyo with a domineering kick, but Chang Nyo standing here seemed to be a mirror image. His attack went directly through Chang Nyo's body. Even though he was already equipped with domineering power, in the end, it was not even possible. It has no effect at all. Only now did they start to look serious. When several other people saw this, they all rushed forward. At this moment, in the palace, at the place connected to the back mountain, hundreds of people were fully armed and standing. Each of them was wearing a mask, a uniform white mask, with only 2 eyes exposed. They are also wearing uniform black combat uniforms. The purpose of this group of people staying here is not to let anyone disturb their Majesty the King. The battle inside is still going on, and no matter how loud the noise is, those on the periphery can't hear the slightest sound. However, Chang Nyo, who stood there and was attacked by them for several minutes, suddenly smiled, and then slowly pulled out the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. The powerful and sharp aura once again filled the enchantment space. Everyone, be careful, this knife is not simple. The tall man began to warn these people. There were actually only 5 of them who could participate in the attack. The other one was seriously injured by Chongnyo's blow before, and now he didn't have much resistance at all. King Taru, is it possible that you want to go against the world government? Seeing that he couldn't defeat the opponent, the man in the red tie threatened directly. You don't need to tell me this. This time, your purpose of coming here has been achieved. Joining the world government is something that has been decided before. This does not have much effect on me, but since you have come to inform me, let's go with the flow. I will still do it. But you dare not act recklessly in my country and hurt my soldiers. This is the worst decision you have ever made in your life. Besides, whether it's life or death, what does the final outcome have to do with the kingdom of True? Chongnyo said with a smile on his face. King True, I advise you to stop being stubborn. As long as you go back with us, I can guarantee that no one in the True Kingdom will suffer any loss. If you continue, the entire True Kingdom will be destroyed. I will be buried with you for your stupidity. The tall Omura began to say threateningly. Is your CP department all like this? You start to threaten when you feel that you can't defeat it, but have you realized another problem, that is, in the South China Sea, if you die, it seems that it will not have any impact on our kingdom of True. What loss? Or, who can prove that you disappeared in the South China Sea? Chongnyo was not moved at all and still said with a smile. He doesn't want to talk nonsense with these people at all now. The demon sword Muramasa has already been pulled out. If he doesn't harvest it, there is no way he can insert it back again. After possessing the spatial ability, his sword skills have broken through at least 2 levels. Chongnyo started to accumulate strength, and there was no need to use the Haki blessing at all. None of the opponents had natural devil fruit abilities, so there was no need to expend too much energy to fight in the beginning. This time it was not just a simple battle. Chongnyo wanted to use these people to hone himself and test the extent of his current strength. The fact that Omura can become the leader of CP2 shows that the opponent's strength is certainly not simple. Normally, I train alone and have no chance to test myself. However, this time they came to my door, so I don't need to worry too much about it. Omura has now realized the seriousness of the matter. Although Wu Liaoxing ordered his people to come over and let the Toru Kingdom join the world government, there was no time limit for them to come. They were already delayed. If there was a problem, there really aren't many people who would consider the Toru Kingdom. Nanhai is already relatively weak, so for a character to appear who can compete with the CP department is simply a fantasy. So for this kind of thing that is impossible to happen at all, other people will not think about it at all. Chongnyo grasped this point, and if the problem of the corpse is properly dealt with when the time comes, then this matter can be solved without anyone noticing. Kova, let's deal with King True, hurry up and find a way to open this barrier. Omura ordered. There is nothing he can do now. The other party's ability to control space is completely beyond what they and others can handle. Chapter 40 Another Carelessness. Chongnyo was never in a hurry from beginning to end. He always wanted to see what tricks this group of people could come up with. Anyway, this group of people are now lambs to be slaughtered. No matter how bad the final result is, even though they are relatively powerful, if their own space barrier is not removed, these guys will not even think about leaving this place. From the first glance, Omaluo and the others seem to be together very often, and their cooperation is completely flawless. For a few of them, even a natural-type devil fruit user like the Admiral would most likely fall into the hands of these people. However, except for one of their original 6 people who was seriously injured, the other one had to find a way. There are only 4 people left who have walked out of this barrier. The strength of the 4 of them cannot be underestimated. So far, only 2 of the 6 have demonstrated devil fruit abilities. The other 4 still don't know what the situation is. Chongnyo no longer wanted to talk nonsense with them. After accumulating his power, he waved the demon sword Muramasa directly and shouted flying sword style, Long Xiang Shan. Suddenly, nearly a dozen sword lights began to fly towards these four people in an instant. The speed was so fast that if these people weren't very experienced in fighting, just this move would be enough to kill them. Long Xiang flash attacks from bottom to top, and can launch 10 attacks instantly. It is so powerful that it can tear the earth apart almost instantly. Omeluo arrived not far from Changnyo in an instant. After using his knowledge to sense his own danger, he quickly began to retreat, and then he saw 10 sword lights attacking towards him and the others. The sword glowed blood red, and 10 sharp blade slash marks were directly formed on the floor of the marble slab. "Boss, you didn't expect this kid to be a swordsman?" The man in the red tie shouted in surprise. No matter how much they thought about it, they never considered that King Tru was such a powerful man. Even if the opponent doesn't have devil fruit abilities, just relying on the current swordsman's swordsmanship is enough to fight them. Don't talk nonsense. The opponent's attack is very sharp. If you are not careful, you will die. Be very alert. Our main goal is to contain the opponent until we find a way to break the barrier. He will suffer in the future. Omura's eyes were cold and his expression was very angry, and he gave orders directly to everyone. When he finished speaking, everyone turned on the serious mode, which was different from the seriousness just now. At this moment, they seemed to have begun to gather all their strength. Omura also began to change. He was still a normal person, but now it seemed as if something was about to burst out of his body. The perfect suit on his body also burst apart. After everything was over, Changnyo discovered that this guy Omura was actually a devil fruit user, and he was also an animal-type devil fruit. Silver Moon Wolf, the animal devil fruit phantom beast, it seems that we really caught a big guy today. Changnyo looked at Omura, and a smile began to appear on his lips. He has also seen the devil fruit illustrated book. This thing is definitely one of the best among animal devil fruits. Being able to be the leader of CP, I have already guessed that the other party is definitely not simple, but I didn't expect that he would hide such a backhand. Then other people must not be as simple as they think. The abilities of these people have now been determined. The first one is the man with the red tie. This guy's devil fruit ability is the superhuman bubble fruit ability. He can create bubble-like things and produce violent explosions. Using shock waves attack enemies. The second one is the guy who was seriously injured when Changnyo came up. As for the devil fruit ability he used, it has not been discovered yet. From the time he was injured until now, he has no way to take action when he gets into the water, so he can only sit next to him. As for the third one, who is now Omura, an animal phantom species, Changnyo has reason to believe that the remaining 3 people are definitely devil fruit users. But while Changnyo was still thinking, his body suddenly seemed to be out of control, and even the demon sword Muramasa in his hand fell to the ground instantly. In this situation, Omura rushed up instantly and punched Changnyo directly in the abdomen. This time he did not attack the air, but actually attacked Changnyo. This attack directly sent Changnyo flying backwards for more than 10 meters. Fortunately, when the attack was about to reach him, Changnyo instantly regained consciousness and protected his body with armed domineering. But even so, for a strong man like Omura, his attack was enough to seriously injure Changnyo. After Changnyo fell to the ground, he slowly stood up and squatted down. He still couldn't help but a trace of blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Now we have figured out the status of at least one of the other 3 people. Being able to use mental attacks is really hard to guard against. Mater, you are so careless. You have advised yourself so many times, but in the end you still made such a low-level mistake. Changnyo squatted on the ground in some pain, but what made him more painful was that he had already walked such a long way and absorbed so many lessons, and he still had not long enough to remember. He had clearly reminded himself before that no matter what he encountered in the future, what kind of person should not only go all out, but at least raise the highest level of vigilance. However, facing the early attack from this group of people, Changnyo was obviously a little arrogant and ignored the detail of defense, which was taken advantage of by the enemy. If it weren't for his current strength, Omura's attack just now would have been enough to kill him. While the other party is injured, go ahead. Omura shouted quickly. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity now. Although the opponent had the ability of the Space Devil Fruit, they could also see that Changnyo's actual combat experience was much weaker in comparison. Changnyo squatted on the ground and took a deep breath, then slowly stood up. At this time, they had already rushed over. Barrier. A blue light curtain suddenly appeared around Changnyo, blocking the rest of them directly from his body. But he seemed to have too much confidence in his space fruit. The moment Omura rushed up, he directly transformed into the form of the silver moon wolf and attacked the space barrier with a claw. Originally, Changnyo considered the barrier to be an absolute defense. Several cracks appeared instantly. Although these cracks are slowly compounding, if the opponent attacks faster, then even if he hides behind this, he will still not be very safe. Muramasa. Chapter 41 Space Mirror. After holding the sword again, Changnyo slowly inserted Muramasa into the scabbard, staring at one of them with stern eyes. Changnyo will never make the same mistake again, but the guy who knows how to attack mentally should indeed be considered the most difficult one. Therefore, all Changnyo's attacks will be focused on that one person. The opponent looked at Changnyo and wanted to use spiritual attacks again, but Changnyo, who was already prepared, had already discovered this result. Double Dragon Flash. Changnyo instantly removed the protective barrier and drew his sword twice in succession. This time is completely different from before. Double Dragon Flash is a relatively powerful existence in Feishan Yujian style. After drawing his sword twice, two flying dragons suddenly appeared in the entire area, and he headed directly towards the number that could use spiritual attacks. But at this moment, Changnyo was not in a hurry to put Muramasa into the scabbard. Instead, he was watching the two flying dragons flying out, his attack trend. This attack was only aimed at one person, the man who knew how to attack mentally. He was no longer calm at this moment and hurriedly began to retreat, but his speed was not as fast as Changnyo's attack. Just when the opponent was preparing to use a strong defense, Changnyo instantly inserted the sword into the scabbard and shouted Long Ming Flash. This is completely different from the previous attack. All the previous attacks were drawing and slashing, but this time it was inserting the knife, and using the rapid inserting skill to erupt with ultrasonic waves to disrupt the enemy. After inserting the knife, the ultrasonic waves emitted by Long Ming Shan instantly made these people squat down and cover their ears. After all, Long Ming Shan is the ultimate move in the Feishan sword style, and he has demonstrated this swordsmanship to its fullest at this moment. After the opponent stopped defending, the two dragons instantly penetrated the man who knew how to attack mentally. Although after the attack penetrated, this guy seemed to be fine. At the moment when others were stunned, he began to slowly fall to the ground. There was no trace of scars on his body, not even blood. Die. After seeing his companion fall, Omura could no longer control himself. Silver Moon Wolf's eyes were already glowing with blood-red light, and several other people did not hesitate to use Changnyo's attack with all their strength. This time, every time Omura attacks, a strong light emanates from the wolf claws, and every attack can cause several deep cracks to appear on the ground. If it weren't for the ability of the space system, Changnyo wouldn't dare to have a head-on confrontation with such a person. Moreover, the entire space is filled with a large number of bubbles. Once he touches any of these things, there will be a series of explosions. In other words, the man in the red tie used this method to control Changnyo's next actions. The other two people are not idle either. The speed of the two of them is as fast as lightning and flint, and every attack is powerful and sharp. Faced with such cooperation from the four people, Changnyo could only use the ability of space to stay here for defense. But continuing on forever is definitely not an option. Now he can only watch like this temporarily so that he can find out the flaws between these people. Everyone's attacks seemed to be extremely sharp at this moment, and they were using all their strength. Even if Chongnyo made any mistakes, the opponent could be killed on the spot. But when the ability is activated, the Chongnyo in front of them is no longer himself, but belongs to a space mirror. The real Chongnyo has long been hidden behind this space. The attacks by Omura and others lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and Chongnyo also stood there for nearly 10 minutes. Seeing how several people were panting, each of them was now afraid. After all, these people didn't know much about the space-type devil fruit abilities, but in this state, their attacks had almost no effect. When using space skills, Chongnyo himself has already revealed a big shortcoming, that is, he is in a state of nothingness and others cannot attack him. But at the same time, he cannot attack others at all and can only maintain his original position. The state stood quietly in place. But the moment they stopped, Chongnyo suddenly moved, and Muramasa, the demon sword in his hand, quickly pulled out again. Seeing this scene, Omura immediately shouted, "Get away!" The others seemed to be frightened and began to scatter in an instant, and began to use their domineering force to defend themselves. The key is that Chongnyo did not intend to give them a chance this time. As soon as one of them opened his defense, Chongnyo was already in front of him, with a smile on his lips, as if lying in his ear and saying goodbye. The original new red color of the Muramasa in his hand was suddenly attached with domineering energy. In the state of armed domineering blessing, Chongnyo swung the sword with his right hand, pressed his left hand on the back of the sword, and directly penetrated the opponent's throat from top to bottom. Even though this guy has used armed haki to attach to his body, the final result is still ineffective. Although this knife did not cut off his head, it still made him cover his neck uncontrollably, and blood began to flow out quickly from his fingers. Seeing this, the other people no longer had any chance to communicate, and their attacks were completely useless against the other party. "Kova, how's your search going?" Omura shouted angrily and helplessly to his companions who were looking for a way to break the barrier. "Boss, all my attacks have no effect on this barrier. I am speeding up my search now." Kova also looked anxious and kept testing the surroundings of the barrier. He didn't miss any place. Omura felt that facing Chongnyo this time was the most uncomfortable thing in his life. He couldn't attack him. He had already lost 3 people on his side. Although the other party was also injured, at least it didn't seem to matter for now. Look. However, he never considered that even if the barrier was broken, they would not be able to leave the True Kingdom at all. The people standing outside were now waiting in full formation. Junhee stood in front of these people, always sensing every move inside with his sense of sight. Whenever anything happens, he will rush in with this group of people without hesitation. People outside are not aware of what happened here, and even the dead soldiers in the palace have already begun to deal with it. Chapter 42 Heavy Damage. The battle between the two parties has lasted for almost half an hour. Although Chongnyo suffered some injuries, as long as he is handled properly, this injury will not hurt him. But Omeluo and the others are different. Now they have become ants on a hot pot. "King True, do you really plan to do this to such an extreme extent?" Omano asked in a cold voice. "Do you think there is any use for me to stop now? I don't think you, the leader of CP, can choose to let us go after leaving my country. Instead of worrying about your future life, it is better to let you stay here. It's pretty good here." There was a sinister smile on Chongnyo's lips, and he looked quite evil. "Boss, why bother talking nonsense to this guy? As long as you kill him, the barrier will be broken. When the time comes, we will definitely let this country bury him with him." The man in the red tie said fiercely. "Haha, don't you think it's funny when I say this? Do you really think that's all I have here?" Chongnyo said directly with a smile, because the other party only knew how to say harsh words, and he didn't know how many times he said it from the beginning to now, but the final result is still here without the slightest change. it is just for fun. The man with the red tie also knew that if he did not crack the opponent's spatial ability, it would not matter how long they stayed here. On the contrary, when they were tired, a casual blow from the opponent might kill them. Geik, please stay close to me from now on. Don't act rashly to seize this kid's weakness and kill him with one strike. Omura didn't want to think about other things anymore. The king obviously didn't want them to leave here. When using the color perception, he had already discovered that there were many strong people outside. Although he was very surprised, the most important goal now was to seize the time to deal with this little guy in front of him. As for what to do then, he could only let's look at the situation. After receiving Omura's order, the man in the red tie seized the opportunity and moved towards him as soon as possible. The man named Kova no longer devoted himself to finding the exit of the barrier, but instead moved closer to them. Of the 6 people who came with CP2, 2 are dead and 1 is seriously injured. There are only 3 of them left, and the little guy on the other side doesn't know when he will attack. Suddenly, a group of strong people who once thought they were self-righteous, everyone has already felt the crisis coming. You really don't think that the space power devil fruit can only be used for defense, right? Changniu suddenly looked at the remaining 3 people with a smile on his lips and said. There was nothing wrong with the other 2 people, except that Omura's face suddenly turned pale. These 2 people didn't know the situation, but as the CP leader, he naturally knew too much. The old guys above gave them the main task of all CPS, which was to find those devil fruits, including the abilities of the space fruits. This leader had already known it. The superhuman space devil fruit is definitely a bug-like existence among devil fruits, a completely despairing ability. In this mountainside, the intensity of the attacks within the barrier was so great, but not even the leaves on the outside of the key barrier moved. Omura had obviously begun to panic. At first, he thought that the other party only knew the defensive function of the space devil fruit, but now it was obvious from the other party's words that this was not the case. This made him a little nervous. Ghost guessed, suppress the opponent's actions. Kova is responsible for assisting side attacks. Don't let the opponent have room to fight back. Omura hurriedly began to give instructions. As long as the other party could not use attacks, they would at least have hope of survival. He didn't dare to bet now. If Chongnyo really knew the ability to attack in space, then for these people, there would be only one way to go, and that was to wait for death. After the 2 received the order, they quickly began to besiege. The man in the red tie began to release a kind of bubble that had never been released before. This time it was colorful and at least 3 meters in diameter. Both of you, please stay away. I will use this to die with him today and break this barrier for you. The man in the red tie held the huge bubble above his head, as if he was ready to die with Chongnyo. But things have reached this point, how could Chongnyo allow him to release such a thing in his own territory? But just when he was about to take action, the man named Kova rushed forward instantly. Until now, Chongnyo has not learned about the opponent's abilities and can only passively activate the defensive state. Jump! After Kova's attack failed, Chongnyo instantly used space jump. This is a short-distance space jump method, and unlike teleportation, jumping can allow him to appear anywhere in this space. Small Dragon Nest // Before Kova opened his mouth to remind him, Chongnyo appeared directly behind the man in the red tie, and with a roaring voice, he started to draw his sword. The moment his knife fell, Omura appeared beside Chongnyo at the same time. Chongnyo, who was currently under attack, had no way to defend himself. He could only let Omura's silver moon wolf form attack him with one claw. They used the man with the red tie as the price to hit Chongnyo hard again. This attack was not without mercy. 3 deep, bone-visible wounds suddenly appeared on Chongnyo's chest. Moreover, his whole body also hit the edge of the barrier heavily. The moment he fell to the ground, Chongnyo, who was only 16 or 17 years old, endured the pain and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This attack was probably the closest he had come to death. If it hadn't been for years of practice that had greatly improved his body functions, I'm afraid he would have completely burped this time. But even so, he could only endure this attack. The remaining two people had no sympathy at all for the fact that their companion was dead. They were glaring with anger at Changnyo, who was seriously injured and leaning on the edge of the barrier. The only thing that could give them any idea was to kill the other party quickly. As for the rest can only be understood slowly after looking back. The man with the red tie who had always been arrogant on the other side was now dead. Chapter 43 Healing Body Drawn by Lottery. He obviously had such a huge advantage, but he ended up like this in the end. But all the combat experience was tempered in the battle. He had no regrets about this injury. But once this happens now, it may be difficult to control the next situation. He didn't have any super recovery ability, so he could only endure the pain and continue to deal with the next two people. Fu. I've lost so many people, but I'm still not dead. Is it really surprising? Omalo still maintains his werewolf form, because in this form, he is at his strongest whether attacking, defending, or moving. He didn't see Changnyo like this. He was already getting carried away because of a small victory. Instead, he kept an alert and nervous expression. Even though Changnyo was seriously injured now, he still looked that cautious. I'm not dead yet? Isn't it too early to be happy? Changnyo said weakly. His face had begun to turn pale, and the wounds on his body were bleeding uncontrollably. Junhee, who was standing outside, sensed what was happening inside, and instantly came to the edge of the barrier and looked inside. But he couldn't go in. Even if he stood on the outside and yelled, he wouldn't be able to hear it from inside, and what was said inside could not be heard outside at all. That's what you said. How can you possibly kill the two of us now when you look like this? King True, you just need to capture him without mercy. Kova stood aside and said with the same smile. Now that it has become like this, for them, it seems that they have a chance to win. Changnyo leaned on Muramasa, the demon sword, and stood up with difficulty. He realized that he didn't have much time. If he couldn't solve it as soon as possible, then there was a real possibility that those who would greet him would be taken away by them. Although his own people are outside, the strength of these two guys means that if they want to run away, the group of people probably won't be able to stop them. The most important thing is that once they go out, they will definitely communicate with people outside through the phone bug. This is the main reason why Changnyo doesn't want the barrier to spread at all. Once he falls into a coma, this barrier may naturally disperse. At that time, not only himself, but also the country may fall into endless war. Changnyo held the knife. No matter what the situation was, he must keep these two people in the barrier. System, is there any medicine that can quickly heal wounds? Changnyo began to communicate with each other in the system space in his mind. He is not fighting alone at the key point. He is a bug himself. With the system, he can be said to have immortality. No matter what the situation is, as long as you have money, other things don't matter at all. Although Changnyo is now so seriously injured, Changnyo is not worried at all, but dealing with two people with such a seriously injured body may be really difficult or even impossible. Answer: if the host itself is seriously injured, you can purchase related rapid self-healing capabilities. You have a balance of 1,050 million belly remaining in the system space. Do you want to choose randomly? The mechanical voice of the system came over, but now was the time to think about it. He already looked helpless and had no choice at all. At this point, the system actually asked him to make a random selection. He had already known that this thing was purely equivalent to a lottery. Over the past few years, he had no idea how much money he had invested in it. In the end, even men's underwear came out, which made him vomit a mouthful of blood. On the ground. This so-called lottery method is really too deceptive and has no effect at all. When he first started buying the fully automatic textile machine, he had already tried it again, but he didn't expect that what came out was a set of women's underwear. Since then, he has been full of distrust of the word random. But now he has to deal with the two people in front of him at the same time. He has no time to choose carefully. He can only endure the pain and frown and answer agree. After saying these two words, Chang Nyo paid no attention to the content inside, but thought that no matter how bad luck was, a bandage with the worst healing properties would not appear. Just by taking a glance, Chang Nyo had already discovered that the system space directly cleared his balance to zero, and then began to spin something similar to a turntable. Standing outside the barrier, Junhee was so angry that his hands were completely covered with armed domineering energy. He hammered the ground anxiously, and the entire marble slab became cracked inch by inch under his punches. But he just couldn't get in. Seeing that His Majesty the King had become like this helpless feeling came directly to his heart. However, Omura inside the barrier looked at Chang Nyo, who had been silent for a long time, and stopped maintaining the form of the silver moon wolf. After returning to his own appearance, he was completely shirtless. He took out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and continued to wear them on his face. King Taru, you should have accepted your fate by now. Wouldn't it be better to just stay like this? Omura seemed to already feel that he had a chance to win, and the other Kawa also felt the same. But at this time, Chang Nyo suddenly stood up and the wounds on his body were healing rapidly. This scene instantly made the two people's nerves tense again. None of them thought about what happened. Why did it suddenly become like this? Among the devil fruit abilities in this world, it is not that there are no abilities that can heal oneself quickly, but the king in front of him has obviously eaten the devil fruit's space-based ability, and it is impossible to have other abilities. But now that the facts are before their eyes, it will have no effect on them to think about it. Omura, I wonder who you were talking about just now. After Chang Nyo stood up, he raised his head and looked at the tall Omura with a strange smile on his lips. In fact, he is also confused now. He has always behaved randomly, but this time he actually did something for him that he couldn't believe. After the roulette wheel in the system space ended, it involved abilities related to healing ability, and finally it was fixed on the fairy body in the world of Naruto. Not to mention the billion Baileys this time, even if it is 10 billion or 100 billion, this thing is completely enough. Chapter 44 The End. Suddenly gaining the most powerful bloodline ability in the Naruto world, Chang Nyo sometimes felt like what he would become in the future. But first of all, the body's self-healing ability is really not something to be boasted about. The wounds on the body after such serious injuries are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in other aspects, especially physical fitness, I feel like I have endless energy in my body. The use of spatial abilities is almost a mental drain. Even if there is no systematic ability in the future, Chang Nyo already feels that with the current situation, he can be invincible in the entire pirate world. Omaluo felt like a fool at this moment. He was obviously hurt so badly, but now he was full of life. He really didn't know what words to use to express his inner shock. Just now, the two of them looked determined to win, but now, Omura couldn't help but start to take 2 steps back. It seems that the matter should be over. Thank you very much for the lesson you taught me this time. Chang Nyo smiled slightly, and then the whole person disappeared in an instant. He has now mastered the ability of space jumping to a high level. As long as it is within a limited range, he can ignore all obstacles and reach anywhere he wants in an instant. The previous physical consumption coupled with the mental consumption now, Omura's entire fighting spirit has been almost flattened. Regarding the sudden appearance of Chang Nyo, this experienced guy suddenly made a mistake. Chang Nyo suddenly appeared behind him and punched him directly in the chest. Moreover, his fists were still attached with armament-colored haki. A powerful impact directly caused Omura to hit the edge of the barrier from the middle position. As for Kova, this guy is now dominated by fear. The once arrogant CP department has now become a lost dog. But this time Changnyo did not intend to kill the two people directly. Instead, with a smile on his lips, he directly removed the barrier space that blocked them. The moment the barrier disappeared, Kova wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape quickly, and even his boss began to ignore him. But the moment the barrier dissipated, Junhee had already discovered Kova's thoughts. He rushed forward in an instant, and before Kova could leave, he kicked him out, and then took out a restraining ring from his waist. Kova's strength should be higher than that of Junhee, but he had no intention of fighting at all, so he was suppressed by Junhee with one move. After subduing Kawa, Junhee got up and ran to Changnyo. He asked with worry and concern, "How are you, Your Majesty?" Because he had clearly seen that His Majesty the King had been seriously injured just now. Although he acted as if nothing happened now, the damage to his clothes during his lifetime was enough to prove the extent of their battle just now. Changnyo just smiled and said, "Do you think I'm in trouble?" Junhee was stunned, but he didn't say anything more and just stared at him curiously. "Take these three people down and interrogate them about the world government. I want to know more from them. If you can't find out, just tell me and we can just bring out the devil fruit." Changnyo said that he didn't have much hope for these people. 3 of the 6 people who came were dead and now only 3 were left, one of whom was still seriously injured. Although Omura was not willing to give in at all, now he knew very well that there was no way at all. After taking down these people, Junhee took out a golden telephone bug from Omura's arms. Junhee looked curious about this relatively novel guy. Just when he was about to test it, Changnyo suddenly appeared beside him and snatched the thing instantly. "Junhee, don't press this thing randomly. Do you know what this is?" Changnyo said calmly that he did not blame Junhee, but wanted to educate him about the function of this thing. "Your Majesty, this thing should be a phone bug, right?" Junhee asked doubtfully. "You are right, this is a phone bug, but it is different from ordinary ones. The golden phone bug, its function is to summon the Navy's so-called demon-slaying order, which is 10 warships, and there are also 10 lieutenant generals participating. Massive attacks coming in. FAWBOLO. As long as you press it, the Navy will automatically know the location and conduct an indiscriminate attack on our royal city," Changnyo said. After Junhee listened to these words, cold sweat began to break out on his head. He did not feel that His Majesty the King was deceiving him. After all, he had never seen such a perverted phone bug. He could have such a big one. The power can also be imagined. And although the identities of these people are not clear to Junhee, it can be judged from their strength that they are definitely not ordinary people. Things can finally come to an end now, but their surprises are yet to come. 2 of the fruits that were originally sent here have quietly changed. Especially one of the apples has a light yellow pattern with a circular texture on it, which looks very extraordinary. This light yellow devil fruit should be the guy who knows how to attack the mind. As for the other one, it is used by the man with the red tie. These 2 devil fruits are already 2 of the more powerful ones in the devil fruit series, especially the superhuman psychic devil fruit, which is a mental attack and has a huge effect even on Changnyo. In the current pirate world, apart from the time series devil fruit, this is the only other ability that can attack Changnyo. Changnyo himself did not expect that he would achieve such a huge harvest this time. So when he faced the fruit of the soul, his whole face showed an unprecedented seriousness. After all, no matter who this thing is given to, the prerequisite is that it must be a trustworthy person. Fortunately, the guy before didn't have very strong control over his psychic abilities, otherwise it might have been a different scene at this moment. If this thing is cultivated properly, it may not be a problem to dominate a sea area and even surpass the 4 emperors. After all, almost no one can stop such a thing. A mental attack is completely invisible. No matter how strong your vigilance is, you can't escape this bug-filled existence. Chapter 45 Analyzing the Situation. He knows too much about this world. Isn't it necessary to pry some words from these guys? If something unexpected happens then, it won't be worth it. At this time, the 3 Omura people have been put on restraint collars. They can't show their strength at all now, so they can only sit there seriously. Chongnyo glanced at it, then stamped his right foot on the ground, and the original boundary space appeared again. His Majesty. Junhee was a little confused. Before he could figure out what was going on, Chongnyo slowly walked towards Omura. Hoo. It seems that King Tru has changed his mind. Omura said with a smile. You're right, I changed my mind, because I suddenly discovered that I know most of the things you know, and there is no need to learn anything more from your mouths. But I can talk to you about these things, and it can be considered as some compensation before you die. Chongnyo knelt down and said calmly. Junhee consciously walked directly to the edge of the barrier and began to observe the surrounding situation. Although there would be no danger at all if he stayed here, no one could guarantee that nothing would happen. Tell me, what do you know? Omura no longer had his initial arrogant attitude. He was already waiting for death anyway. Instead of struggling, why not listen to what the other party wanted to say? Omura, from some aspects I have to admire your CP department. It is true that the CP department directly accepts the orders of the world government. Of course, rather than saying this, it is better to say directly that you only accept the orders of those 5 old men. Let me tell you, apart from the space series devil fruits that the 5 old stars ask you to look for, the rest should be surgical fruits. So during my time there must be other devil fruits for you to look for, right? Chongnyo asked with a smile. He had noticed the surprise on the other person's face. Omura didn't say anything now, but his expression said everything. He didn't know where the other party knew the information, but Chongnyo was not wrong. Your Majesty King Tru, it's really surprising that a small country in the South China Sea can actually learn about things in the New World. Omura said with a surprised smile. New World? I haven't heard of this term for a long time, and I don't know what the current situation has become. But I believe that the most powerful people on the sea now should be the Whitebeard pirates. The remaining members of the Rocks pirates should have become extremely powerful one by one. All of this now is probably enough to give your world government a headache. It's still unclear how the situation in this pirate world will develop in the future. If you can live well, you might actually be able to take a good look at the changes in this world. It seems like I won't survive, right? When Omura heard what Chongnyo said, the look of surprise on his face had diminished a lot. He no longer cared how the other party knew so many things about the new world. But from the other party's words, I have got an important message, that is, I may not be able to get out of here. But unlike others, Omura faced and accepted such things calmly, without any nervousness or uneasiness. Junhee, help give the adults in our CP department a ride. It will be more enjoyable. Chongnyo shouted directly to Junhee, who was standing at the edge of the barrier. His eyes have been staring at Omura's expression, wanting to see what the other person's plans are now. Junhee received the order and showed no mercy at all. The 2 men were already seriously injured, but now the matter could be solved directly by just moving his fingers. Of the 6 people from the CP department, only Omura was left. The 2 looked at each other without any hatred in their eyes. Come on, coming out this time really made me feel surprised that Nanhai, which I thought was weak, could still have such a powerful existence like you. But if your existence is known to the world government, I can guess what happened. What state? Omura said with a smile. While he smiled, Chongnyo also laughed, and said in a calm tone, you are right. If our strength is known to the world government, then even I can't imagine what might happen. But Omura, in 2 years at most, what can we do even if the world government knows about our side? The situation on the sea will definitely be fixed within 2 years. Let alone the world government, who among the 9 major departments of your CP can come and stop us? Omaluo was suddenly stunned. The other party actually knew all the departments of CP, but he felt relieved when he thought about it. After all, even the 5 old stars knew about it, so what was there to be surprised about knowing how many departments CP had? Why are you so sure that the situation on the sea will change drastically within 2 years? Omura asked with no expression on his face, and his voice was low. The New World is just such a big place, and the pirates are restless. Everyone wants to be the new pirate king. They all want to know what the One Piece is. Therefore, in this state, the place where the island of Ravdru is located will definitely become a battleground for their big forces. None of the big pirates today are confident that they can find this thing directly, and no one can decipher the historical text. It is estimated that the most correct thing your world government has done is to kill everyone in O'Hara, otherwise what will happen next will be even more beyond your imagination. Among the pirates in the New World now, the Whitebeard pirates have occupied a place, and I am afraid that no matter what kind of pirates they are now, they can no longer compete with them. The other pirate groups probably don't have much effect. On the road to the king's hegemony, as I said just now, the remaining members of the Rocks pirate group will definitely have a place. As for the last seat, it's not yet clear who will win. It can be known. The only thing that is clear is that those at the Navy headquarters simply do not have the time and energy to deal with what is happening in the Sahai area, otherwise there would not be so many headaches for them. Thank you so much for letting me know. Chapter 46, A Bite of the Devil Fruit. In fact, Junhee, who was standing next to Changnyo, looked confused. He couldn't figure out what the two people were chatting about. He had never even heard of the word New World, let alone other things. Although he did not understand, Junhee was still writing down these words carefully. After all, following his own king, he could believe that Changnyo would definitely take him into these places, and the South China Sea would definitely become the most powerful place in the future. Omura, tell me, do you have any wishes before your death? If possible, I wouldn't mind helping you realize it. Changnyo asked with a smile. Omura just smiled softly and shook his head slightly. He never thought that he would have such an ending, so there was no unfulfilled wish at all. Since you don't have any wishes, I don't mind telling you one more thing before I die. There is an overlord on the 5 old stars that you worship. Changnyo finished speaking with a smile, and then directly put his hand on the other person's head. In just an instant, Omura's entire body disappeared into thin air. All that fell to the ground was a restraining collar. This is Changnyo's space attack ability, and it is also one of the more powerful ones currently, space decomposition. He can directly crush any object into a state of nothingness. In this world, it is impossible to find any information about him. But when Omura disappeared, Changnyo felt a little empty in his heart. He didn't know why he felt like this. It might be difficult to meet an opponent who could match him. But he is not a pirate. If there are no ties behind him, Changnyo may not mind leaving Omura's life, but it is different now. There are too many people standing behind him. Regardless of emotion or reason, Changnyo, you can't gamble on this. One person's life can change the peace of mind of a country. Even if he is an acquaintance, he will not be polite or hold back at all. Those people from the CP department were still lying on the ground one by one, but they had long since lost their breath. They should be considered a group of very powerful beings in themselves. But their shortcoming is that they are too arrogant. Although they show the rigor in treating the enemy physically, the key is that they underestimate the enemy in their hearts and never face it. Otherwise, how could even Changnyo today be able to fight against so many enemies? How can anyone win so easily? After all this was over, Changnyo sighed, and then slowly stood up. His expression was completely different from before. The serious expression made Junhee, who was standing next to him, feel tremendous pressure. However, after Omura died, his devil fruit ability instantly attached to the fruit next to him. Shunwei, just take Omura's animal-type phantom beast devil fruit and eat it. I've told you about the devil fruit before, don't betray my trust. Changnyo said seriously. It's not like Junhee doesn't know what the so-called animal-type devil fruit is like. Now His Majesty the King actually asked him to use it, which indeed showed his trust in him. Although Junhee was a little excited after hearing this, he still remained calm. He knelt down directly on his knees, looked firmly in his eyes, and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, I will definitely live up to Your Majesty's trust. We have known each other for so many years, I still believe you on this, but you also know that after today's incident is revealed, everyone who knows about it will be informed. Our country should not be able to bear the consequences he has produced and brought." Chang Nyo closed his eyes and took a deep breath and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Junhee said firmly, "Go ahead and eat that devil fruit. This guy has completely failed to bring out the full potential of this devil fruit. Don't let me down." Chang Nyo smiled slightly and said. Junhee walked to the fruit and picked up the devil fruit that seemed to be slightly emitting a purple light, with a look of nervousness and anxiety on his face. Then he closed his eyes and took a sharp bite, followed by the sound of vomiting. After a while, when his eyes were dull and he was about to take a second bite, Chang Nyo next to him laughed and shouted, "Have you forgotten what I told you before? You only need one bite of the devil fruit." "Ah? Is that so?" Junhee looked at a loss. Now if he was asked to take a second bite, he probably didn't have much courage. In CP2, 6 people came, 5 devil fruit users, and 5 devil fruits appeared, which was pretty good. Take the psychic devil fruit away. The remaining devil fruits will be found by some more trustworthy people and let them eat them directly. Chang Nyo said. He doesn't like these things at all. The most important thing is that these things cannot be leaked out. The CP department's investigative capabilities can be regarded as top-notch in the world. But it is consistent with what Chang Nyo said. As long as there are 2 more years, the world government and navy will know that this matter was done by their own country, and then they will have nothing to do in the end. "Yes, Your Majesty!" Junhee shouted loudly. Now he felt that he was full of power, and he felt like he couldn't use it up. But it will take at least a few months for this guy to become familiar with devil fruits before he can slowly understand them. After all, almost all devil fruits can only be developed through actual combat. Let's make arrangements to set off in 3 days to the Holy Land of Marijoya, and notify all surrounding countries to solemnly inform us that our Kingdom of True will join the world government. We have built up the momentum this time, and it will be of great use in the future. Chang Nyo casually removed the surrounding barrier space, and then calmly said to Junhee, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chang Nyo looked at the remaining corpses lying on the ground, and then blue light emitted from each person again. Exile. They were the same as the group of pirates they had solved before. The bodies of these people instantly appeared in the sea hundreds of miles away. It is estimated that if no one found it, they would have to wait for the end of being fishbone. "Your Majesty, what should I do with that golden phone bug?" Junhee asked. "Oh! I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. This thing is of no use to us, and it's troublesome to hold on to. But it's quite valuable. Just take it with you after 3 days. After I go to the Holy Land Marijoya, I can hand it over to other pirates and let them auction it off, and I can make some money." Chapter 47 Join the World Government. After saying that, the 2 people started walking back directly, but on the way, Junhee still couldn't help asking, "Your Majesty, what are the New World and One Piece?" A new world. This is the second half of the Great Line, and it is also where the truly strong gather. Those who can survive here are almost all the strongest among the strong. As for the One Piece, this thing has always been called a great secret treasure, but until now, no one knows what is actually inside. The only one who knows about him is the team of Roger the Pirate King, Rafdru. This place called the Ultimate Land is where he is stored. Chang Nyo said as he walked. "Big secret treasure? Doesn't that mean a lot of money?" June and Halazi both cried out and said excitedly. "What are you thinking about? No one knows the final appearance of One Piece. If it is really a lot of gold and silver treasures, do you think that after the death of the pirate king, his crew members lived in such a mess? Chang Nyo said with a speechless expression. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I have almost no understanding of these things. Junhee said awkwardly. We will set off in 3 days. Then I will take you to see what the Grand Route looks like. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Last time, I wanted to go directly to the Grand Route for a tour, but in the end I didn't expect that the Royal Kingdom's attack would occur, which delayed the matter. This time going to the Holy Land Marijoa happened to be a better opportunity. No matter how you go, you have to pass through the Grand Line before you can go there. The current Toru Kingdom is not afraid to join the world government at all. Before, the country was so poor that it could not afford the heavenly gold. But it is different now. The family has enough food, so they can still worry about such things. But if he wants to join the world government, the king of this country must go to Victory Marijoya to pay homage to those celestial dragons. This is the only choice. Chang Nyo has already figured out these situations. Although they don't want to do this, they can't fault it now. Junhee accompanied Chang Nyo down the long steps. The key is that the platform above is still in a mess, and the shocking scars caused by the battle are still left in the open space. The CP department was completely wiped out this time. To outsiders, there was no movement. The true kingdom still maintained its original appearance. The next thing they need to deal with is to go to the Holy Land Marijoya to negotiate. Everything in China is currently developing steadily, but there is still a long way to go before we reach the ideal goal. But despite this, the current development of the entire true kingdom is enough to make other surrounding countries jealous. Since the defeat of the Roha kingdom, no surrounding country dares to challenge the authority of the true kingdom. However, after residents of other countries around the country learned about the national treatment of the Kingdom of True, many people near the border have begun to move closer to this country. They racked their brains and even squeezed their heads to join this country and abandon their original national life. Regarding this situation, Chang Nyo did not refuse, but welcomed the arrival of these people. For a country, the economy cannot explain everything. Population growth means that the economy can grow rapidly. What they do now is almost all external life, and the country's internal management is almost seamless. Not even we need the National Guard so that the country can be safe and sound. The largest country in the South China Sea is not just determined by geography. After learning that the Kingdom of Toru was going to join the world government, many people at the bottom still didn't understand. After all, for them, joining the world government meant paying high fees, but they never thought about these fees. There is no need for these people to come out at all. Forced to have no choice, the day after announcing its intention to join the world government, the entire True Kingdom began to issue notices about the benefits of joining the world government, and that the costs provided to the world government did not need to be borne by anyone. After receiving such notice, the nervousness of those people was relieved. After all, many people had experienced such a thing. A country close to the Kingdom of Toru, the Kingdom of Salbi, is a member of the world government. Its land area is directly adjacent to the Kingdom of Toru. Now many people from the Kingdom of Toru have come from there. The way the Sorbet Kingdom handed over the heavenly gold was almost unlimited extortion and exploitation of their own people, which caused resentment among the people in the country. However, as a member of the world government, those high-ranking nobles are the masters of the entire country. The reason why some people are worried is because the Toru Kingdom, which feels relatively good, suddenly announced that it will join the world government, so they may still face the same problems as before. But after the announcement was sent out, these people began to slowly choose to believe in this country. After the third day, Chang Nyo appeared here again at Manhwa port. Different from what appeared before, this time Chang Nyo completely set out as a king and headed for the Holy Land Marijoa along the Great Channel. This time they did not choose the cumbersome national, but instead chose a smaller and lighter ship. The length of this ship is about 50 meters, which is already a lot smaller than the national, but it may be much better in other aspects. Standing at the port, Chongnyo turned to look at Gagoya and asked, "Are everything ready?" "Your Majesty, everything here has been prepared." Among them, 50 bottles of rose perfume you arranged, 2,000 sets of exquisite clothing, a golden scepter representing identity, and some other supporting items have all been prepared. You place it on board. Gagoya picked up a small notebook in his hand and began to report. "Your Majesty, I also want to go with you this time. How about letting me go outside to see the new world together?" Luosta stood here, looking at Chongnyo expectantly and said. Chongnyo smiled, then patted Luosta on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "There will be many opportunities for you to go out in the future, but this time, the country has not yet stabilized. After the economy improves, you can go whenever you want." "That's right, Luosta, this time we go out with His Majesty for fun. If there is a chance next time, I will talk to Your Majesty and take you out personally," Junhee said with a smile. "I see," Luosta said with a disappointed look on his face. "Now that everyone is in place, let's set off quickly. I really want to see what the Holy Land of Marijoy looks like now," Chongnyo said. Chapter 48 Filibuster. In fact, for them, if it was better, they wouldn't need to start from Upside Down Mountain at all. After all, it would be equivalent to a long detour. However, their technology is not developed yet. Sea Tower Stone is a crucial thing for sailing on the sea in this world. After all, with this thing, you can directly cross the windless zone. But they don't have it now, so they can only start from the starting point step by step. If they can cross the windless zone, then they can directly enter the Grand Line without having to worry too much at all. This time the navigator on the ship is still Barlow. Since this guy changed his identity as a pirate and became their navigator, he no longer has the dream of being a pirate. After all, he can only stay here. Enjoy a relatively quiet and high-quality life. The sea surface was almost the same as what we had encountered before we set out. The sea surface was quite calm and there were no obstacles in it. When they appeared in Upside Down Mountain again, they still couldn't help being shocked when they saw the scene of water flowing backwards in front of them. After all, this was indeed a landscape that subverted the three views. "Notify Barlow to slow down the ship when we get down to the Grand Line later. There may be something unexpected ahead of us," Chongnyo ordered to Junhee next to him. "Okay." Standing in place, Chongnyo wondered if he would encounter that huge whale. After all, that guy had been here 50 years ago since the official plot began, so he must still be in this place now. Although no one else understood it, everyone's eyes widened when the ship began to sail rapidly towards the grand route. Because in front of them, there was a fish bigger than their entire boat. Although it only poked out its head, from a distance, it really looked like a mountain. "Your Majesty, be careful." Junhee instantly jumped to the bow of the ship and started to prepare for an attack. Chongnyo was speechless. After finally meeting the first guy who officially appeared in the plot, Junhee actually behaved like this. "Come down, it's okay, don't whine," Chongnyo shouted directly to Junhee. Junhee was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of what Chongnyo told him to inform Barlow when they were going up the mountain, and he seemed to understand something instantly. He hurriedly ran to Chongnyo and asked with some confusion, "Your Majesty, did you already know that there would be such a big guy here? Let's talk about it when we get here. I'm also looking forward to how big this thing is." A smile appeared on Chongnyo's lips. Because he had been prepared in advance, Barlow had already started the deceleration mode when the boat started to descend, so the boat started to stop slowly when it was still 50 or 60 meters away from the huge whale. "Came down." Everyone on the boat now ran to the edge of the boat and looked at this huge guy in surprise. The opponent just opened his eyes and his eyes were already as big as half their ship. "Wow, this guy is really big." Gagoya couldn't help but sigh when he got close to this huge whale. Everyone else's eyes also showed shock. For many of the people here, they have almost never been out of their own sea areas. Except for the original group of Barlow and others, they may have wandered many places. None of the king's guards brought out by Chongnyo followed them. It's like seeing the world. Even King Chongnyo couldn't help but get excited when he saw this huge creature. EAVE.C. When he watched this anime before, he had no idea about this whale at all, but now when he saw the real big guy, it made him feel how small he was. Your Majesty, this thing is really big. Junhee stared at the guy in front of him intently. This must be big. This thing is the largest island whale in the entire sea. Although it is not the largest creature in the world, it can still be regarded as one of the best. Chongnyo said. Woo! While they were still admiring it, the island whale made a sound. For such a big guy, the vibration of the sound caused waves in the entire sea. The abri, which was so close to them, felt like it was about to disintegrate. Your name is Rab, right? Chongnyo stood on the bow of the boat and shouted directly to the huge whale. When Chongnyo finished speaking, the huge whale, which had some dull eyes, slowly looked towards them. The other people on the boat were instantly shocked when they felt this scene, and many of them were so frightened that they were at a loss what to do. If this thing opened its mouth, it could swallow their ship directly into its belly. When Lebu looked at Chongnyo, his head moved slightly, but it directly caused waves in the sea water, causing the small boat to almost hit the mountain. If Barlow hadn't reacted quickly, they would have all fallen into the sea by now. Your Majesty, do you know this guy? Gago Yao looked at Chongnyo in surprise and asked. It's not like we know him, I just heard about him before. Chongnyo said with a smile. After saying this, Rab seemed a little excited, but among the pirates from all over the world who entered the Grand Line, who wouldn't recognize it? After all, this place is a place that must be passed through. It is estimated that no one in the world will be impressed by this big guy. As he spoke, Rab completely stretched his huge head out of the water. This whale as big as an island really gave people a sense of oppression. At this moment, everyone on the boat focused their attention on His Majesty the King. After all, he was the cause of this thing. If anyone is not careful, they may all be buried in the belly of the fish. Chongnyo looked at Rab blinking. Although he didn't understand what he was talking about, he could at least understand it somewhat. You don't have to doubt it. I've heard your name elsewhere, but I'm just very curious about you. Do you want to go to sea with me? I can also look for the person you want to find. Chongnyo stood on the bow and shouted loudly. Although Rab is a whale, he can understand what humans say. Currently, Chongnyo does not have the ability to hear the sounds of all things. This requires a certain level of domineering power. Chapter 49 Eternal Record Pointer. After Lebu heard what Chongnyo said, there was some hesitation in his eyes. Then he shook his head directly, causing a huge wave in an instant. Your Majesty, please don't talk to him anymore, please. If we continue talking, everyone on this ship will be chilled. Gagoya was so frightened that he sat on the deck with tears in his eyes. It was obvious that he was dominated by fear. Others were also a little frightened, and even Junhee was a little at a loss when faced with such a thing. Chongnyo was the only one who laughed out loud. Let's start, the mission is still important, this whale, come back and talk when we have a chance. Chongnyo smiled and ordered the people next to him. Now how can these people have the intention to stay here? One or two of them are seizing the time to leave this place. Facing such a huge guy, even if they sneeze next, they will probably be able to make their small boat instantly sink in time. Barlow already wished he could use his hands and feet together. He even wished he could have two wings on the ship and fly away from this place quickly. After all, it felt too dangerous to him. Just a few words of conversation had already made them feel in danger of life and death. If they continued to chat, this whale could kill them all if they were not careful. Goodbye, I'll talk to you again when I have the chance. Of course, if you are willing, you can go to the True Kingdom in the West Sea to find me. The ship had already started sailing, but Changniu still shouted Tulabue without giving up. Not long after they left, an old man who looked to be in his 50s stood out before he could reach his head. His eyes were cloudy. He waited until the ship disappeared from sight, and then slowly began to disappear. In Rab's huge head. Their voyage this time is not an adventurous voyage. At best, it is just to complete a mission. It does not have the same experiences as the protagonist when they set foot on the grand route. Besides, on the sea at this time, especially in the first half of the Grand Line, there were not as many pirates as expected. But if you can meet one or two along the way, you are very lucky. After all, the sea is so big, and the chance of encountering a small pirate ship is indeed not very high. Gagoya, where does the record pointer we got now lead to? Changniu asked curiously. Sorry, Your Majesty, the record pointer we got can only go to Alabasta. This is the only eternal record pointer we can buy on this great route. Gagoya said. This time, Gagoya followed him out, dressed in a completely different style than before. It is completely made according to the kind of royal sister style that Changniu likes. A white shirt and hip skirt, plus black stockings and high heels, a long ponytail, and a black glasses frame show that the other party is already interested in this voyage. Full of expectations. After all, a capable king like Changniu is unthinkable in many places. However, Changniu noticed a key word, that is, the eternal record pointer actually leads to the country of Alabasta. Changniu was quite impressed by this place. In addition, Changniu seemed to have thought of something suddenly. Junhee, after arriving in Alabasta, we will stop there for a week. During this period, I need to give you a task. It must be completed by then. Changniu's face suddenly turned serious, even surprising others around him. Gagoya didn't expect that just by mentioning the name of the country Alabasta, he could make His Majesty the King show such an expression. Junhee put away the smile on his face, looked serious, and said firmly, Please give me Your Majesty's orders. In the land of Alabasta Palace, there is one thing that is very important to us, and that is the things stored on Bat Lila Island. This place has a historical record. I need you to destroy the content on it. Do you have confidence? Anyway, the people standing on the deck of the ship are all his close confidants, and there is no need to hide them. Although Gagoya was very curious as to what exactly Bartala kept, looking at the expressions on the two of them, it was not difficult to guess that this thing must be very important. Of course she couldn't guess it, but the seriousness on Junhee's face was already evident. Your Majesty, don't worry, your subordinates will definitely do it. Junhee said seriously. Don't be too anxious. After all, that thing is stored in the palace. Besides, this order is not dead. Just do your best. Changniu suddenly felt relaxed and said to Junhee with a smile. Your Majesty, you once said that thing is related to the life and death of our country. Even if I die, I will definitely do it. Junhee said. Then let me wait and see. Changniu said with a smile. During the subsequent voyage, the group encountered almost no obstacles. After all, their route was directly to Alabasta. Although they encountered several islands in the middle, these things had almost no effect on them. There is no shortage of supplies on the ship now, so you just need to go directly. However, as the Toru Kingdom is a country that frequently makes headlines in newspapers, there are almost no secrets left when Changniu and his team set out. Before arriving in Alabasta, the country had already begun to make full preparations. In the palace of Alabasta. Minister Zhou, where are they expected to be now? Cobra asked, looking at a man about his own age but with a fat head and big ears. Your Majesty, the King of the Kingdom of True estimates that it will take another 2 days to reach our Alabasta, but we are not sure whether they will stop in our Alabasta, said the fat left minister. Don't worry. They will definitely stop at this place. After all, they need to go to the Holy Land of Marijoya. The eternal record pointer leading here is only owned by us in Alabasta. Cobra said with a smile on his face. But your majesty, how could their small country in the South China Sea know about the eternal record pointer? Minister Zhou said again. You are wrong. If they don't know, do you think this country can carry out such a large maritime trade, even including the navy, and still be able to silence the other party? Chapter 50 Sea Cat. In the royal palace of Alabasta, preparations have been made to welcome the young King True. After all, according to the country's situation, the current True Kingdom can be said to be a country that they all miss. Good economic development and solving the problem of people's lack of food. After searching the scriptures, this is the real purpose of Cobra. After all, he was right about one thing. The eternal record pointer leading to the Holy Land of Marijoya was found only in Alabasta on the entire Grand Line. It can even be said that only their palace has such a thing. That's why Cobra dared to say such words, the other party would definitely come here. However, there is no need for him to say more about these things. Chongnyo will definitely arrive here. After all, when it comes to Pluto's weapon, that thing is lying quietly in his own country, and the only place where this thing is recorded is in the Alabasta Palace. Although there is only one person left in the world who can understand these historical texts, Chongnyo cannot guarantee that things will proceed according to the original plan. His appearance is likely to change the course of the pirates, so naturally the hidden dangers of this thing need to be eliminated in advance. If he hadn't gone to Marijo this time, he wouldn't have been able to remember such a thing. That's why he made such a decision to let Junhee go and solve this hidden danger that may arise in the future. Although no one knows what the True Kingdom will develop into in a few years, they must at least nip everything that could threaten them in the cradle. Chongnyo didn't have any so-called whims. He just wanted to maintain the stability of his country. When he learned that Pluto weapons actually appeared in his country, Chongnyo himself was shocked. But since things are already like this, although there is no chance to change, at least you must do what you can do in advance. 2 days after the first voyage, the huge desert country of Alabasta appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It is different from the island countries we saw before. This is a truly huge country. It's just that when you stay here, you can see at a glance that it is almost in a desert state, and the light yellow sand has extended to the seaside. And there are not many green trees on it. This is the Great Sea Route. Even if the two countries are not far apart along the way, their climate and environment have changed dramatically. Your Majesty, this grand route is really uncomfortable. It was extremely cold there yesterday. It's only been a while now, but it's really too hot here. Gagoya appeared wearing a sun hat, and the buttons of his shirt had begun to reveal his underwear. Not to mention her, everyone else had the same idea. Where are we now? The reason why the Grand Line is famous is because it is the area where everyone dreams of sailing. It is also full of uncertainties that so many people have appeared to challenge themselves. Chongnyo said leisurely on the recliner. There was a sun umbrella on the deck. Chongnyo was wearing only beach shorts, shirtless, and huge sunglasses. He was lying in the shade, drinking an iced drink and talking leisurely. There are not many things you can do while sailing on the boat, other than leisurely drinking tea and looking at the sea. Your Majesty, ever since we entered the Grand Line, I have noticed that a bird has been following us above us. I don't know if it is my hallucination or something, but I always feel that he has never flown above our heads. Junhee was also leaning on the deck, talking lazily. You read that right, that bird has indeed been following us, not from the beginning of the Grand Line, and it has been following us since we set off. Chongnyo turned sideways, opened one eye slightly, and said to Junhee who was lying in the shade. As soon as these words came out, Junhee immediately jumped up, looking closely at the bird in the sky that had been observing people like him, and his alert look immediately appeared. Don't be nervous. We didn't do anything else anyway, so just follow along. There are countless countries in the world looking at us now, so don't worry about them. The corners of Chongnyo's mouth raised slightly, he picked up the drink in his hand and took another sip, and then said leisurely. Do we really not care? Gagoya also asked. It doesn't matter, just watch it. Changnyo seemed to pay no attention to this matter. For them, it was not easy to catch the seagull above their heads. They could catch it directly with just a little effort. But this is completely unnecessary. After all, they are sailing on the sea. Even if this seagull disappears, it is estimated that before long, something hidden in other places may appear to observe people like them. It's just the newspaper's methods. You can tell what these things are for with your eyes closed. Hearing what Changnyo had said, the other two people didn't pay too much attention to it. It was just like His Majesty the King said, just watch it, it won't affect it anyway. Your Majesty, what a big cat! Not long after they started chatting, other people started shouting. Changnyo couldn't help but sat up curiously, took off his huge sunglasses, and saw that there was indeed a big lucky cat on the side of their sailing path. The pure white body and the slightly raised hand seemed to be greeting them. This thing seems to be at least 50 meters tall. The height on the sea is already 20 or 30 meters, not to mention that part of it is still on the bottom of the sea. To ordinary people, this scene may seem a bit scary, but to these people on the ship, they are more just curious, and really have no other thoughts at all. No fear, no surprise. Everyone just feels that it is strange that such a creature can actually appear in the sea. For most people who have never been to the sea, this is indeed something worth appreciating. This scene indeed attracted everyone's attention, but having experienced something as big as a rabbi before, this thing seemed a little too small. So cute! Gagoya said with a smile on his face while he was working on the boat. What did I think it was? It turned out to be Alabasta's specialty sea cat. Continue sailing. Changnyo said.